Hello, people. Oh man, damn! I didn't even mean to put myself that early, but that's what happens when you do things in passing. But we're here now, so hopefully, y'all are not too disappointed in me for not being here at the time that I said I would be here. But hey, it's still going to be a great broadcast tonight. Another any given Sunday. I am Kev. This is Black Men Being Brutally Honest, and thank you for joining me for this yet another great broadcast. As I said, this is the hottest show on social media. I am Kev. I am your weekend warrior. And what I mean by weekend warrior is that I come to you every Friday night, Saturday night, and Sunday night without fail. Unless, of course, something happens that is totally out of my control. And, that does happen at times. But, that's the thing that is in my control is bringing you a show tonight. So, let's talk about the subject matter. The ruthless nice guy cometh. Yes. No, this is not going to be one of those broadcasts that we make excuses for our own repressed hurt feelings or whatever, because, I know how much y'all like to go in that direction, in this space and, all over social media. So let me explain myself and, excuse me, probably going to spend a few hours while I sip on some red stripe explaining it. And, panelist as always will be by shortly. But, just in case no one shows up, I'm prepared to explain this explain this to y'all thoroughly and flesh this out. So, yeah, we're just gonna, do a little small talk, and wait for some people to get here, in the chat and viewing. And then we'll get into it. So, how was everybody's weekend? Friday was Christmas Day, and some of us got kids, and we work hard all year to buy a bunch of Christmas presents and toys that are just going to end up on the floor in a couple days. Not. I tried to kind of explain it to my 6-year-old. Like, look, you know what? You're gonna call it a toy. You're gonna call it a Christmas present. But hey, you know what? You're gonna call it in the next couple days. It's gonna be a thing on the floor. It's going to be a thing on the floor. Just trying to, instill a little appreciation in her and not, and for her to not become so materialistic. I'm not really teaching her the whole reason for the season thing. I'm kind of letting her make that decision and deduce that. She's already a very observant little person. So, it's my job as a parent to make sure that she goes in a more logical direction. You know what I'm saying, y'all? So let me just take a few moments here to situate myself and to sit back and get this party started. So everybody coming in, please press like, share the video if you like to share it somewhere. And yes, these most certainly shape up into very interesting conversations. The term ruthless nice guy, this is a term that my habitual line stepper brother, the Roger Report, he kind of pushes it as a mentality that as black men that we should adopt. Ruthless nice guy is just that. It does not mean that we have to be the biggest a-holes. It does not mean that that we're bloody ruthless and violent, and it doesn't mean that. It's what we used to like. I used to hear a term back in the day, and it's not something that that I'm sure that wasn't used all over the United States of America, but it was a term we used to use called nice nasty. And that term would really be used to describe a person who is so sly in their resolve for a command of respect that people don't even catch it when it happens. And that's what I try to do. I'll say something, and it'll take people like half a year to catch on to it, and then they just get mad when they finally figured out what I said, motherfucker, stuff like that. But Roger applies that to when dealing with our community in general and dealing what we have to deal with as black men, especially with these females. Now, every conversation ain't got to be about the females, and we know that, but it's one of the most popular conversations ever, and we're gonna have to start admitting that, and we got to start creating more go-to havens for people who want to have these discussions. So, because it doesn't seem like anything is getting better. It just seems like it's getting worse. People are doubling down and tripling down on their BS. So, I mean, it's great to have conversations like these so we can get different points of views. I say ruthless nice guy, and I am a ruthless nice guy in the sense that, I've tried it so many other ways. Now, not to say that I let people change me, it's just that you can't live your life on the brink of insanity. You can't keep doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. You have to try new things. You have to evolve. You have to diversify your attitude. Now, don't when I say diversify, I don't mean that, diversity trigger word that, means that I have to include everyone. I'm just saying that some of these brothers around here are going to have to develop some nuts. You know what I'm saying? I mean, uh I put it to you like this. I have a pretty much support system that includes Kevin Esther. Yep, that's my first and my last name. There are plenty of Kevin Esters in the United States, but you can narrow it down to me if you like. But that's who I am. If you Google my name, you'll be lucky. You'll find my little LinkedIn picture. Shit. And don't let that little stupid corny smile fool you either. So let me drop a link in the chat. Absalom Payanke, shout out Stoic One, the SE Dusty, Marco Leonards. Thank you for coming back, brother. Your presence is always appreciated, even though you be trolling and shit. And this kind of let Marco do his little thing down there, and don't time him out or anything, because it's trolling, but it's funny trolling. So it's just, yeah, let's have some different dynamics around here. Yeah, Stoic One is always one of my first people that I gave a blue wrench to. He's always appreciated. I'm listening. I'm listening was here earlier. Don't Ride Dirty DRD was here earlier. CA1 was here earlier. Yeah, they were the people that were here, and they probably expected me to already be there. So yeah, it was just dragging a little bit. So yeah. Ruthless nice guy. Okay, cynical optimist. Thanks for stopping by. So do I consider myself a ruthless nice guy? I consider myself someone that's not going to go completely off the rails every time somebody says something. The only thing that I have to do is be factual. Shout out to Double C. Thanks for stopping by. And everybody, as you stop by, press like on the way in, please. That's much appreciated. It helps with the algorithm, as that's everybody's favorite word these days, the algorithm. Yes, and it works. I mean, one thing, and that's for content creators that may see this broadcast, one thing that really helps a YouTube channel, and that one thing that's really helped my channel is helped Roger's channel, and hell, it helps Sister George channel to break down consistency. The reason why people's channels are popping is because of consistency. They are consistently on at the same time every week. And you know why they do that? Because YouTube does this look like, people have said shadow banning, but yeah, there's some funny stuff going on with YouTube. Like, you'll ask people to hit the notifications, and they don't always get the notifications when you go on the air or when you drop a video. They have to literally search you. So what happens is, when you're this consistent and people expect you to go on at the same time every week, people are just going to show up and be there for you. And those and those people, that they can be 10 people, and when you go every week, it'll be 15, it'll be 20, and one day it'll be 100. So why am I even saying this is because that there seems to be this little movement of people that are upset that some people are getting views and other people aren't. One thing that I do chalk that up to is that is completely up to your audience. It is. It's completely up to your audience. I can't make anyone watch me. Just like no one else with a YouTube channel can make anybody watch them. And what kills me sometimes is how some of these folks be trying to shame folks into watching some people and not watching others. I mean, is up to you whether you take their information or not. But I would personally never tell someone not to watch another person. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't say, hey, you know what? I blatantly disagree with this person, so don't watch or support that person. Because what I look like. The thing is, at the end of the day, if I don't like another YouTuber, I want to beat that YouTuber. Beat their logic, beat their viewership, beat everything about them. But I'm not going to tell them that. Because what I look like, what I look like showing you my hand. What I look like saying, hey, you know what? I want to beat you. And the people that watches you should be watching me. That's bitter bitch cakes. You can't do that. You can say whatever you want to on these platforms. No one's trying to take anyone's freedom of speech. But you can't tell people who to watch. And some folks do that. And, you know, that's childish shit. Stoic one. You have given the the cloak of protection by Kev Marco Leonard's. Count yourself lucky. Oh yeah. And Marco Leonard's, now I know Roger is at HBL. What, a habitual line? Okay, well, we do line stepper, it's 2 words, not one. So say HBLLS, that'll be closer. But anyway, you know, I've been enjoying the fuck out of y'all, man. For real, man. These weekend broadcasts lately, they've been a blast. They've been a blast. And, you know, they've been going without too much drama. You know, there's been a little drama here and there, but, you know, there's a lot of humor and a lot of intellectual stuff going, a lot of gems being dropped. And, you know, this with the panelists, you know I get a little rough at times and I may say what I say, but it's out of love and it's out of appreciation. Believe me, anyone that is able to come on these panels and, you know, hold their own, man, I got all the respect in the world for. Period. And if you're in that chat right now, you are officially a part of the greatest chat on social media today. If you didn't know. If you didn't know, now you know. And thanks for tuning in. Of course, support the Cash App. You know, if you like. Yes, and I do. You know, some people have a lot to say about people who, you know, uses their Cash Apps or, you know, uses their super chats, you know, as a way of getting a little extra income. And honestly, if here's my thing: if you're black and you're on this platform and you're able to get a little extra income by doing this YouTube stuff, then by all means, go right ahead and do it. Don't ever knock a person for succeeding even at the tiniest, because that's like half our problem right there. Half our problem, yeah. Absalom Pianki, definitely, dude. Shoot, yeah, we're glad that, you know, people like you come around us, man, and, you know, support us and, you know, share your thoughts too. So awesome. That is awesome. So, I mean, don't knock anybody's hustle. I mean, you won't want nobody knocking your hustle. I mean, seriously. I mean, if you're doing, I mean, because nothing is unethical about this. People choose to donate to those Cash Apps. People choose to donate to those super chats. And, you know, it's like, that's nothing to hate on. That's nothing to hate on at all. Just maybe some people need to learn how to, you know, work on making better content that is more attractive to people. Because I guarantee you, if you suck, you can say that you are as good as anyone on YouTube. You can say it. I mean, and I know Roger says it. He says he has the best show on social media. But you know what Roger is also doing? Roger is also proving it. So for people who say stuff like that, oh, you're watching this person for this reason. Oh, you're watching this person for that reason. This person keeps up mess. Oh, all they know how to do is talk about this. All they know how to do is talk about that. If that person has a number of people or viewership that is in triple digits, shut the fuck up. Because basically what they're doing, they're obviously doing something right. if they can hold the attention, like if you can hold 5 people attention on this platform, you have done something. Seriously, stop the hate. Shoot. And see, this is why, and honestly, this is why this ruthless nice guy shit is gonna work. Because it's like it's Custer's last stand with a lot of these people. Yeah, it's basically you've given, like, it's not like that movie Falling Down with Michael Douglas. Cause see, here's the problem with that movie right there. He kept it pinned up and bottled up, and he was just kind of explosive and spastic. No, be a person that is a full measure person. Half measures is what got us here in the first place. People would have to be ruthless nice guys if y'all motherfuckers just act right. So now it's time for a new era to come in. So yeah, deal with it. Gerald, what's going on, man?
How you doing, Kev, man? How you doing?
Yeah, I'm good, man. Another broadcast.
Yeah.
I had pretty good broadcast Friday night and Saturday night, for real. And also, let me see where my sub count is right now, just to give the audience a little reminder. I am not that far from 2K subs. If I make 2K subs before New Year's, guess what happens? I have made 1K subs and 2K subs in 2020 in the same year, within the time of a few months. Now, if I do it a couple days after 2021 comes in, it'll still be within a few months, but it would just be nice to have that little badge of honor. So anybody coming in that hasn't hit that subscribe button, please do so. Help me get to that 2K number, and like it'll be all good. That means that I can do a little gloating. I mean, it's not wrong with doing a little gloating. There's nothing wrong with feeling yourself, and that's part of being a ruthless nice guy. A little bravado. You don't have to go straight to the ABC of expletives and curse words and profanity to be a ruthless nice guy. I mean, but still, it's like carry yourselves with a little bit of, I don't know, conceit. I guess it's nothing wrong as long as you have shit to back it up. Elongo Savage, shout out, brother. Thanks for stopping by and tuning in and sharing another great show with us. Gerald, what do you think of this term, ruthless nice guy?
Okay. Well, first of all, let me say this. I'm listening. Don't Ride Dirty, CA1, SE Dusky, Mark Cole, Pianke Stoic. Let me make sure I don't forget it. Cynical. How you brothers doing? And hey, Kev, I've been in the background for like Friday and Saturday. I just, turned you up, cleaned up the house, and I was listening. I even was listening last night.
You was listening. I'm glad I ain't talking no shit about you, man.
Well,
they talk some shit about you.
Well, I just want you to know that, because remember, they disconnected me, and not to mention, I can't comment. I can't even thumbs up. And then when I look for your channel, it's been removed from me. So as my homeboy said, they removed you because apparently you struck a nerve. And if you wasn't saying something right, then, you wouldn't be removed. So that's why. So I say, well, okay, well, let me come on tonight and at least say hello. Now, as far as the ruthless nice guy coming, I figured that the best thing for you guys to do what you're going to keep doing, and it's going to take you a while for you. They're going to push you to a point, Kev, to where you're going to be like the movie, Alien? You're going to begin to close this iron door. And maybe Pianke is going to be like, he's not going to be that woman, but he's going to have a welding torch. And he's going to weld that door closed, because this platform and Kevin Samuels, those are the last platforms that the females are going to be able to come in, because the ruthless nice guy is going to lose that nice guy format, and they're going to become ruthless. Because there's one thing about the truth. The truth is ruthless, whether you can handle it or not. I mean, sooner or later you start talking about that vaccine, it's ruthless. The truth is ruthless. And a lot of people can't handle the truth, especially the Western culture female, no matter the color. They needed us back in the days to continue to rob men. Now men are waking up to the fact, like, I'm tired of getting screwed. I'm tired of getting beat up. I'm just sick of that whole genre of, I'm on my knees, I'm praying, That ain't working. I need to make certain moves in life. And now that I see where this is going, because last night, Kev, I was laughing. This chick named Jessica was really going in, but I have to go against Professor Roger. What he said was, if this female had a father and she didn't succeed, it's the father's fault. No, that is wrong. I was saying that too, but I said, it's not my turn to be on the show. I want to become a spectator and a fan. And actually, you cannot defeat what's on Tell Life Vision in her surroundings. She's a victim of her ignorance, being surrounded by her idiot friends. She should begin to glorify the fact that this young lady had a 2-parent home. And I was like, wow. And I wouldn't call her an idiot, but let's just put it in that ballpark. She just didn't come off right. I'm going to clean it up. I was like, wow, this is so sad. And I sat there in full clothes and listened to the rhetoric of this female. And like, oh, this is so sad. This was so sad, man. I was like, it's a done deal, bro. It's a done deal, brother. So I have to admire your wife, your child. That your little young girl is a lucky person. But I must say that your daughter will not be able to even get along with young men. Because if a young man does have a father, his father's going to say to avoid a certain type of attitude of these guys. Now, the show is called The Ruthless Nice Guy Cometh. It's the I said without cursing, they're going to fall. And that's going to be their hell. And when the barbarian is in the gate, the only thing they're going to be able to give up is what's between their legs. Because again, Mr. Kev, Black Men Brutally Honest, they bring nothing to the table. There's no love. There's no peace. There's just nothing they bring to the table. I would say this to any man. Concentrate on economics. Concentrate on peace. And concentrate on the fact if you get tripped and you fall, be prepared to get up, dust off all that shit that's on you, the residue, and keep it moving, young men. And any female who feels that way also. If you feel that way and you know that you're being put in this category, maybe you need to try to surround yourself among gods, emperors, with the mentality, I want to grow economically. Because you can't do nothing. Praising Jesus and going to church and giving the preacher money, it's not going to do nothing, not in the 21st century. Duck Dodge in the 21st century. You know what I'm saying? It's a different time, Kev. It's a different time, brother. And that's what I got to say.
See, just based on 2020, I can't wait to see 2021.
Ooh, boy.
I got so much enthusiasm for that. Especially the way things are shaping up in this space too. 2021 is going to be very, very interesting.
Yes, it is. And it's definitely going to be interesting when it comes to the vaccine. Let's be real. Let's be real. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris did not win the election. There's no way we go to bed and the man was up 1 million, and then we go to bed and wake up and he was up 1 million. Now 1 vote came in for him, and you haven't heard nothing from her since. I say it again. I got the results of who she is, and so this 21st century is going to be a doozy. And I want you brothers and any man who's listening, I don't care who you are, please be prepared, because when this comes down and say that this man has won, remember Minnesota, remember Washington, and remember the fact that they're saying now 1776. Now, I hope you know about 1776 scale, which meant that I think that was around the Revolutionary War, and it was war times and all of this. It's coming. It's ahead. These people who have been in control for the last 60 something years do not want to relinquish that power. The ruthless nice guy cometh. They can't handle the truth, brother. They ain't gonna be able to handle what's coming. You understand me? And that $600 check, Kel, I'm surprised y'all ain't talking. Did you not hear what Donald Trump said? Where all this money is going to? There's $1 billion going to transgender studies. Okay, There's a yellow flag on the plate.
What is that a study?
I don't know.
What is that a study? I want to be somebody else. Okay, well, that's like, what is there to study? Like, that stimulus money, man, that shit going everywhere but the people. And it did it the first goddamn time. You know?
Yes, yes, yes. Hey, how about this one, Dr. Kev? How about this one, Doctor? And I need you to subscribe me a pill for this. They put in billions of dollars on going to the ocean and counting how many amberjacks are in the ocean. What? What? So you're going to give $1 billion or $1 million to counting how many amberjack fish are in the ocean? Wow. Now, if that's not alarming, I don't know what alarming is anymore.
Well, shit, just about everything is alarming. So think about the shit you like and think about how little that is.
It's definitely funny. It's definitely an insult, and it's embarrassing. And I'm saying, okay, it's going down. So you guys are the last. Mind you, what I'm saying. You can already. I finally actually sat up one morning and listened to Mr. Kevin Samuel's show. The brother's classy, but you can see the frustration in his interviews or his dialogue with some of these females. You can see the frustration. And as he's saying, they've been telling us what to do. He said, this is not that time that you can actually tell men to shut up or tell them what to do. It's kind of like you're not our mother. You know, again, the ruthless, nice guy cometh. Now, if Dr. Phil was in your place in saying exactly everything that you guys were saying, especially last night, from Rael to Roger to I think it wasn't Circumspect, it was Rogue. He was on there last night. And if Dr. Phil repeated everything you guys said, do you know she wouldn't even have a word to say? She would actually sit there and take it and agree. Like, you're right, Dr. Phil, you're right. It's like, wow.
But I expect that. I expect that though. I mean, I expect that from them. And the one thing that I feel like that, you know, all these guys are still frustrated about is they act like they don't expect that from them. Is that simple? They are sort of simple with this shit.
You know what? I think Ohimi said on Mill Enlightenment TV, we're still wishing for them to do right. Well, you know what? I would say I was. Right now, I don't care, and I'm a father of two imbecile daughters, which I had nothing to do with their education or their thought process. But I sit back and I'm really am thankful, Kev, that my mother wasn't around. I'm glad that my grandmother raised me so she could ship me off to my father. I'm really glad, because I sit back and realize that, man, my mother couldn't do nothing for me, nothing that would make sense, nothing that would help me. In other words, there's a lot of young men, Professor Dr. Kev, are in the grave or in jail because of their very own single mothers. A lot. And Roger said that last night too. I was actually applauding him. I was like, wow, he said that. I like, if that didn't shut the room down, but it didn't. She continued to try to defend, and I was like, wow, Jessica. I guess she was young. She was 22. She just didn't know when to shut up. I was like, that was the moment you were supposed to shut up.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. Like I said, we're not surprised that they act like that. We're not surprised that they talk like that. But here's the thing: we can't spend too much time on them either.
No,
it is what it is.
It is. They're dead. They're basically dead. And like one of your shows, you had Gotti on there. You really, it is forcible to move to that area of farming, economics, stay within that group and keep them out, guard the fort. And if they come, well, you know the results of an invader. You know, they have put us in a very bad situation in life, man. And it's bad, Kev. It's really that bad. It's bad, Kevin. It is terrible. And to talk about it, I'm like, I can't say what I want to say because I don't want to get your show depend on, because if they disconnect me for saying something, I must have said something that was absolutely correct. I
Don't
had
worry.
to.
Don't
I'm
worry.
just,
Don't worry. These sack chasers probably looking for video to video to find something. I
I
mean,
know.
it's just the way of the world, man. We deal with it when the time comes, and if they try to destroy it, just like the sandcastle concept, we will rebuild. You
Well,
know,
that's true. But I don't want to cut off your, because see, the fact that this manosphere and your atmosphere is growing, the economics will flow, and that's one thing I don't want to cut off. Because just think, if you can make enough economics to say, you know what, I don't need this 9 to 5 now. Now I got my own show. I can move on to Patreon or Rumble, Rod, the whole habitual line step up family. Like, yo, we're moving on to another platform, because it's like a few good men, they can't handle the truth. And they can't. What's up, Raj? I see you. I see you there, bro. I see
yeah,
you.
yeah. What up, Roger? Long live the habitual line steppers. What's going on?
Long,
And let
long
go ahead.
live, brother. Long live.
How you
Now you
doing?
know what? I'm actually I'm drop down for a minute. I didn't even realize that I didn't even charge my phone. My phone about to die. I'm gonna have to put this boy on the charger for a little while. I'll probably come back up 15, 20 minutes or something.
Word.
Okay.
Charge
But
your phone.
I'm gonna say this, yeah, because I'm out in the streets right now. Uh, when it comes to, because I heard y'all mentioning the young lady. This
Yeah.
this is the thing. As a Rufus nice guy, I was extremely nice when I first came across her. You know what I'm saying? I was even promoting. She's only 22. She's probably 23 now. You know what I'm saying? But I was on like, she's only 22. We can help her save herself
Hmm.
by giving her the right information. But if you've been in the space for a year and all you have done has been combative to every person you've spoken to that I've seen, you're not looking for help. That's the person who don't want the problem solved. So my thing is, when I seen what was going on, and I don't know how long it was going on when I happened to see it yesterday, because I was, what I'm saying, I was working and being distracted at the time. When I came on, I'm like, no, we can't waste too much time. Like, this person actually wants the better for the black community, because that person does not. And my thing is, if you identify a person don't want better, don't waste time trying to help them, because no, you can't help somebody who don't want the help.
That's true.
It just is what it is. And other people didn't know because they didn't see it when I saw her. But as a person that actually cares about the black community, it's my job to step in and say, hey, y'all, I didn't seen her already. I didn't seen her doing this for over a year now. She don't want none, you know what I'm saying? Because I don't need other brothers wasting time on her when they could be focused on something that's gonna be better anyway.
True.
So I think we shared the right amount of light on what she had going on, because that's all I came to do. You see, I didn't really come to talk to her. I just came to shed light on what she was doing. Because to
Right.
me, you don't have an excuse. I don't care about your excuse, so I didn't really want to hear your excuse. It didn't matter to me. You've been around here long enough to learn. And my thing is, people got to take personal responsibility. You're a person that's over 18. And you've been in this space for at least a year. I don't want to hear it no more.
Perfectly put. You're right. She's an infiltrator, Kev. That's the one that you would say looking for DNA. She's looking for, you know what D means and you know what A means. She's looking for that attention. And this is that's the type of mentality. I won't even say woman. That's the type of mentality that will take you to child support and you're begging to see your child, and this person will hold that child, hostage against the balance of this child's nature. And it has happened. People, if you can say something like Texas 1 year got over $1 billion in back child support. So do you see who they're valuable to and who they're valuable not to? If that's what you're gonna do to our child, hold that child hostage while these people take 90% of the money and give you 10% and then turn around and charge you taxes on the money that you make and that I didn't ever see. These people are enemy of your estate. The ruthless nice guy cometh. If they can't handle it, oh well, let them be gone, Kev. They have to be gone. Simple as that.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So yeah. Listen up, people. I'm just gonna remind you again. I'm trying to get to 2K. I'm 25 away. So let me get one sub. So at least I can have the number to my year of birth, 1976. Come on, one sub. So, yeah. So just trying to get to 2K, trying to get to 2K. But that ruthless nice guy thing. Let me tell you. Okay, let's see. Let me read some of this. Negro Damas. How you doing? The juxtaposition when this title is profound. It sure is. Thank you. If nah. All right. Okay. Shout out to Jack Nickelback. Thanks for joining. Marco Leonards. Yeah, I would appreciate any advice from the chat to help me with my incel syndrome. Okay. Yeah. But let me tell you. Let me go into what a ruthless nice guy is. A ruthless nice guy is not an incel. It's not some guy that is going to get mad every time, like he can't go out on a date, or he's been hurt by women, or he was bullied in high school, or the most famous one, he's sitting in his mom's basement and he's running a YouTube channel. That's one of the most famous ones right there.
Really?
Yeah. We supposedly the Manosphere guys, we make YouTube videos and content from our mom's basement. Not like from places like man caves, you know. We're and all we are we've been hurt by women.
But Kale, here's the truth. What the hell wrong with being in your mom's basement? But remember, the basement is not in certain parts of the United States. In the South, they don't have basements. Maybe in the North, they got basement. That's because of the builders. But what's wrong? Didn't they used to have a?
There's about like this. That's you gotta think about context before we get off into tangents. You gotta think about context. They only say that to shame men for speaking freely. That's the only reason why they say that, because you don't have that shit they be made from nobody's mom's basement.
And that's true. But I'm just looking at the logic part of it. What's wrong with that? I don't see. I know.
What's wrong with it? Like it's wrong to the point where if you're a grown ass man and all, like the context they're using is you're a grown ass man and all you're thinking about is talking about women, because that's what they want to narrow your conversation down to. They want to narrow it down to, yeah, you're just sitting up here, you're just sitting up here talking about and trashing women, and you hate yourself. Just that mom's basement thing is nothing but a shaming tactic.
And that's what I'm saying. If you look at this logic, like you say, it's a shaming tactic. And what was the other one you just said? Who hurt you? Now, here's something amazing. Every man, when they ask that question, men can answer that question. Well, this is who hurt me and hurt my finances.
I mean, but ain't nobody like as far as the who hurt you part.
Yes.
As far as the who hurt you part, man, it's like we expect them as women, like when they've been hurt, to not take it out on all men. And I'm not trying to do this dual, both-sided argument.
Right.
I was watching a broadcast earlier, and they brought up the Kevin Samuels question.
Still on that, huh? They still on that.
Everybody, I don't even really care about the whole, like, if you mention Kevin Samuels, it is a, Kevin Samuels is viral, he's a public figure. If something were to happen with, like, just like it happened with Will Smith and Jada, and everybody was talking about that for a while.
Right.
Something happened with Kevin Samuels.
Same thing, except he got frustrated and said something that was very insulting. It wasn't insulting. He just told her the truth. But it seems like they can, again, if it comes from us or any man of tone, they can't handle it. Only Dr. Phil is the one who can say the exact same thing and he can get away with it. Now, it's funny that men never talk. These women have been talking crap to men at least 30 to 40 years before the men even decide to talk.
And that is a talking point that has been said over and over again. And, the thing is, I'm going to respond to Jack Nickelback in here. He said, bigger question is why even care what they think.
True.
Let me tell you who I kind of make these broadcasts for. I make broadcasts for the people who kind of do care and don't know how to diffuse anything. The people who are forced to be they're forced to wallow in their frustrations and never are allowed to do anything about it. I'm letting these people know that yes, you can do something about it. And this is why this is happening. And I'm not telling you that you should listen to me on how to deal with it, but I can give you a couple pointers. So I don't personally care because I always know what they are. But when you make a broadcast for the people, you can't think that everyone thinks like you or have the same strong resolve as you do. People come to this space, and they come to this space for all kinds of reasons. They um they come to this space to learn, and they come to this space to be entertained. And if you're doing neither, you're not going to get a viewership. You have to be appealing, and and you can't let people try to sit up there and police your content or tell you why you're here. If they can't accept your clarity, I got two words for you: fuck them, man. Fuck them, man. But much respect, Jack Nickelback. Much respect. I make a lot of these broadcasts for the people who can't deal, and wonder why there are people out there like some of these YouTubers that keep saying all this bullshit about black men. Because like me looking at it, I used to get really frustrated about opening up social media and seeing black men always getting the business from everyone else, and a lot of this shit is basically for nothing. You like people don't understand that they are creating ruthless nice guys.
Yes. Yes, you're right. Hey, I like to take a crack at Jack, and reason why even care. Hey, check this out, Jack. You know why we care? Because we can't afford to let them get away. Like Exhibit A. Remember when Mr. Kobe Bryant passed away in that helicopter? The fire wasn't even put out, and the women on higher levels begin to say negative things, and even the ones who were totally irrelevant in life, they couldn't wait. You didn't see YouTube kicking them off of their panel. These women were basically dogging that man out, and it wasn't even a good hour, and they were dogging the guy out, and that sort of put flames in the fire. And honestly, this is why a cop can get away with beating the living hell out of a black woman. Then they get mad at the brother for not doing nothing. Why should I care? But we have to at least, put that out there. If you're going to continue to spit at me and throw shades at me, I'm going to get out the way, and I'm just going to rebuttal back. But they have won this war. This is what they wanted this war to be, Jack, is us to go against them and them to go against us, except they have had a 20 to 30 to I would say 30, 40-year jump, only for us to have a few years and we didn't progress this far. And saying, yeah, we know what y'all have done to us. We know what the system has done. And they're so ignorant and illiterate, I'm going to use some classy words, that they can't even see the forest for the trees. So, yeah, I don't mind throwing throwing bricks at them. I mean, throwing the truth at them. I don't mind, because they're a joke. They're a joke so much that the television uses them for laughter, but they won't even combat the people that makes them look bad on television. You can see it in the Cleveland Show or Family Guy. They do all of this. You never see those women go back and attack these industries for making them look bad globally. I hope that I was able to explain that. If not, then I'll try to break it down even more. What you say, Kev?
I say Jack Nickelback probably knew all that stuff, but
I'm glad he stirred the pot. He's like, yeah, let's get this started.
I think I think he already knew all that stuff. We've said this stuff, and we're not making it up. But let me give some shout outs. Shout out to Classic Ruby. Thanks for joining us once again. Shout out to Tall Guy. Shout out to Yusuf Hasleen. Shout out to Iman Perry. Thank you for tuning in. It's the topic for tonight is the Ruthless Nice Guy cometh. 2021 could possibly be the year of the Ruthless Nice Guy. Here's what I called myself, like some videos some time ago. I called myself an anti-Pookie.
Okay. Okay.
And the reason why I even call myself an anti-pookie is because I feel like that those pookie types always were fucking with types that, were closer to who I was. So it's like, okay, these guys claim to be these bullyish people. Well, wouldn't it be nice that someone that looked like me that you criticize and always play for weak will bully you right back? So that was my whole point of being an anti-pookie. You know what I'm saying, which really is kind of another way of saying ruthless nice guy. I know how to carry myself like a nice guy, but I'll cut your fucking head off if you cross me.
Ooh, black like shellac.
It's just that's how it is. You gotta let people, you gotta make people understand that you're nothing to play with, even though that you don't come off as the biggest asshole. Rather,
Right.
and I can't be an asshole, but I don't want to catch myself calling myself that, because some people call themselves things all the time. They call themselves players. They call themselves gangsters, thugs, hood dudes. They call themselves, but and this is a complaint that I've heard from people. And let's get into this for a second.
Okay.
People they complain about people calling themselves nice guys. And people they used to call me a nice guy, and I always used to feel like that it was to my social detriment. Is this being a nice guy was to my social detriment. So when people would make this argument that these dudes out here call themselves nice guys, I'm the living example of a person who was called a nice guy that never called himself a nice guy. I would call myself an asshole more than I said I would call myself a nice guy. And I know I just said something about people who call themselves assholes.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just that it's just like when you call yourself an alpha. You're just that. You don't have to call yourself that. If you are if you're an alpha, if you say you're an alpha and you are an alpha, of course that's different. But like I said, it's like you don't have to be weird. You don't. Okay, there's music playing in the background.
That's me. That's me. I'm trying to get on the platform. Okay, keep talking. Keep talking. I'm gonna get out for a minute.
Okay. All right, homie.
What up, Johnny? What up?
Okay, I'm gonna put him on mute.
Okay. Where are you?
I'm gonna put him on mute. All right, y'all. All right. Well, show's over. No, I'm just playing. We got a long way to go. I see Jessica's back. How you doing, girl? I see you love the channel so much that you came back to share your intellectual thoughts. So let's see what intellect that you're blessing with us tonight. Why are black men even still talking about black women? Here in Cali, you have one generation of biracials that will breed out their blackness. Y'all pushing racial genocide at this point. Sigh. I'll just say that, sigh. No, we're not pushing racial genocide. Believe it or not, we're pushing racial unity. I mean, if you feel some kind of way about black men saying stuff, you must like what you hear because you keep coming back. All right, but hopefully you hit the like button.
Hey, Kale.
Yo.
Kale, again, back to that Dr. Field thing. Why are you noticing that the brothers are saying it, which we're not saying that? Why you don't take that to the powerful people? Why do you bring that plantation mammy thought over here? Why don't you take that back to the people who got some real control? Oh, I get it. See, that's too much like right. Again, you're just 22. I would go at you. Now I can't go at your mother because your mother had a husband. But let's go at your friend's mother who probably didn't have a husband and probably was trying to make passes at your mother. Why don't you direct this back at the tools of this trade, like your mother's friend or your aunties? Go back to them and see this. You can't come to us because see, we're on the tail end of saying to the fact that you decided to be in the pile of shit. That was the category you want to be in. Again, you're 22. You had a family. You had a mother and a father. You should say, shoot, I bet you there's a bunch of girls that would love to trade to have that love of your father. See, you got that. So it's hard for you to sit here and say while we're talking about y'all. Actually, the thing is, I said again, the door is closing on y'all. The fact that the system has used y'all to a point that the people who are in power knew that negativity would get them paid. The question is, what makes the world go round? Money. Money, power, respect. And guess who got that? The people who control your every thought, the people who can feed you, the people who can do this. See, they got to do this so they make sure that brothers like me and Kale of the habitual line steppers or any of these other brothers who are listening can't grow economically because you are a fence in our life and it's hard to hurt you. So what we're doing is trying to get our own pasture and build our own fence to keep your thought out. You go away, shoe fly shoe. Tupac said something a long time ago that people don't get. He said, the only thing that frightens me is coming back and I got to do this again. He didn't continue it. That hurting part was to have a mother like you with this process of thought. See, I get it now because it ain't got nothing to do with black and white, because I'm quite sure you're a brown-skinned woman and these other women are not white. But it's a Western culture thing. If you want to control, put y'all out there in front, give y'all this insecurity of power. And you never know. So go ahead on the front line and get shot. Who cares? We're not talking about y'all. We're just critiquing at the dumb shit y'all do. That's all. That's all. Brothers just want to build and grow economically. That's all. I'm jealous of Kale, to be honest with you, because he has something called family. You know what I'm saying? So I hope that answers that question, Jessica. All right, doctor, go for it. Okay.
Hey, I'm a proponent of people learn if they choose to learn, and if they listen if they choose to listen. So yeah, but okay. Let's see.
All right, Kev, I'm still gonna be on. I'm gonna mute it. I know by the time I turn this corner and come back, a Rael or Black might be up, but I'm gonna keep it in. I'm gonna keep me up. So you can kind of like mute me down and you can go in on these people, man. I'll holler at you in about 20 minutes, okay?
Word, Gerald.
All right, brother.
All right, man. Appreciate you coming by.
You know it.
Well, okay then. Yeah. Yeah, man. Black man. Let's talk for a second. Let's talk for all of you in the chat, including Don Calypso. Thank you for joining. Ruthless nice guy does not mean, and I'm telling you this, that does not mean you have to be the most sarcastic, that you have to be the most standoffish, that you just have to stand there with your arms folded. It's going to require a little sociability, but it also requires a bit resolve too. It does not ever it does not ever have to mean that you have to give up entirely on the black race, but it does mean that you're not going to put up with certain things. Like I will say, I know that we have this little complaint movement about, you keep the gender war up, the gender war, ooh, oh, you want to gender war, and shut up, shit. What I'm saying is there's a bunch of matriarchal things, and I was about to use the word matriarchal. There's some matriarchal shit that you ain't got to put up with. Yeah, I'm starting to use words like matriarchy, gynocracy, just gynarchy, whatever you want to call it. And the ruthless nice guy really is one of the aspects of it is a counteraction to the thought processes and the narratives that the gynocracy have, like the whole docile black man thing. It's okay. Shout out to George Frazier for joining us. What's going on? The docile black man. The docile black man is just basically he's the man that he was it was shaped up. He was shaped up to be pretty much the quiet guy, the breadwinner. The quiet half of the couple. He's the guy that is your textbook dad. He sits up and with his legs crossed and he reads the newspaper, and he barely says anything while his wife is basically the mouthpiece. Uh, Basically, he was socializing and not caring about anything except for taking care of, I guess taking care of the things that he is responsible and accountable for. Now, why would I call a man like that a docile black man? Because he doesn't say any goddamn thing about anything that's important to the community. He's more of a standoffish kind of person, and many would say that there's nothing wrong with being a guy like that. He's the kind of guy that will look at somebody like me as someone who is wasting their time. You know, they would look at me as somebody that's, oh, you need to be doing something else besides being here on YouTube talking. I was like, okay, well, I'll probably go ahead and start the PlayStation up. But I mean, I really don't like guys like that. And it's like, it's not that they have done anything wrong. It's to the point where, okay, I know how they look at guys like me. I know how, you know, I know what they would actually think about actually being a black man in this 2020 social landscape. And believe you me, these are the guys that would much rather default to what everyone else is doing and would rather stay out of the really harsh and sensitive truths that are in our society. When you are a ruthless nice guy, however, B Stewie B, I see you down there, brother. When you are a ruthless nice guy, you can tackle these things effortlessly. So what if you get mad if I start talking about how some of these dudes are? So what if you get mad if I start talking about, hey, you know what? The single mom rate is too fucking high. The docile black man would probably say something like, you're doing this just to start trouble. You're doing this just because you want to start trouble. You're doing this to be divisive. When in actuality, when a outspoken black man such as myself is standing next to a docile black man, he has this insecure feeling that he has to step his mental acumen up. All of a sudden, he feels challenged. All of a sudden, he feels like he has to prove himself as a man. All of a sudden, instead of focusing on issues that matters, they're more focused in trying to outwit you. So that's why I'm like, in a docile black man, I mean, that does not mean that they are not outspoken. That just means that they want you to go back to your little corner and shut the fuck up. And yes, it's that petty and it's that disrespectful. A lot of people like that, a lot of being like that, they got YouTube channels telling other black men that they should not be saying anything. Because guess what? If I stand right next to you and you feel like you have to prove that you're a man because I say what I say, you've already lost. You already lost. 63 watching, only 43 likes. Yeah. And if you haven't subscribed to this channel, please go below this screen and do so. And also, hit the like button. We're talking about the ruthless nice guy. All right. So, I talked about the docile black man. Let me talk about another guy. Let me talk about I don't know, I guess the archetype that, a lot of these so-called quote unquote lames that y'all like to call, as they talk about the Pookie, the Ray, that type. The reason why I'm talking about these type of guys, because these are the guys, like these are the men that have contributed to creating the ruthless nice guy. See, in my age, I can't ever claim anything like Thug, gang member, Pookie, or anything. Or, if I get Thug Life tattooed across my stomach, then that'll seem like a very odd thing to do. I can't make these claims and I can't make these labels at this point in my life. I can't do it. So I would never go and try to claim such a loser moniker such as a Pookie or a Ray Ray. But Pookies and Ray Rays, they create Ruthless Nice Guys because it's this simple. The Ruthless Nice Guy probably likely started out as I don't know, probably a quiet to himself person that used good diction in his speech. Yeah, and the Pookie type always had a problem with the guy. There is just like the docile black man. The docile black man insecurity comes from the fact that he feels like he has to be more of a man around a man that is outspoken. The insecurity of the Pookie comes from the fact that they don't feel like they have the brain power of a guy they calling lame. They feel stupid around that guy. So what they do is they project that they call the guy weak. I mean, I was subject to that treatment when I was in elementary school. I'd keep it real. Maybe not elementary school, maybe junior high when I transitioned from private to public. Because it was like I was pretty quiet. I was to myself. But the second I spoke and this voice came out, that literally would end my days. I mean, wow. And, I dealt with it. But, when people talk about these Pookie types, a lot of them have points. A lot of them do. A lot of them have points. Because it's so much unnecessary bullshit that you have to put up from these motherfuckers. Put up with. Yeah, I mean, it's like, whenever I get around Pookie types, I start exaggerating quite a bit. Yeah, I know one dude was trying to shine me, and he was using the word bumping as like a way of explaining his crunkness or whatever. So I made a little crack on him. I said, I know that you're bumping. And this dude got so mad. And it's like, why did he get that mad about me saying that? It's like, why did he get mad? He's one of these ruthless types, he had a baby mama, he had a girlfriend, all this other stuff. He had a side chick too. So, I mean, you should be happy because, guys like that talk like the end all be all is pussy. So he should be happy. So when I do a slight little impression, of what I thought about his lack of mental acumen, then all of a sudden he gets mad. This dude even said that you were trying to be cute. Now, and that's something I'm never going to call another grown man. Let me inhale some of this vapor real quick. I would never call another grown man cute. But I took that dude out of his element just like that. Just by using a little brain power. I have no problem with Pookies. I disarm them motherfuckers. I disarm them motherfuckers because it's like the second they start saying that, hey, you know what? And this is for something for y'all to do that run into this problem right here. That, oh, you talk like a white boy. What I used to do is I used to do a damn voice impression of what I thought they sounded like. I used to do like some smart ass shit like, yo, what up, nigga? What up, man? I don't give a fuck, man. Nigga. Dudes be saying nigga every 5 words. And act like that shit's supposed to be cool. So whenever they said I talk like a white boy, I would just simply say, well, do that kind of like little bullshit impression. Because see, in their minds, they think that I actually think that they're less for talking like that. So I just give them a little bit of something. And then, a couple days later, I hear something from a friend of mine. Hey, man, old boy over there talking about some, he was sitting up there talking about some folks. They think you better than them. I was like, I don't think I'm better than them. They think I'm less than them because I talk like this. That's just all it was. I was just bullshitting around. But if they feel some kind of way, I got a little weapon against them then. People need to think about the stupid shit they say before they say it. Because all you're doing when you act stupid and you try to demoralize someone's intelligence, you're giving them a loaded gun. And especially with me, you're giving me a fucking rocket ship. So I'm not telling you shit. So I feel like you should be following it. I'm only telling you shit because these are my experiences. You can choose to do what you want to. You can choose to do what you want to with it, but I just tell you how to handle certain types. I still, I still got this fool like I made him so mad on Facebook, on Facebook now, because Facebook is just the end all be all for certain people. I got some dude so mad on Facebook, he still sends me hate messages. Like he was so mad. I had made this guy so mad just by being me that he showed up on a post about my dead friend and started insulting me. I was like, dude, I mean, shit, thanks for letting me know that I am the ultimate winner of your life. Like, how does it feel? And then, and then he went into the whole fuck you rant thing. And I won. I won simply by being a ruthless nice guy. He was on that Pookie shit too. That man had about 3 baby mamas, but the fact that he simped online, people simple ass people liked him for that shit. But if you piss me off, I will tear your ass up with wit. So what up, Roger? I see you back, sir. Well, he'll mic up as soon as he get the chance. But really, I'm explaining like I did get this ruthless nice guy term from Roger. I did get it from him. He started saying, like I said earlier in the broadcast, he started saying it on his channel, and it makes a lot of sense. It doesn't have to make sense to everybody. But once you run into one of these ruthless nice guys, it'll make all the sense in the world. So yeah, we got 67 people watching. All of you press like. Are all of you subscribed? So please, if you haven't, go below this screen, hit the subscribe button, and press that like button.
What's good, Kev?
What up, Roger? So explain why you started. Explain why you started using the term "ruthless nice guy."
I mean, it's something that's just necessary. And there's a lot of clown behavior that goes on in the Black community, as I'm sure you're very well aware of. But the ruthless nice guy just comes from learning to be a man, learning to stand on your principles, and carrying yourself in the correct manner. Yeah, being quote unquote the nice guy in the Black community has been shunned as if it's a bad thing. It's like when they came out with this, one of the most idiotic terms I've ever heard Black people promote was an educated lane, talking about Black men, because you're insisting that Black men should be stupid, because you're attaching lameness to being educated. So that's like one of the dumbest things I've ever heard, right? Another dumb thing that I've heard, even since I was a child, they'll say, they talk about a person being a nice guy, and like just because you're nice to people, you're supposed to let people run all over you and things like that. So you're encouraging people not to be nice, which is also a completely idiotic thing. Black people have grabbed on to some things that were completely idiotic. They literally don't make sense in real life. When you walk into a room, would you want people to treat you in a nice way, or would you want people to treat you in an aggressive manner, or trying to backstab you, take something from you, whatever the case is? No, people want to be treated nice. So why in the Black community will we shun treatment of people being nice? It's stupid. So as I started my channel, I understand I'm being a representative of Black people. We should encourage people to be nice. But just because you're nice don't mean you shouldn't be ruthless. And at the end of the day, this is doggy world out here. And everybody needs to be aware of it. So if somebody try to cross you in a certain manner, you need to handle your business. Just that simple. Like one of the tricky thing, there's a lot of people who will tell guys not to hit a woman, right? And I've told you before, you've heard it, Kevin. You know what I'm saying? I said if a woman hits me, she in a fight. You know what I'm saying? And people are like, well, what you saying? You hit a woman? No, what I'm saying is I hit anybody that hits me. If a man hits me and I fight back, everybody cool. But if a woman hits me, I can't fight back. No, you stupid. I'm never going to tell people or promote it's okay to hurt me. I'm never going to promote that. I don't care who you are. If you hit me, you in a fight. Simple as that. And if you can't win, that's your problem, not mine. Okay? When it comes to, dealing with people in the Black community, there comes a time when you need to cut certain folks off. You know, we got this thing in the black community where you wanna drag people kicking and screaming to the promised land. No, some people just need to be left behind. Just is what it is. You know, maybe they'll catch it later because they didn't catch it the first time. But until they figure it out, just leave them be. You know what I'm saying? Some people just want to be losers and they're gonna fight as much as they can to lose. And my thing is, we shouldn't worry about people who fight to lose. We got to teach people how to win, but I ain't gonna personally drag nobody. I mean, I understand if it's like your own child, you know, like if it's your kid, you want to teach your kid not to be a loser. But once people become adults and they choose to be losers, my thing is just let them be losers. Now, I'm gonna point you out as a loser, and I'm gonna show other people not to be a loser like you. And then there's a lot of people who don't like that, you know. Even that whole thing about the women being attracted to Pookies. My thing is like, okay, if you want to have a baby by Pookie, that's your business. But why should I care when Pookie failed you? Because what do women complain about? You men didn't do this. You men do that. I didn't tell you to get pregnant by that guy. Why should I care that he failed you in your mind? You know what I'm saying? I'm just gonna look at you like you an idiot. And people say, well, you shouldn't talk like that. It's not her fault. Yeah, it is. She was the one that had sex with him. She's the one that had his baby. How could it be anybody's fault but hers? You know? And people say, oh, that's mean. That ain't mean. It's just truthful. Black men need to learn how to be ruthless in many different areas because that's how we get ahead. If we want to get ahead on a job or we want to get ahead in business, you need to know who's on your team, who's not on your team, and everybody ain't on your team. You should not be looking to help their victory. You know, now for like other black people, because see, I get that all black people were technically on the same team. A lot of black people ain't really figured that part out, but it's all about context. Now, if I'm somewhere and I can help another black person out without it costing me anything, sure, I'm gonna help. Not a problem. But am I gonna try to convince you to do something that you really don't want to do that could help yourself? No. If you want to lose, I'm totally fine with letting you lose. Totally fine. I say on a regular basis, you know what I'm saying? All I want you to do is respect my right to succeed, and I respect your right to be a failure. I'm totally fine with it. So my thing is, you can be nice as a man. You can even be nice as a woman, you know. But just because you're nice shouldn't mean you shouldn't be ruthless. You know, in a proverbial sense, sometimes people just got to go. You know, you gotta be able to say off with their head. Just that simple. And if you can't say off with their head, then you can't trip because the problem exists.
Sure can. Yeah, and shout out to Nolan Batiste. Thank you, Baptiste. I'm sorry about that. Thank you for the super chat. Say yes, man. Preach. Yeah, yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and say, Roger, you got me a super chat, so appreciate it, buddy.
Glad I could help.
Yeah, awesome. And yeah, I don't. You didn't tell any lies. Shit, cut them bitches off. Cut off anybody that's not on your team, that's not on your side. Why put up with it? Why do you expect them to put up with it? That's part of what creates a ruthless nice guy. People expecting dudes to put up with it. You know, and that's
what I'm not gonna say that helps create one. All I'm saying is if you grow up and you learn the principles, you learn certain principles, and you stand by your principles. That's it. That's all you need. You see what I'm saying? My principle is nobody's supposed to abuse me. So does somebody make me ruthless? Because if you hit me, I'm a, you know what I'm saying, try to beat the brakes off you. No. That was my characteristic before that person ever touched me. So it's not a reactive thing. It's a proactive thing. People got to be ruthless on their own. Now, if somebody comes across you and because you're ruthless, something bad has to happen to them, that's their fault, not your fault. I am who I am. I ain't got time to be worried about how I'm going to react to other people. I am who I am. If you slap me, I'm going to knock the towel out you. Just that simple. I don't care who you are. You know, I don't care who you are. That simple. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna let you steal from me. You know, I'm not gonna let you tell me how I need to live my life. I'm not gonna let you tell me how to spend my money. You know what I'm saying? I'm not. You know what I'm saying? even in a job situation, you know, it's like you got to have certain principles where even if somebody come at you funny on your job, you got to be willing to walk away. You know, even if your income get messed up, if there's certain lines you shouldn't be expected to cross, nor should you ever cross. But you got to set your principles for yourself. My thing is you can't allow society to tell you where to set your principles. So it should never be a reactive thing. It should be a proactive thing.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with that. You know, that you brought up some very good points. Yeah. But shit, anyway, yeah, Roger, I just want to like commend you on coming up. I mean, it's like it's not really anything that was too hard to come up with, you know. So what was you just thinking one day? You just thinking, hey, you know what, Ruthless Nice Guy sounds good.
No, not at all. I'm trying to promote stuff that'll be better for our community.
Mm-hmm.
And in our community, do we need more nice guys? Sure we do. Should nice guys be ruthless? Yes, they should. That's all. It's something to help the community.
See, I think it probably something that needs some redefinition though, because like I said, every time I was called a nice guy in my past, it was always to my social detriment. Like, and like the argument is often that these guys we call themselves nice guys and good guys, and they're not really good guys. That's just something like
I mean,
yeah. Go ahead.
The thing is, people say that because they want you to be a sucker. At the end of the day, they don't want you to say you're a nice guy because you won't be a sucker for them. You know what I'm saying? You want to have the right to be able to beat me up and want me to go sit and cry in the car rather than just beat the brakes off you. You want me to just allow you to take my money and not put a bat across your head and take my money back. You know what I'm saying? You want me to not go apply for a job and just feel like because you are who you are, you should get it instead of me going and take a try for it. That's all that stuff come from. They're trying to convince guys to help fail at life on their own so they don't have to stop. That ain't the game. That's not the game we as black men should be playing.
Not at all. We actually should be trying to find ways to kind of help each other network. You know, it's just instead of like trying to fight and go against each other, but you know, at the same time, allow, you know, for different thought processes and opinions to be heard, because we all can get good ideas from each other. You know what I'm saying? But only if we allow it. Yeah.
Well, see, my thing is, there's a lot of stuff we can do, especially when you're dealing with other groups of people. But we got to get on the same page first. You know, and you know, and when it comes down to it, how much negativity should you allow in your own personal life? That's a question everybody got to ask themselves. There's only so much I'm gonna let you get away with, and that's it.
Yeah.
And my thing is, whatever the reaction is, it's fine. That's how I look at it. You know, I'm the type of person. If let's say I was on the jury, right? A man came in there, he on trial for killing his wife, right? And they tell a story about what happened. And you know, he killed his wife because she was cheating on him with some dude, right?
Yeah.
Now me, I just be like, well, not guilty. You know what I'm saying? Now he would get off if I was on the jury, because I understand from a principle standpoint, his wife is his wife. She has no business cheating on him. She agreed to death do them part to be with him and him only. So if she went outside that agreement, and unfortunately his reaction was kill her, my thing was like he ain't did nothing wrong. See what I'm saying? Now a lot of people say, "Oh, that's crazy. Why would you say that?" Well, what did he do wrong? The woman said she was gonna be with him to death do their part. She broke the contract. He had a bad reaction to her breaking the contract. Why is that such a big deal? You see what I'm saying? People will look at that in a real negative way. I just don't. Why? Because I just see it as it's a woman that broke the contract to the man. Now, just because he had a bad reaction to him being violated, does not mean he needs to be put away. He just had a bad reaction to somebody violate. I understand that if you violate a person, they are allowed to have a bad reaction. You know, if somebody kidnapped your kid and you find out who got your kid, and you go over there and kill them. If they put you on trial for murder, you getting off. If I'm on the jury, because I'm not gonna convict nobody for doing that. Somebody stole your kid, you ain't got your kid back, and you killed them along the way. I'm totally fine with that. Why? Because I'm ruthless. I understand. Don't violate other people, because I don't want nobody violating me. You know, you can say it in many terms. You know, if a woman gets raped by a man and then her reaction is go kill that dude, I ain't got no problem with that. You violated her. Why would you do that? You know, and what would I want to happen if my loved one was in the situation, or if it happened to me? What if I was married? What if somebody raped my wife, and then she found out where he at, and she go over there and kill him? What should my reaction be to my wife doing that? Well, she violated him. If she felt she needed to kill him to get over it, I'm totally fine with that. So why would I trip if somebody else did the same thing that I would look at my wife and say that's okay for her to do?
Well, that is a hell of a way to look at it, Roger. Most people would say, Roger, why don't you just leave? But then again, that right there's a really bad double standard that goes along with that, because and there's been several stories that have been recently reported where women have actually brought harm to their men. And a lot of what black people will say about that is that, man, y'all stop playing with these women. Y'all stop playing. I don't like when that woman ran over that dude with that car. I think it was this dude, King Schuler. Like he's a comedian. Like, he has a really big social media following. He had came out and said, like, y'all need to stop playing with these women, man. Need to stop playing with these women. So it's like this. So if that logic applies whenever something happens when a woman gets done wrong, and Roger just basically, explained the whole mentality behind the crime of passion, then why would you say for a man that, well, you better stop playing with these men's emotions, to stop playing with these men's feelings? And the reason why I think that is because we as men are seen as objects. There's no emotion, no feeling, we shouldn't have any kind of standards. And that's the part that gives me standards. We're supposed to accept you at your lowest, but you want a man that's at his highest. I listened to some girl say, I was talking about her Facebook group earlier. She was talking about like, yeah, she had this, I guess she had a group for bachelor men, and one of the requirements was that men should not have like 4 and 5 kids, which, nothing's wrong with that. Your Facebook group is your own little island. But I was wondering what requirement she had for the women. Is it okay if they had 4 or 5 children?
I don't know what you're talking about, but I'm pretty sure it was.
Kind of hear me talking about, these triple standards. This is what, like I said, you're saying that ruthless night guys aren't created. I mean, I kind of think that when you become a ruthless nice guy, you have come to some very severe realizations that this world just doesn't fucking like you. And you react. I mean, well, you proact, or you be proactive about it and not so reactive about it. Which
but,
is,
I mean, but let me say this to you, Cam. Regardless of how the world feels about you, as a man, because we talk this all the time, they tell you don't hit a woman back, right?
Yep.
Now I'll tell you freely, if a woman hits me, she in a fight. Simple as that. Now, what got me to that point? Was it some woman? No. You know what I'm saying? I believe in God. I don't believe God put me here to be abused. I just don't. You're not going to convince me to take abuse from anybody. It's one thing to forcibly, force your will on somebody else in a physical standpoint, but I'm not going to elect to be abused by anyone. This is not going to ever be my choice. I'm not going to choose abuse. I just don't. And think about it. Anytime I've talked about people in relationships where they're getting abused, what I say, I call that voluntary oppression. It ain't really oppression because you're volunteering to show up there every day for it. It ain't that bad to you. You actually like it. That's why you keep going to it. You know? So if a person can keep going to that because that's what they want to do, then I can walk away from it because that's what I want to do. Now I'm not crapping on any person who like getting beat up by their boyfriend or who like getting beat up by their girlfriend. That's y'all business at the end of the day. I don't really care on a personal level. I wouldn't recommend it, but I don't on a personal level, I just don't actually care. But if I can respect the right, you respect your right to be in the abusive relationship, everybody needs to respect my right to not be in an abusive relationship. So to tell me that somebody can hit on me or beat up on me, you're telling me I'm supposed to accept being abused. Why would I accept that? I have no reason to. Just don't.
Yeah. Hey, Roger. Direct your eyes to the screen. Roger, you see this?
Yeah.
Yeah, she kind of stay on that bullshit, don't he? I mean, I just ran across this article. I just put it on the screen. You know, this says Megan Thee Stallion shades men being mad at her WAP. It just comes from a place of fear and insecurity. She basically her point is that the men can't control her sexuality. You know, is all about what men don't. The men. You know what do
She's
you
a
think?
hoe.
Yeah, basically.
I mean that. I'm saying this statement is like her saying she's a hoe. Because if you saying men are under some type of fear of what you're going to do, Meg is one person. How many men should care about your wife in the first place? So this men, okay, you're talking about to the men, the many men that have access to your wife. Why would I care about what happens to yours? I don't even know you. So that's a whole statement to me.
Yeah, because her pussy is the kitchen. That's why.
Well, I mean, I'm saying if she got 20, 30 guys running up in her, you know what I'm saying? That's them 20, 30 guys' business. But I don't care nothing about her. Not on no level like that. And that's really what she's saying. Men have a problem with who I'm having sex with. That's basically what she's saying. Why would I care who she's had? I don't even know you, lady. So you're talking to a group of men that you have sex with. And that group of men reaction to who you have sex with is doing something to you mentally. Therefore, you need to make these type of statements. That's just hoe talk. That's all it is to me. That's hoe talk.
Yeah, and you know, is just she been on one lately, and she's just been riding.
Sound like she's been on a few.
Mad at her.
Statements like that.
But mad at your whack ass. No, I ain't gonna even say it. Like it just I don't get it. They go. No one will accept her as anything else besides what she is. You can't be mad at the world because of that. You know.
Hey, bro, that's a personal statement. She's saying men are mad at her WAP.
Why would I be mad at her pussy? Why would I be mad at that?
No, I'm just saying that's a personal statement. So that whoever she having sex with, they having problems. You know what I'm saying? It's discussions and issues going on with whoever she's sharing her WAP with. You know what I'm saying? That's a person. Look at that state. That's a personal statement. You're not talking about the concept of WAP. You know what I'm saying? She said men are mad at her WAP. Okay.
Like
maybe they are.
Y'all
need to work that out.
Usually, and I mean, like usually, when you're mad at a woman's WAP is because it comes from a place of STDs and shit. So, I mean, she could. I don't know. This could be kind of cold language right here, but I don't know, man. I'm just saying, this is who a lot of these chicks aspire to be. You know, just because just because dudes want to fuck them. They feel like they could just say shit like that.
I mean, I ain't paying no attention to what she's saying in it. I mean, don't get me wrong. I heard her on a song. I found out about her on a song, and I like the song I found out about her on. So I'm not thinking like she can't rap or something like that, but I'm just saying personal statements about your WAP. Shot, that's between you and them guys. That's y'all business. If your arrangements at the point where you need to make public statements, y'all need to sit down and talk about that and figure it out. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, look, Jessica in Light 16 is added again in the comments. Like, what does that 16 even mean? When she was born in, I don't know. But she says, black men are the only people who encourage each other to get rid of their own genetics and bloodline and heritage.
That's a dumb statement. That's a dumb statement.
Yeah, that's a really dumb statement. I mean, you're saying that on the broadcast of a black man channel who's married to a black woman who's already had a black child. Like, get the fuck out of here. It's like you gotta really start thinking about who you're saying these things to. Like, seriously.
I mean, bro, with all the single mothers out here, it's just a dumb thing to say at this point.
I mean, and with all the single mothers out here, it seems like they're the ones that don't want the,
Yeah. Now, if you want to talk about somebody giving rid of their genetics, you can make an argument against people. I mean, women who've had abortions. You can make that argument, but that's something women do. Men don't have abortions.
I wonder what Jessica has to say to women who say that once you find out that your baby's going to be a boy, go to the clinic and abort the baby. What does she have to say to women who say stuff like that? Probably nothing, because she's probably going to deny she's ever heard that ever being said.
Well, obviously nothing, because you see what she over here trying to say something to us rather than going over there saying something to them.
Yeah, so, she reminds me of, like, how they used to approach civil rights workers, and then they asked them, well, y'all ain't gonna start no trouble tonight. Like, the civil rights workers are the ones that sicken dogs and unleashing fire hoses on peaceful protesters.
Like, bro, some people gonna fight to lose, and that's just a reality we gotta accept. She just happens to be one of them, but some people are going to fight to lose.
Yeah, and then she was like, she said something last night that was very interesting. She was saying something to the effect of the reason why black women are talking like this is because black men are talking like this. I mean,
yeah, right. So everything black men say black women do, they just copy, huh? They still get all the weave in their hair, yet they listening to black men. All the single mothers, yet they listening to black men. All the underwear, all the child support cases, but they listening to black men. Yeah, sell that dream somewhere else.
Yeah, I'm gonna expand on what Nick Org is saying down here, and I'm gonna read it. He said, "Black men in the manosphere are not encouraging black men to destroy their genes. Black men in the manosphere are telling black men to seek the best female partner based on cultural compatibility and outcome." Now, here's the expansion that I'm going to start talking about. Is like, everybody always has these complaints about the black manosphere and what the black manosphere is doing and the kind of things that the black manosphere is pushing. And a lot of those complaints come from very, very, like, bullshit environments. It's like that they're doing no better. It's like they're doing no better than the shit they complain about. And it's like with the people who complain about stuff like that, is their end game actually black unity?
I'm gonna say it like this. The only reason they complain is because they want black men to do what they say rather than black men to think for themselves. That's what it comes down to at the end of the day. People don't want black men to make their own choices. and their complaints are proof of.
Yeah. Black man decides to date out. Like, so what? You know, there are black women that date out. And I say, so what to that too? I mean,
Well, I
but
mean, this is my thing. Now, I encourage black people to stay together. I do, but I encourage it. When the black man say, I don't want to be with black women because XYZ, I don't trip. Black women didn't give him a reason to stay.
let me tell you
That was
something.
their fault.
Let me tell you
That's
something.
not his fault. That's their fault.
Let me tell you something. The BWs who date out will not hesitate to tell you that black men ain't shit. They will not hesitate. But the projective reasoning behind why they say like we're the self haters for dating out. You know, we are the ones that feel like that dating out is going to elevate us and put us on a pedestal, and we worship dating out. And I don't advocate it for. I don't advocate for it either. But still,
Black women feel like if they get with a white man, they're gonna gain a higher social status. Everybody knows if a black man gets with a white woman, all he gets is a target on his back. So, that whole thought process literally makes zero sense.
look, we got
It's
S.
just,
Yeah, I want you to read this. Here, S. Bloodline is everything. You sound like a boy, not a man. I'm sure that's a female, and it's like females like that. They try to determine who the men are, who the boys are, but y'all can't even raise your own fucking sons. So why do you think what saying that matters?
bro, if she knew what a man was, she'd have a husband.
Exactly. And I don't know, maybe she does have a husband. You know, oh, he's a grown ass man. Oh, that's a man. Okay, that because S could have meant Stephen or Susan. Okay. So I respond to dudes much worse. you know, it's like
It's a lot of women. It's a lot of women who get on social media and pretend they're men.
to be dudes. Yeah. Uh, yeah.
That's not new. So, with a name like
like I said, nobody in the manosphere is encouraging people to breed out, but I don't give a fuck. I'm not gonna sit up there and go to a black man and castigate him because he's doing what he wants to with his penis. Sorry. If that's if that's something that you want to do for yourself, start a YouTube channel.
check it out.
What up?
Everybody say black men should. Everybody be saying black men are supposed to be the leaders. So now they lead in the direction they don't want them to go. Now they got a problem with the man lead. That's all that is. So at the end of the day, it's just somebody trying to get black men to do what they want them to do. If black women want black men to stay, give them a better product. It's just that simple.
And as far as that bloodline statement, just don't marry your cousin. That's all I'm gonna say. Just don't marry your cousin.
You can't always be sitting over here talking about how we gonna be losers no matter what, and then trip that people don't want to lose with you. Because that's all I hear.
I mean,
no, we're gonna be losers anyway, and you gotta lose with us. Why? For what?
I don't know. I mean, the black men should be saying this, not that. What receipts, Jessica? You talk about the ones you provided last night, the ones that did not exist? You brothers are crazy, yet you watch. So thanks for the view. Yeah, I mean, I am crazy. But by you saying that I'm crazy, does that mean that you're normal?
Whoever's saying I'm crazy, I'm obviously the best thing going on in their life right now. That's why they right here listening.
The greatest thing they can do. Okay, I've done that. Please stop. Okay, Nick Org. A common tactic for gaslighting black men's logic and criticisms of the social circumstances is to intentionally conflate valid criticism of the culture and genetic self-hatred for black women.
If black women love themselves, how come the sons that they're raising are trying to date out?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, those are your sons.
No, I'm saying a legitimate question. A lot of black women are having sons that don't want anything to do with black women. If those women didn't hate themselves, why are these sons looking to date outside of black women? Because the son followed their behavior since birth.
Self-hate. How about hatred for others? How about hatred for stupid people? How about hatred for stupid shit? There's always got to be self-hate because I won't latch on to your BS. Like, I'm sorry. I mean, like, S is probably the kind of person that wants you to consider their blackness, but they don't consider yours. Dude, you half-ass with that shit. Do better. But anyway.
No, I mean, it's just, you're always going to have people reacting harshly when too much truth come out. That's all that is.
No. See, Cortez Smith, let me answer that for you. He said, S, is it not hate when the women mistreat men? No. The person S is, if that is a man, which I seriously fucking doubt, is that we should take it on the chin. We should be able to put up with it. That's what makes us a man, to take mistreatment.
Wait a minute. Did S say in the comments that he was a man? Or she was a man?
Yes. Yeah.
That ain't no man.
No, that ain't no man. To my man, leave with their mouth closed. I bet you can't even give a clear definition of what leadership is.
No. This is what I'm saying. If S was an actual man, why would S put that in the comment? What's the purpose of that? You're not even on the show. Ain't nobody actually even talking to you where anybody can identify you. Why would some man put that in the comment? And a man would have a name. May not be his own name, maybe be some avatar name, but they'll have an actual name. It's just an S. Nobody cares, man. Nobody cares. That's a woman all day long. If it was a man, they'd have got on the panel already.
It's called honor. Honor means that you don't criticize stupid shit that people do. I guess that's what that means. That's how that translates. No, I'm asking you to type up a comment. What is your clear definition of leadership? Nobody ever gives a clear definition of leadership. And don't tell me, oh, well, it's not talking about women. Like, shut up. That's not what we're doing.
I don't even know why you're giving light to that, bro.
Sometimes I guess we just got to be a ruthless nice guy.
Yeah. I expect people to get upset because when they hear that they can't control dudes, they can't get dudes to do what they want, they should be upset. Because they losing out on free labor and free benefits.
Hey, but you know what? And I'm going to go ahead and tell y'all this. It's my mother. My mother's the one that taught me to shoot straight from the hip. It was my mother. She was the one. So you talk to my mother about that. You better be respectful too.
Man, bro, at the end of the day, what we up here talking about, anybody who got a problem with that has a problem with the black community getting better. So my thing is, screw them anyway.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Only a person that doesn't want the community to get better would not want men to talk sensibly about what men need to do and how to view women. You have to want the community to perish to be against that. So at the end of the day, you're a white supremacist anyway. I'm not gonna let no white supremacist move what I'm talking about.
Hey, classic Ruby Markle Lennox is quite funny. We letting it go. Yeah. So So we're talking about the ruthless nice guy, Jessica. All I'm saying is that you can't expect black women to celebrate and follow. I don't expect black women to do anything. It is your choice to do so. How we react is our choice. So
Jessica been in a space full of men and can't get enough.
Yeah,
she's really not to be taken seriously, in my opinion, because you've been around the black man's field for like a whole year. Many men done tried to help you and give you information, and if you've been around us this long and you cannot even secure a man, I don't even know what would help you at this point.
No, it's but let me explain it to you like this. It's It was like some female trolls were telling me back in the day, earlier in the group, the Facebook group. Black men being brutally honest with everyone for the audience's sake. That's basically where I got my quote unquote start in social media, as far as getting a thought process out there. They used to tell me that, and here's their reasoning: oh, we can't let y'all talk and just let it go unchecked. You can't just let you talk about us. That's what they, you know. That was the reasoning, man. That was the reasoning at the end of the day. Okay.
Or they're gonna check.
All right. We got brother Ray up here right now. What's going on, guy?
What's going on with it?
Oh, nothing, man. Go ahead. Tell us what's on your mind.
Hold on, let me cut that off because I was getting double back in my headphones. What Roger said was kind of true. You dig what I'm saying? He said, well, he want the black community to get better. And I'm really under the impression, you know what I mean? He said, well, we want black, we should unify. But I'm not sure Roger really willing to do what it takes for it to unify. The reason because there was a power. Wait.
No. You said I said we should. I didn't say we should unify, brother. You said we got to cut off. I said that people gonna have to get cut off.
Right. So my saying is, in order for us to make a change, a positive change, and improve our community, and really stand on it, that means we gonna go forward with or without individuals who if they don't want to go, leave them where they at. And for those who want to go, let's start building and get to work. But my thing is, there was a power, and there really is an economy that thrives off black people not unifying and having dysfunction at all times. So that means if you're willing to do that, and you're really serious about what you're saying, then you have to be willing to put your life on the line for it and take life forward, because that's what it's going to require. It's not going to require no talking, no super chatting, none of that. So now, if you ain't really down to give your life and take life for the betterment of your brother, it's all conversation. It's entertaining, but it's all conversation. But once you get ready to do it, then you can proceed forward and say, hey, this is what we're going to do. Hell or high water. Let's go forward.
Tell me what you mean by that. Did I kill you? Tell me what you mean.
What you talking about? Because the power that comes against those who will want to destroy what we are potentially build, that would mean, I give this example. Say, okay, we're gonna do. So we go pull our resources together. We buy 100 acres of land, and say, you know what? Those who want to take their business, want to chip in on this. We're gonna buy a bungalow, a piece on this land. We're gonna live on this land. We're gonna grow our own food. We're gonna do our thing over here and build our economy right here. There was a power, and quite naturally, it may be some females, may not. Who cares? But we're gonna build it anyway, whether they come or not. There is a power, because once if it ever gets out, that that's going on,
we already doing. You're basically saying do what we already doing.
Well, no, because it's talk. We talking.
No.
We talking about putting. Okay, go ahead.
Hold on. Do black men go to college?
Yes, they do.
Do they go to the military?
Yes, they do.
Do they get jobs?
Yes, they do.
Do they start businesses?
Yes, they do.
Do they do this for their benefit?
Yes.
Okay, then so they already doing it.
No. That's them and them only.
No, they are doing it now. You trying to tell what you now trying to tell me how they need to spend their money and how they need to position themselves. That's
No,
something a
no,
little
no,
different. See, now
no,
you're
no,
trying to take
no,
away personal choice.
no. I'm saying this. If we're talking about bettering the community, in order to
How
better
you gonna better it if you don't do those
in
things
order
I just brought up?
in order to better the community, you have to build the community, right? We
Brother,
have to build
brother,
it.
do black men? No, brother. What do you mean by build? Tell me what you mean by build.
Okay, that means
People mean a
pull
lot of
our
different stuff when they say build.
pull our resources together for one common goal. So if our common goal is if our common goal is
your definition. No, hold on. Your definition of build is I got to do what you want me to do.
no, I tell you what, you can do whatever you want to do with your money.
No. I'm asking about your definition.
I'm saying if you
we got to pull our you said we got to pull our
resources
which means
together,
I now
because
so
and
if I got to
that
pull
means
my resources, hold on. If I got to pull my resources, I got to agree to do something somebody else is doing too.
no.
That's really what that means. You cannot get away from that.
Here's what this means. That means trusting back, do business with black people. Okay. Try your best to do business with black people. I know it's tough because there's a lot of mistrust among black people. Let's call it what it is. It's a lot of
people can do that right now. I shop a lot of black owned stuff myself right now. So
me too.
That's
me too.
not
Yeah. No. We on the same page.
Well, no, I mean I get that we can't get everything from black people because black people don't own something in everything, but people can buy from black owned businesses right now. That definitely can be done.
Right. And so if we're going, we need to start with that. Start with that. Even if the dollar, instead of circulating in our community 6 minutes, at least it can circulate through black hands a day. We need to build like that. Try to seek out each other. Excuse me, like that.
Okay,
so,
I mean that's being done by the people who care. That's already being done by the people who care.
Yeah, and the thing is, and the reason why I say you have to stand on it, because a lot of times we have built that BS that Senator G talking about. We ain't built nothing. That's a lie. But the problem is, in which to a degree I understand, is that we will build it, and say we build a business, individual build a business, and it worth $2 billion. He will sell that business. Somebody come along and want to buy it for $8 million. And so the person will say, well, ain't nothing wrong with that. You made, man, they overpaid. But what he did was he sold his freedom, because they bought the business to kill the business.
No. I totally get that, Brother Ray, but this is the thing. Because I get where you're going. How do you get the mindset to not sell the business in the first place?
Because you have to see the value and the importance of having freedom.
No.
Because
but how
if you
does
don't
the person get that though?
I mean, the person who own it, or the person who, I mean, what are you talking about? The person who own it?
It's people every day. They make money and then they lose money. People go broke. How does a person get the mindset to hold on to what they've achieved?
Because you have to see value in what you achieve.
No. But how do they get to that mindset where they actually see the value?
Well,
where does that value come from?
Because if it was valuable enough to build, it has to be valuable enough to build, because you wouldn't build it. You have to see
how do they see? How is value translated to people? How do people understand value? Where does it come from? It comes from somewhere.
Well, first off, value is subjective.
Yeah, but whoever sees value in something, they had to get it from somewhere. Where does value come from?
He dropped off. Probably lost signal or something. Oh, there he is.
Right here, where there we go, right here. So a person has to see the value in maintaining. Now, where does the value come from? Well, it was important enough for you to build. And the thing is the why you built it. And so you built it for this reason. And a person now, again, whether the person see it or not, that's kind of up to him or whatever. But if the person don't see the value in maintaining the freedom, right? Because owning the business is freedom. So you should be a person should, in my humble opinion, maintain it so that folk can be free. Not that it's nothing, you're making a $6 billion profit. What I'm saying is this: we have to, when we own businesses, see the value in having freedom. And because the
And how does a person get to the part of having the value of the freedom, Brother Ray?
well, the thing is,
If they don't, hold on, Brother Ray.
Okay,
This is what I'm saying. I get what you're saying,
right?
but why would somebody keep something they don't see value in?
Well, you built the business, and if somebody wants to buy,
Brother Ray.
okay, go ahead.
People become successful every day in
Right.
all kinds of different areas. You
Yeah,
got people who play professional sports, and then they say within like 5 years of them leaving professional sports, even though they've made millions of dollars, sometimes hundreds of millions, and they still broke.
Right.
At the end of the day, those people did not see a certain level of value to end up in the position they're in. How do you get people to see value in things?
Well, them being broke at the end of 5 years, that goes to the point of
bro. It's not about them. I'm just saying, using them as one example. There's people who get money and lose money every day. They say
Right.
the average lottery winner is back on the same job within 2 years of winning.
Right.
How do you get people to see value in something?
Well, you can't equate building something from the ground up to winning the lottery and
I'm not equating anything. I'm not equating anything. I'm just asking, how do people see value in anything?
Well, I would say this, especially the value in freedom. You started the business so you can have a certain level of freedom. That's why you start a business. You don't start a business to be under the thumb of someone else.
People go to prison every day, Brother Ray. People go to prison every day.
Right.
Are you saying those people, do those people value their freedom?
No.
Okay. So how do you get?
They don't value freedom over.
So how do you? Okay, this is what I'm saying. How do you get people to see value in anything?
Well, the thing is, if you're asking me, well, how can I get a person who owns his business to see the value in the business?
No. I'm asking, how do you get any person to see value in any particular thing? I don't care what example you use.
Well, if I can on the outside, like convince a person not to sell it, or just see, man, see the value in it. The fruits of whatever you're doing should determine how much value you see in what you're doing. So that's what I'm saying.
You use an example of somebody selling a business, which means they didn't see it. They didn't see it. They built it and they still didn't see it.
No. Here's why I put the numbers that I put on there. I put the business is worth $2 billion, and somebody comes and buy it for $7 to $9 billion. Reason why they're buying it is to get the brand out the way. But if it's a $2 billion business and you don't build it like that, a person with those type of results should see the value and the freedom of having an entity that's producing that type of revenue for them and their people.
No,
so
Brother
I'm
Ray,
not saying
I get it. I get it. You don't know how value is created. That's really what's going on. You don't know how value is created. You may have some values, but you just don't know how you got them.
Well,
it's not bad that you have values, but unless you understand how you were ever to even have values, then there's nothing you're gonna say that's gonna help other people have a value. You got to understand where value come from.
That's what I'm saying. If you was value, in my humble opinion, comes from the desired results of your actions. That's where it comes from.
Let me put it like this, brother Ray, because you said you a father,
right.
Okay,
right,
and my natural assumption is to assume that your child has value to you, correct?
Yes.
Right. All right. Now, there's people that don't even have value in their own children, yet they did have a child. So it doesn't make a difference what the thing is that you're relating it to. What I'm saying is value has to be created. Do you understand how value is created? Period.
Well, wait a minute. Now, if you're saying value as in, because value is kind of subjective. So when I say,
people have value in different things. Just like there's people that don't value their own child, you value your child.
Right. So
same result, two different value systems.
Right. So I can't get nobody to value anything. Like I would.
No, I'm not saying you. I'm not saying it's your job. You got to do it. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying there is a way that value is created.
How is value created? Enlighten me, because obviously I'm ignorant on how value is created. Enlighten me. I don't know.
No, I get it, and that's why I'm gonna tell you. It's created by talking to people. That's the first thing you do to create value. The first thing you do to create value, you have to talk to people. You have to give people understanding about things. You have to allow them to see what you say and compare it to what they see in the world. Then from what you say, they're going to start picking what they want to have value in. That's why teaching is so important.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay. Let me think about that. So, talking about value, something that's valuable. Now, maybe I'm doing this from a different paradigm, as to where my thing is, I believe that people see better than they hear. And so you can talk about it, and really you are creating you're planting a seed, as in make them curious about whatever you're talking about. You have to make, if a person has absolutely no value, you know what I mean? Well, no concept of value, and they don't value nothing, including themselves. And here I am, I'm born, I value myself, I love myself first, even above my kid, because I'm supposed to. So I value myself, I love myself. You know what I mean? I value my son. I love my son. He values himself, and he loves himself. I didn't have to talk him into doing it. It just happened. I can't explain how it happened.
Brother Ray. Because I didn't hear everything you said. I didn't hear everything you said because I'm on the phone and somebody tried to call me. What I'm telling you is that is created through teaching. People will accept information and they're gonna reject other information. When you're born, you have no values. When you a person who lives a life a certain way has a lot to do with what they're taught as a child. Once they become an adult, they even start rejecting some of those things. That's why you have people that's been raised Christian, but they become Muslims. So, you know what I'm saying? You can use all type of religious examples under that. You know what I'm saying? There's people who will convert religions because they value a person. Well, I like this guy. I really want to be with him, but the guy, he's a Jew. I got to switch to Judaism to be with him. They'll switch because they value that person.
Right.
See what I'm saying? The value starts from what you are taught.
Oh, wow. That's kind of because how can I put it?
I'm on the fence with that.
If no one teaches you anything, you have nothing to compare anything to. Because when you're an adult, you start rejecting You reject what you want, you accept what you want. But values come through teaching.
So you're a product of your environment.
No, I mean, not necessarily, because you can reject a whole lot. I mean, to a certain degree, yes, because you only know what you know, but you can reject a whole lot. You see what I'm saying? The same way you can teach a person to be a Christian as a child, but they absolutely reject it as an adult because now they have a choice. So you can make them go to church when they're a kid. You see what I'm saying? You can make them read this book when they're a kid. And then once they become an adult, they could just say, I'm an atheist. I don't believe in God at all. You see what I'm saying? Ain't nothing you can do about it at that point because now they have a choice. So
That's more of a
my
moral.
point.
That's more of a moral.
And then,
But you can apply that to anything, not just religion. You see what I'm saying? That's why I said a woman who chooses a man but he's only going to take a Jewish wife. She will convert her religion because she values the man.
but she wasn't taught about the man.
No, my point is it's not a morality thing.
But she wasn't taught.
It's
She
the fact
wasn't taught about this man. She wasn't spoken to about this man that she's converted from Christianity to Judaism.
She was taught whatever she was taught at the time she met that man. But when she really wanted to be with that man, and he said his requirement is, in order for me to be with you, you're gonna have to convert. So she left what she was taught to be with him because she valued him that much, and he's not a religion.
Okay.
So
it's not about morality.
Or valuing what your value is based on what you see your time invested in.
Is what you learn about the world. You have to teach value in the first place. When you start teaching value, people are gonna apply what they want to the real world. Okay, some stuff will be rejected, some stuff will be accepted,
and everybody don't arrive at the same time either. So you got some young punks and some old fools out there. You know what I'm saying? They ain't like everybody ain't gonna get it at the same time.
Exactly. My whole point to this was, anytime somebody says something about people talking, it's not from a good place and it's not an intelligent place. No one's gonna get value in anything unless they're taught something. Period. If you put a baby out in the wilderness, what does a baby value?
Its surroundings. Actually, somebody have to teach that baby, because the baby is like a unwritten book, so it's ready to adapt to anything that it can learn. And
exactly.
Here is what I'm receiving, and I guess what Roger is saying. Roger is saying the person has to be taught, but now is he talking about taught from experience or taught from word of mouth?
Well,
if you talk from experience, then okay. Well, if a person experienced X, Y, and Z,
you can learn from. You can learn from.
Dummies have to learn everything from experience. Smart people learn from different places. So it just depends on how dumb the person is.
I won't even say that, Roger. I'll put it in a much more way where I won't insult anybody. My thing is, you have the choice to either meet people where they are, or you have the choice to teach. And if you're gonna teach, you meet them where they are, and then maybe they will find value. Because I'm gonna tell you, I've had people around me that were like, man, that's interesting about you. How did you find what was so unique about you? And that was a value right there. And they took value in this themselves, No,
I get what you're saying. I was only saying what I was saying because, you'll have some people who say you have to go through the experience to learn it. Those are dummies. If you can't learn without the experience, you're dumb, because you got to learn everything through experience. That's a very dumb thing to do. I don't think God created anybody to be that stupid. So to me, that's a choice that people make.
And I feel like some people like, man, I've never been married before. I just want to get the experience. And I'm like, bro, think about that shit before you do it.
Right. You can, and the thing, and also, now, if it's a business, say a person want to start a business, right? A person want to start a business. Now, you know what I mean? It's good to have mentors, but you're not going to learn about running a business until you actually run a business.
Well,
You understand what I'm saying?
that comes with researching, though, bro. You have to research first, you know, and a lot of people don't have that power or that willpower to get out and research, because sometimes it's right there, right in your face. It's you have to open your eyes.
Or you can learn from somebody else who is going down that road, and they can give you, here's the bumps, here's the side things, these are the hurdles that you're gonna come across. Because I'm in the same. I did, you know, that person went down that road, like you said, marriage. People who've been married and been divorced, like dudes, they can give you that experience, and 9 out of 10 times what they told you, it's coming, and it has happened. I've heard it before. These are the bumps, these are the roads they consume. You try to save, they hide things, their credit. There's things that we don't know. They've done a hell of a job on that. I mean, experience is your best teacher. That is something that's real. Experience is your best teacher.
Right. And the world the world's the biggest school. You'll continue to learn every day of your life. I don't give a fuck if you're 50. You still
that is true. When your ass go to the grave, they said you learn till you hit that grave, and nobody knows the unknown. Do you continue to learn in the afterlife? Because nobody came back to even tell you.
I had to learn to value myself. I had to learn to value myself. I had to learn that there was value. I had to actually sit there. It got to one point, and you know, I can admit this in front of people because I don't give a fuck what y'all say afterwards. It was one point that I didn't value myself. You know, and that's a really that's so it is so unnecessary. It's so unnecessary to devalue yourself, because not only did you lose to other people, you lost to yourself, so it's doubly fucked. So value yourself of anybody else first, and don't care what these people say about you.
True.
But he talked about the business aspect. I want to hear the business part. Yeah, that is very important. The business, you know, the research is so important. You know, you're gonna fail. You know, but what I've learned is, you know, when I kept failing in business, I took my ass to school. You know,
but you took the lessons. You took the lessons that you learned.
Yeah, because you can't learn from everybody else. However, you can go to school and learn the fundamentals, but it's not going to be a guarantee that you're going to really be successful. It's just like a person going to barbering school. You can go to school to be a fucking barber and learn and pass the state board, but that don't mean you're going to be the best barber and that you can really cut hair.
Hey, Nino, check. Raj, go ahead.
I was going to say my whole point to this, because when Brother Ray came up, and it's not a knock on you, Brother Ray, that's why I was trying to show you that you did value certain things. That's why I said, use the example how you value your son or your daughter versus somebody else who don't value their child at all. You got the same result, but you got two totally different value systems. The thing is, if you saying people just talk, no, some people are talking to teach, because there's people who need to learn, and there's people who need to relearn things, and there's people who need to be reminded things. One of the most dangerous things in Black America is people saying you just talking.
And guess what?
Because now what I'm saying is that type of things tells people that education is not important. Because that's what
no. I don't.
Let me say something. But when you do go to school, you find big head scientists where the professors are head to head with each other. You know, they're like, oh, well, I didn't teach it the way she taught it, so I'm going to teach you my way.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So you have to take the fundamentals, the basics, and make that shit your own and value it. You get what I'm saying?
Let me interject because this is the conversation I'm having with people who we went to college and graduated. Now, back in the how should I start off? First of all, what Kevin said about he thought he wasn't shit. Let me tell you something. That was given to us by something called television programming. Now, let me say something about education, because I got a degree in education. Do you know that 99.9% of everything they taught us is a fucking lie, and the educational system is bullshit, especially college? Let me go back to when I was young and I watched things. The high school at that time, when it wasn't segregated, it was blacks or people of color, and the other people of color on this side of the fence. On our side of the fence, they had mechanics, they had wood shop, they had all of these things. So when these guys came out of high school, y'all know the first thing they did? They went to open up their own business. One of them was dry cleaner, and it was very successful. On the other side of the track, those guys were learning about stocks and bonds and stuff like that. Now, equally, the money was great on both sides. One side knew this, one side knew this. As soon as King came with that integration bullshit, it messed everything up. So the education that we're talking about is TRASH, trash. Because still, at the end of the day, once I got older and started looking at some, I say, well, let me follow the money. I found out things that I'm like, these son of a guns, they lied to us. Everybody now that I graduated from, I ask this question now when I talk to them. Did we get a proper education? We all said, hell no, we did not. Because
I agree with that.
You know the one thing they didn't teach us in the 70s, in the 80s? Finance. They taught us how to get a job, but they didn't teach us finance, how to create our own. You guys have that entrepreneurial spirit.
And that's why you got to know the school to go to too, because like out here, you know, Sacramento State is a school that teaches you how to be something. UC Davis teaches you how to research. Just complete. It's all based on science and research.
Wow. And see, that's where Judge Joe Brown come from, that West Coast, which he's a lawyer and he was a fantastic researcher. Kareem, what's the famous Jackie Robinson, all of those guys, Woody Strode, they're very intelligent guys, man. Very intelligent. But that's that California flavor.
So I wanted to just jump in here real quick.
Well, let me say this real quick, Albert, before you get in. I wasn't even talking about formal education.
Okay.
This is the thing. You got black people who do exactly what Brother Ray did. Now, I'm not gonna tell you Brother Ray did it intentionally in a negative way. I ain't gonna say that much about him. You know what I'm saying? But when the black people come in and say, well, you just talking, and see, I already had laid out the examples. Do black men go to college? Do black men have jobs? Do they go to the military? Do they have businesses? He could say yes to all that. But he came in like, oh, y'all just talking.
Really?
People keep trying
okay. Well, no. Fuck all that. Fuck all that, Roger. You're doing that the nice way. I had to deal with this bullshit, listening to 4 hours of this Jessica X bullshit with dudes coming in there feeding that shit. Here's the reality situation. The reason why dudes say that you just talking because they don't like what's being said, but they really don't have the ability to challenge it. Remember, I forget which is the dude that said this, but he said, I only debate my equals, everybody else I teach. The reality is if they could knock out what we were saying on an equal playing field, they just would. And they know people that do that know they can't do that. So what they try to do is say we are just talking. So this is I'm not about to flip the table here. I'll say this. Dennis Spurl, say what you want to about us, because at the end of the day, we know Kev's married. Everybody else is not trying to present their credentials to you. But what I will say is for the people that are willing to do that, for example, Dr. Tiasan Johnson, who has a PhD in this shit, aka just talking. Same thing with Dr. Tommy Curry, PhD in the shit we're talking about, aka just talking. And even if you want to say, okay, they're academics, so fuck them, because that they literally have PhDs in just talking. Okay, take Dennis Sperling. Dennis Sperling is a millionaire lawyer. He has his own law practice. He has been through shit with women. He is actually about engaged to a woman thanks to Kevin Samuels. When he didn't even think he would get remarried like that. He was reserved with not being like that. He raising his sons, has property in the DR. I believe the woman is black but is Dominican. My point is, we can show you plenty of dudes that ain't just talking. Glendon Cameron, even though he's not in this space, he just did a video talking about the delusions of hood rats and shit like that from his perspective. If it's really the you think dudes are just talking, you need people to prove to you that the shit that they're doing outside of this shit, we have more than enough people that we can show you that say the same shit that we're saying.
But
it's not a thing that we can. I don't even gotta. I could put my own shit out there, but I'm not gonna do that because I personally don't give a damn what people say.
I don't.
We talked about
it is meant that way when they say it's just talking. It's meant a couple of.
We were talking about building the community. That's what we were talking about.
Okay, so so hold on. Okay, so hold on. So when you let's get away from that. When you talk about building the community, the issue, the reason the community. Okay, let me ask you this: why is the community not being built? What is the thing that's damming up the river that would be building the community?
What would you
know?
What I say?
Fuck that. He's the one saying we just talking. So I want to know what's the difference in us just talking and what is the just talking stopping from really happening?
Brother Ray, answer that. Because go ahead and answer that.
Okay.
Try to answer that.
All right. The reason why I say it's just talk, okay, is because from this talking, it has to leave the computer. It has to go actually outside.
You need to you need to define that. You're not defining that. I asked you to define it. Don't help him.
I'm explaining how I want to explain it. Period. I'm saying when I say just talking, I'm saying unless you are willing to give your life in order for us to be unified, because there is a power that thrives on us not being unified. And so if you're not willing to give life or take life to ensure that unity, you're just talking.
That's not the kind of community that most.
So nigga, are you fuck that? Are you willing to do that? Or hold on, if you did, are you in the military?
Yeah.
Are you? So you come from the military?
I'm willing to do that.
Wait a minute.
Are you do you have military training?
That don't matter.
No. Because hold on. The reason why I say that, The reason why I say that is anybody that's thinking on that level. Shout out to Jason Black because he's done videos about this of dudes that are in the military. I'm not gonna make this shit go left, Kevin. So I got you. Of people that have military training and the dudes that can talk from that strategic standpoint, even when it comes to protecting their own communities. They don't go off the rails as far as give life and take life, but these are people that actually had a credibility to speak on shit like that because they had a military training, and you don't even have to have that. Hell, a lot of these white dudes, they do survivalist shit. You know, so even though they don't have former military training. So this is actually what just talking looks like. Because the people that I told you about, I believe in group economics. I'm not on that kill. I'm not on that black extremist. You got to kill people to create a black nation shit. If you feel that way, my thing is, my thing is take your ass to another country. Because that's going to be the easier way to do it. Because ultimately, nigga, I'm telling you something. You're going to lose that battle. There is no black men are going to take life. You just said that.
I understand what you're talking about when you say that, bro. The thing is,
but dudes say that and they don't stand on it. He just said, if you're not willing to take life and give your life, everything else is bullshit.
Hey,
go ahead.
Check it out. It's just another.
What you do is just think about. Think about what you gotta say, bro.
Because you gotta check it out.
You gonna have to mute him.
Let me talk. Coming from the military,
you go overseas.
You gonna have to mute everybody.
Have you defend and kill in foreign spots overseas? They say, you know, I said terrorist threat or whatever threat, foreign or domestic, right? Motherfuckers put in work foreign, but when they come to the fucking domestic, and you look at your community and you see what the fuck is against your community, systemic and all that, nobody pointing out the domestic fucking threats that got to be handled militarily and everything, right? The other thing.
So give me an example of the domestic threats.
The pigs, nigga. Are you serious? Are you serious?
Hold on. Hey, before y'all go off track, because this wasn't even about all that. I'm gonna tell you what it's about. Because this ain't Brother Ray first time.
Well, that's what he said. I asked him a question, and that's where he decided to go.
Hey, I understand all that. But Brother Ray, Brother Ray ain't willing. If he willing to go put some bodies out there, he can do that tonight. He don't need nobody to help him with that. But
that literally is what you said.
I understand. Community that's ready for that. 1% of the community, bro. And they ain't finna do it because you don't have enough support.
But that wasn't the point, Brogus. It wasn't even the point of his conversation. That's my whole thing. He just threw that out there. That wasn't the point of his conversation. Because if that was his actual point, he'd have killed somebody already.
You're not getting what I'm saying. You're not getting what I'm saying.
No, brother Ray, I get what you're saying, brother.
No,
and I
you was giving me.
I'm saying
enough people, brother Ray. There's enough people who've been in the media for doing stuff wrong to black people. You got plenty of targets out there. There's plenty of them. So if you bout that life, there's plenty of them to go take out. So I don't really.
Yeah, I'm not gonna offer up names, but we know the first person that started off all the last 5 years of killing black men. We know the name of that person. I'm not even gonna name it because I don't want this to get tagged. And it don't take all the support of black people to do that. So that's bullshit.
No. My point is,
I want to let all y'all get it out because I still got something I want to say. So I want everybody to get everything out.
He just didn't know what to say, man.
Hold up. I know one goddamn thing. Everybody better start talking one at a time. Like seriously. This talking over each other bullshit. That's not good for the audience.
It's not.
So talk one at a goddamn time. Please.
Right.
I shouldn't have to say yo. Wait. I shouldn't have to say that 20 times. So please, gentlemen, please.
Right. You can't have a kingdom over here. The type of kingdom that you want over here. That type of kingdom will not be established here. The thing is, most black folks really want relief. They never want a revolution. They want relief. So in the aspect of, you know what I'm saying, these people devils murking and murdering the motherfucking world and everything, nigga just really want their piece of the pie and they crumbs so they just build or whatever, you know what I'm saying? They don't want their own kingdom. So if you're presenting, you know what I'm saying, your own kingdom to the space, cats ain't really about that like that.
Right. I get it. Brother.
Yeah, I'm waiting to have my 2 cents.
Roger's next. Gerald, then Edward.
Thank you.
My thing is squash all that, y'all. What he said ain't got.
No, I'm not squashing that.
Okay, no. Hear what I'm saying. What he's saying ain't got nothing to do with that. Brother Ray has a pattern. Okay, Brother Ray don't like black women being criticized. He don't like black women being put in check. He don't like black men leading. When he comes to panels, he say a bunch of stuff to try to take the focus off black women because he don't want black men to lead black women. That's Brother Ray's issue. He tries to throw out a grenade to get the whole conversation sidetracked. That's why he came up here and said, "Y'all just talking." He's trying to be disrespectful to black men because he don't like when black women are being criticized about stuff they need to change. It bothers him. That's all it's really come down to at the end of the day. If y'all want to take that military talk seriously, then ask the brother how many bodies he got. He don't need nobody to point to people who've been doing black people wrong. He already got that information. It's all over. He got the internet. We own it right now. If he needs targets, they're plentiful. So my thing is,
can he defend himself on that? What you saying? Can he defend himself on that?
No.
Yeah, I want to defend myself on that.
My point is, you don't have to argue what's already been proven. He ain't about the military action because that wasn't his point. And if he really believed that, he'd already have the body. If that's what he really believes.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Y'all already patched it up. Y'all said, I'm sorry, man. I'm not trying to insult. Like right now, I mean, what's going on right now? I mean, what's up?
Saying, my whole thing is this.
Thank you. Say
we said, and we want to build a community. We want to unify. We want to get everything together, and you know what I mean, and just live and really do business with each other. I'm saying my whole point. There is a power that really thrives on the dysfunction of black people. So now,
most black people don't have a problem with that.
Okay, I don't want to interrupt, but that ain't Roger, Gerald, and then me. So I mean, are we really gonna go in order, or is that something that's just being said?
We're gonna go in order because I want him to defend this, and I want to say something next.
Hey, hold on. If we're talking to Brother Ray, he should get to respond. Then Gerald,
Thank you, sir.
then Edward. So Brother Ray respond,
Well,
then Gerald,
hold on.
then Edward.
Let me finish what I was saying. Because at the end of the day, like I said, he just threw that out there. Well, his whole context ain't got nothing to do with that. That's to get y'all to argue about something that don't even matter to him. Okay? If it mattered to him, he'd already have the bodies at this point. There's nothing stopping him from going to get the bodies at this point. So it's not even about that. The thing is, I just broke down to the man about how value is created. If you want to improve the black community, we have to put value in the black community. And I literally just went through how you create value. And I really just showed him what black men are already doing. He already agreed that they're in college. He already agreed that they have jobs. He already agreed that they've started business, and he's already agreed that they're in the military. So black men are doing the things they need to do to improve the community. The issue is that black women aren't cooperating with the men that are doing. And that makes Brother Ray uncomfortable. And that's all it is to it at the end of the day.
Gerald.
Yes.
Gerald.
Okay,
Gerald.
Thank you. I say this about this getting the bodies. And let me say this. Y'all got to recognize who platform this is. You never give your opposition your position in this, y'all. So we're talking about taking bodies. Like, let's kind of calm down on that. Let's not give them our idea. Let them guess at that. That's all I kind of want to say. Don't give them our position. I'll be pretty pissed, y'all, if we at this position going to battle and we're talking about it and they can spy on us and they got it. Don't give them that. That's all I got to say. Next.
Okay, so I want to jump in here because first of all, let the record show that I asked an open-ended question. That's the route he chose to go. Okay, that's the route he chose. And I said before I even said that is the goal was basically to try to discredit what we're talking about. So let me explain a little bit as to why we're doing what we're doing. First of all, nobody here ever said, I don't know why people come to this space and believe that this is some kind of like organizational movement. This meant like motherfuckers, like there's people out there that they take your money saying that's exactly not the bodies thing, but saying that's exactly what they intend to do. People like Dr. Umar Johnson, Brother Polite, and then we already know where that shit goes. And these are people that actually profess to do it. And there's some good people out there, just like there's some good people in the black church. Shout out to Kevin Crosby. There's some people out there. Shout out to Dr. Claude Anderson. You know, I'll even give Jason Black a lot of credit with that, because people say that he's just talking when it comes to them documentary films. They say Tariq Nasheed is just talking, even though Tariq Nasheed has done his part in connecting a lot of elders with a lot of newer generation. It's people that are trying to dismiss the work that other people are doing, and that's the work they proclaim to do. First of all, in the manosphere, we don't proclaim to do that. We proclaim to keep black men aware, black men elevate black men's awareness as to what their situation is, all enemies, because all enemies ain't just the quote unquote pigs. And then let me go straight to the heart of the situation as to what was talked about. This idea of going to that level. Anybody that's I'm not in the military, but I know enough to know anybody that's in the military understands full spectrum dominance. They also understands America's concept of soft power versus hard power. The truth is, any black man who will tell, we have 44 million black people in the United States of America. We have roughly about 20 is more black women than black men. We have about 12, 13 million black adults. If you take out immigrants, because they're not going to fight that fight for you, you're really down let's say you got a cool 10 million. Here's the reality. This country has already fought a civil war. This country knows how to suppress people. This country knows how to suppress their white population when their white population are much more armed than we are. Like, it's not even statistically significant. This country knows, like, black people are not the only people that this country has had to suppress. They know how to suppress people. And here's the thing. It's never going to get to that. The thing that black people are having a problem with is not even a hard power instance. It's the soft power. And this is why black men love to talk about the white man. The reality is you won't get the ability to go after the white man, because what's going to happen is the same thing that's going to happen to the dude in Dallas. they're going to just take a little robot and have it find your ass. It'll be the same thing that happened in Philly years ago where they drop a bomb, which is going to shut everybody out. It doesn't matter the support. Another thing, too, look at people like Hezbollah, who has arguably a lot more support in the situation, and the Israelis have a lot less power, yet they have them boxed in. You can show the same thing in Africa, where there's a lot of rebels, and they got a lot more support in their areas. The reality is America will never allow that type of chaos to happen. And the issue is you got to go through groups before you get to the white man. First of all, I'm not even going to start with the obvious because that's easy and people will say I'm just playing a gender war game. So let's start with the non-obvious. Most military people are indoctrinated. Hold on. Most military people are indoctrinated, including black. Most black men in the military are for that flag first, not for their skin first. And if you put them in a position where they have to make a choice, they're going to choose the flag a lot more than they're not going to, because they will filter out. That is the first thing they do when they get you in that basic. It is to make you to be nationalistic. That's where that Captain America kind of saying comes from. A lot of these military guys are in the police force. Yep. So the very pig they work along with. In blue, I'm not saying everybody's like that, but it's more than enough. In reality, you're already at a disadvantage because even if they were all on our side. Another thing with the fucking what do you call it, the special services folks, they don't let a lot of black men in the special services. It ain't because they can't swim, it's because they are aware that can happen, and they make very sure they never create the numbers necessary unless they have the strategic reason of doing so. Like, for instance, they start to move AFRICOM more into Africa versus Germany to actually elevate those numbers, because they are very aware of people in the special services have the ability to teach others how to do stuff. So they know who they got, where they got. They even have understanding as to how. You think that all the black people that are millionaires, they don't understand who those are? Like, they have a floor, they have all that stuff. It would never come to what you're talking about. So what happens is it becomes all this testosterone about what people are doing. And the last thing I'm gonna say is the thing that is the most obvious. I'm telling you right now, your women will be the first ones to sell your ass out. They will be the first ones. And here's the thing, they are the Trojan horse. That all they got to do is, as soon as you're doing it, they got it. Most of your black on black crime is really activated by, I'd argue at least a third of it is activated by females sending dudes off send-off missions that they get testosterone over wanting to protect. You know, like you have a judicial system where most women are not going in there to be fucking defense attorneys. They're going in there to be prosecutors. And then you got black females that are fucking sending cash apps to niggas that are in prison because they like how they look. All that shit has to be unpacked in order for you to actually create a direct thing to even get to what you're talking about. And the only way to do that is basically by to acknowledge what the truth is. So people think they can en route around that and just say, I'm going to go after the white man. The white man is not just the Caucasian. The white man is Hispanic. The white man is all these immigrants. Hell, the white women are, the white people are all these, these Arabs, they're considered white. They are going to side with them over you. So you are not just dealing with a quote unquote white man. And make no mistake, them Africans ain't helping you if it come down to that. The black Brazilians ain't helping us. They don't do what we did for them. We believe hold on, I'm almost done. We believed in projecting. Remember, Pan-Africanism came from us and the Caribbeans, and really they had had to come here because the Caribbeans weren't really feeling it like that. They do not believe that as much as we do. So we will be truly on our own. So when people talk about it's just a matter of willing to die, I don't care if you do what the Japanese did and you just start blowing yourselves up. That ain't gonna do nothing but a thing and give them an excuse to, quite frankly, do what they wanted to do. So obviously that's talking a lot of shit. What is the solution? If somebody's thinking like that, in my opinion, the solution is to just keep your American citizenship, because you keep your access to the American markets, and just put yourself in a position to go overseas. Like go to Africa. That's what I would say. There's enough African Americans over there. And then build your own shit up, and then maybe America will change, maybe America will fall off, and then you handle it there. But for people to just stay here from a strategic, if you're looking at it from a military strategic standpoint, this is no. And that's how I know people are just putting batteries in their back. And as far as even saying that, like, I know he be one of the first ones to be off that bullshit, talking that bullshit. So people can talk that shit all day, but at the end of the day, man, you wouldn't even take what we saying seriously. You wouldn't even take what the shit we say seriously on YouTube if that's why people are really outraged.
I want you to keep this on the mind because I don't want to jump in front of Roll. But with all you saying that, you got to come back and answer why is that? Everything you fucking just said, you got to tell me why is that. So put that in the back of your mind. I didn't mean to jump in, Rogue. So Roguish.
Well, what do you mean? Why is it?
Because I mean, everything. I don't want to jump in, Rogue, because you got to give me a reason. Why is it we're in this situation now? Because there is an answer why you said that. Why is it that? But we're in that situation. Rogue's turn, but I just want you to put that question in the back of your head so you can come back.
We've been talking about the why. The why doesn't matter. The why is not going to change why it is. The why is not going to change what has to be unwound.
Okay, I'm sorry, Rogue, but I still want you to answer why is it like that. So just keep that in mind, Rogue. Sorry, didn't mean to jump in.
The thing is, the mentality of the populace is along with the system. So in an aspect of going at America, it ain't about going at America, going at white man, and nothing like that, right? I think what Brother Ray was presenting was on an aspect of once you rebuild a community, try to find ways in which to protect it against everything. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you got the soft attacks, but you also got the hard attacks, and that's one thing that it's really kind of sad that Black people not, take care of that in mass. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's not even a value or something. Niggas just get used to getting mega murdered out this bitch. You know what I'm saying? From birth until they die, whatever. And that's supposed to be regular life. Now, I ain't saying to, go at the pigs and nothing like that. What I'm saying is stop viewing them as police. They are an enemy, especially for those of us who've been in the military, been overseas, seen motherfuckers in combat. You look at them conditions, you look at all those factors, and then you come here and you see, damn, there's a lot of parallels when it comes to this motherfucker on my folks, right? Ain't nothing wrong for pointing out the motherfucking parallels. Ain't nothing wrong for handling the parallels the way that they need to be handled, right? But also understanding that the populace is not alone with that. The mentality of the populace that really want something for self, they just rather be given it. You know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers want handouts, and that's basically what it is. So in an aspect of establishing a community, I think that there was a break in between Brother Ray and Raj and Kevin, an aspect of what a community, how they define a community. You know what I'm saying? I think that was an assumed definition. So perhaps, that needs to be put out there first.
Well, the difference is me and Ray we've heard Ray talk on multiple platforms that we deal with. So this isn't so I get what you're saying, but we know this is why Roger was saying what he was saying, because this is the first time he's ever brought something up like this. And this is not the first time this question has been posed to him. And it's always something different. And it all comes back to you all need to stop talking because I don't like it. Because we have just to be throw you an olive branch, we have a guy in the Manosphere, and he's in it, but he doesn't do content like that. His name is Jay Shine. And Jay Shine is definitely, so he's kind of he comes on here and talks. This dude is in the military. This dude has national security clearance. He's over there in Germany. He's doing big stuff. And he comes to the street. So the language that you're talking is definitely language he can understand, definitely language he has the credibility to kind of give you answers on a lot more than I do. And he's never said it hardcore like that, but he has put it out there. My thing also about the enemy thing is, the reality, again, a lot of your Black police occupy that same thing, and they actually will go harder than even the white police will go in many ways. So it's not just
it ain't got nothing to do with white.
And hold on, but here's the thing: you want to point that out. I get what you're saying. Hold on. You want to point that out, but Gerald came to the why. The reason why Black men don't have the mentality that you're talking about is because Black men are are socialized to be that way. They're socialized to be docile. Do you agree with that statement, or do you disagree with that statement?
Docile. Well, they docile to kill the enemy, but they're damn sure.
Well, let's say black men are so. It don't matter if it's docile or not. Black men are socialized to be a certain way. Do you agree with that or not?
Yes, they are socialized to be a
okay. Outside of the educational system, who has the biggest hand in how a black man is socialized?
Well, I do know that the system has the control of the power, and I gotta say that single mother is also a hand.
The system ain't got nothing to do with what you teach your kid in your house. The system ain't got nothing to do. The system ain't got nothing to do with who you choose to have a fucking kid with. That's a choice. And again, and here's another thing. When we talk about enemies, foreign and domestic, with everybody that really got that, really, when I say about that life, I'm talking about the way he framed it. What everybody has in common is like that. They don't delineate. You are either on code or you're not on code. You don't get this pass because you are a certain gender, or maybe you're a certain. When you're off code, you are treated just like that, and that's how they keep their stuff focused. You start from internal, and then you go external. You don't say I want to win a championship and worry about what other teams are doing. You worry about getting that culture right within your own community. Let's give an example of how it does work. The Nation of Islam. The Nation of Islam has their internal shit under control. Yeah, we could talk about what's going on with Scientology in a little bit, but my point is they are on.
I do.
I know people in it. They are on.
I really know about the nation, so
I know.
I'm gonna listen to what you gotta say.
What I'm saying, hold on. What I'm saying is, well, let's be clear here. If you compare the nation to the Hoteps, the nation has their stuff a lot more under control than the Hoteps do. So my question is, no matter what you say, because you may know more than I do about the nation, but no matter what you say, what I would tell you is, tell me an organization in the black community, ADOS black community, that has it or more on code than them. So regardless of this,
I just wanted to hear what you had to say. You're correct. Okay.
Yeah. The nation is an entity of its own, and it's about.
So we look. Everybody doesn't agree with the nation, but the reality is, if you compare the nation to the black church, who the black church at one point had a lot of power in the black community back in the day. This is where, if you're a group economic person, the way that you the people with money met the people on the ground was through the black church. This is where a lot of business was done, was through the black church. That's why they were the first people that need to be corrupted. Then you got the when I say hotels, I don't say that in like a disparaging way. I'm just saying they were like the alternative, saying, okay, the church, because that's the white man's religion and all of that, so do this alternative. And really what it turns out is a lot of them, some of them do good work, but a lot of them are just trying to do the same thing the church is doing, be this matriarchal entity. My point, I'm not trying to blame the women, but what I'm saying is your women are your biggest vulnerability. And if you don't have that under control, I don't care how it happens, then there's nothing you can do, because they are always a switch that can be short-circuited around you. That's the problem. And it's so bad in the black community that black men have the mind of a black woman. The collective black zeitgeist is that of a black woman.
How many years? Real quick. Go ahead.
I mean, that's what I like to say off what Ed is saying, man. As black men, we need to check the communists inside of each and every single one of us, because that's how Mao took over, man. He let the women, he used the women to set the culture, and the men were the muscle of the culture that he used the women to set as. So as black men, we're gonna have to check these colonial or power moves that people have used as other leaders to take over communities, because nothing's new under the sun. So we're gonna have to check the communists inside of us and be real men.
But
I mean, like, what is that? What does that even mean? Like, the communists inside of us. Like, the thing is, America is the most capitalistic country the world has ever had, for the most part. It's not about communism. To me, that's like a deterrent to what's really going on. Because the problem, because because the thing is, black people don't have the liberals are not communists. The liberals, there's more wealthy congressmen that are in the Democratic Party than there are Republicans. They're dealing, so they're not communists. That's not how this corporate. If you said like the College of Corporations, then you would have me. But this communist, see, that's a side thing. I think that's kind of like a
listening. I got somebody here that's listening, and he said that he don't believe that you believe in black people.
Ooh, answer that.
Okay, what does that mean? Fine, he can believe that. He can believe that. What the fuck am I supposed to say with that? Am I supposed to prove my undying love for black people? Like, what the fuck?
Well,
you is that this him.
That's an emotional. That's an emotion. No, knock out what I said.
No, you can say what you want to say.
That's an emotional statement.
The problem is that's exactly why everybody's coming after us as black people in general, as a collective, because we are so powerful. We don't even know what's inside of us. They
Hey, brother, calm down. Calm down.
You don't believe in black people. I don't know what to do.
Hey, stop. Don't do that to him.
If we wasn't, okay. There's somebody younger than me that's listening to you though. So, hey. I'm just listening to both of y'all.
Hey, Kev, I actually said this before, though. I think the guy is right. The reason why they got their freaking foot on our neck, do you understand? We are the number one fucking consumers. Understand this. It's fucking about money. Take this.
And we too busy being all up in this shit instead of
again.
Take the money away from everybody. Take it away and put it back into us. It is dangerous.
Again, it's easy to say that, but I've been in conversation. We already know what's going on with the black consumer and the black business owner. With basically how to sell to the Negro, and you can't just saying it doesn't make it so. The reason why, and that's something is across gender lines. Black women don't even like supporting other black women when it comes to business. That white ice is colder is real, and that is taught, and it is taught in school. The Prussian school system is important, but it's taught in the house too. And everybody wants to en route that. Everybody likes to say, blame the government. Here's my thing. White supremacy exists, but black people make it very easy for it to run with our own internal bullshit. It's not about believing in black people. Like, that doesn't mean anything. The question is, at the end of the day, and who's the biggest spender? Now, make no mistake. I know niggas buy niggas trinkets as far as black men. That PS5 is going to be spent with a lot of them stimulus checks. So I'm not letting black men off the hook. I stay coming off Jordans. But we already know who are the biggest spenders. That's across race. That's women across race. So
can I get in, brother?
You kind of proving my point, though, brother.
Hold on. Time out, Roger. So were you the dude that said, I don't believe in black people?
No, I never said that.
Who? Okay.
There was somebody here at my house that's listening with me.
Listen to you.
Oh my God! Then say exactly what they said. They said they had them come up with that statement. You don't believe in black people. I just feel.
I'm not the only one that listens. You know, I be having like 4 or 5 people here, man. Sometimes listen.
Well, some people are not qualified for these conversations. I said that. I hope they heard that shit.
Hold up.
I hear you, Roger.
Hold up. Let me just go ahead and say it. I appreciate anybody that wants to tune in to this show. Although the level of qualification, you might have some point there. If people watch this show if they want to, so let's kind of.
My bad. I won't say that again. This is your show.
Hey, and also thanks for bringing up the PS5. Also, you see what's scrolling across the bottom of the screen. Start securing the PS5.
Y'all funny,
okay, so qualification. What do you mean qualification?
All right, real quick, gentlemen. Real quick. This is the thing. A lot of certain things that's been said coincide with each other because you can put it on money, you can put on how the consumers operate, you can look at who are the biggest consumers, you can look at even how men spend their money, a lot of ways to be impressive toward women and things like that. At the end of the day, the issue is when black men start promoting black men should have standards, black men should actually deal with what black women are doing
and shut up.
Well, I don't know who making the noise. That's what I'm saying. But the issue when it comes down to this type of stuff, it's uncomfortable for a lot of black people to hear that black men should actually lead the community. That's an uncomfortable thought because we do live in a country where white supremacy is taught. It's only about when are you going to reject it or if you're never going to reject it at all. I understand it was taught to me The reason it didn't affect me the way it has affected others, because my parents were teaching me other stuff too. They knew the school system was going to try to pull us up on us as kids. So they had us learn other stuff too. They told us, you answer the way they want you to answer so you can get the good grades. But this is the truth. You see what I'm saying? We had all that going on. A lot of other folks just don't do it. Yeah, and a lot of other folks just don't do that. So when it comes down to it, I say the stuff that I say. And my thing is, see, I ain't even got nothing personal against Brother Ray. I just know where he's coming from. And at the end of the day, you cannot fix the community, because community means men, women, and children. You can't fix it unless you address the people hurting the community. And when it comes down to, at the end of the day, if we serious about stuff, if women want to talk about they want to fix the community, all they got to do is totally eliminate dealing with dudes that's not productive, which they can do. No one has to date those guys. No one has to have sex with those guys. No one has to give them babies. They can literally eliminate those guys if they want to. Secondly, when it comes to the men, if you're not being productive and women require productivity, there's nothing for you to say until you get the job done. The issue we got is when men call this type of stuff out, it makes other folks uncomfortable because it's not about women getting what they want. And the Black community is being taught that you are supposed to let the women have what they want, regardless of how destructive it is. And that's what it really comes down to.
That includes the children.
That's the reason why I wanted to bring up communism, because that's one of the fundamental aspects of it. You attack the women, you get the children, you push out the men, or you control the men, or you oppress the men, or you put them in a position. I mean, I know I might sound crazy bringing it up.
No, because you're right.
Let me hold on. I want to answer that I want to answer that like 30 seconds real quick. It's not communism. So let me say that straight up. It's not. That's wrong. And I'm gonna tell you why it's wrong. Okay. It's not the communist reason why they want to do it. The reason why they push the men out and they insert the women as a power basis for a couple of reasons. Number one, it creates a buffer class, and men don't really have. And men are not really going to basically go through their women to get to the dudes that are in power. That's number one. Number two is, as labor has stopped being as necessary in order to make the world move, as technology is to kind of taking the place of that, men and hard labor is not as necessary in less and less industry, so women can do more work. And the third reason, do more work, and they're easier to control. And then the third reason is because women are much more hyper consumers than men, so it's much easier to get the money out of the women than it is the men. So when you take the man out of the household, what you essentially do is take out the one element that would actually do the building. So what women do is they just spend. This is not just true in the Black community, this is true in other communities as well. They just have what you call residual culture echoes to kind of keep them kind of in line, versus the Black community has been just completely like burnt out when it comes to what happened in the crack era. And you're starting to see it happen even with white people, where the epidemic that they're going through right now. So it's not communism. This is not a country. The liberals are not communists.
Can I say something? How is that not communism? Because all that is backed by interest of the people working. The people working to put money into the government, and if they don't do it, it has a military backing behind it. How is it not? That's all I'm saying. How is it not?
Okay, it's because communism. First of all, going back to what you said with Chairman Mao. Chairman Mao did not use the women. Chairman Mao, they killed 80 million people. That's how the Red Army was created in China. It wasn't gradual like that. The second thing, going back to what you said now, is how is that not communism? What you defined is not communism. Communism is a government. Communism is a governmental entity. And it's also an entity that says that all of our wealth will be distributed equally. America is never going to become that.
No,
but that's not what America is, and that's not where America's going.
No, you need capitalism,
gentlemen.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Gentlemen,
no, you don't. Hold on. Okay,
Edward,
my bad.
Come on, relax. This is gonna be an impassable thing. At the end of the day, there are parts of communism that are being used to implement what they want. So technically, Edward, you're right, because it's not the government, but No Sweetheart is also right, because they're using parts of communism or communist system to push what they want. So
every country, no country is purely one thing. And what you're calling communism is actually socialism, and socialism is not the same as communism, because communism is like socialism all the way 100%. That's the difference. Which again, so but it's not communism, it's socialism, and you're calling it that as a way to say. Because here's the thing, and I'll say this and then I'm done. Understanding communism does nothing to understand what we need to do to get to where we need to go. All that does is put somebody in like a cul-de-sac, and with black men tend to have a problem with getting into where they start spinning around the cul-de-sac, calling it communism. Like you can't, like, and this is why a lot of these do. And you're not the only one. Mr. Fantastic talks about this as well. There's people that talk about this, so you're not alone in this mentality. This is the thing what happened with the Donald Trump thing. Everybody was talking about what Black Lives Matter and all of that. That's communism. And I think saying, okay, let's say I agree with you in this communism. We need to get the communism out of us. Well, I'm a sales guy. Like, the reality of the situation is that's not what drives black people in doing what they're doing. The homosexuality shit and the abortion shit, that is not really what's driving that. So I think that's me a time wasting thing, and I'll leave it at that.
I think I agree with you 100%. I'm not here to argue with you, my brother. I agree with you 100%. What I'm saying is, I think that's culture, and once you control the culture, you have to do it with part of communism. Is you control the media, you control the culture, you control and if it don't work the way you want it, you have a military backing. I agree with you that we are carrying these things out. I just think it's a planned out political reason. Not pure politically, but there's a big aspect of it that's political. That's all I'm saying.
No, and what in the democratic process, in the democratic process, it's not some, oh well, we're gonna let everybody have an independent thought. Like, the United States of America is really built around two parties. It's a control mechanism. It's always been that way. It's not a common. And see, this is another thing too. Here's the problem. This is something specific to black men, by the way. We know black women and their delusions, but one thing about black men is black men have a tendency to want to get in what I call these mental sand traps, where they get into these like conspiracy things. And I'm not saying everything's wrong, but it's like a dog in a bone when they hold on to these ideas so hard. Hold on. They hold on to these ideas so hard that it's a tunnel vision thing where other things that are important to move you to where you need to go, they can't see. So it's very hard to talk to people like that. Like, I've heard people do this I understand when it comes to Jewish people, when it comes to how I get all that. I'm not saying some of that stuff's wrong, but everything ain't right. And there's certain things that people lean on that it's like, even if you're kind of right, this is not going to open the door to actually what we actually need to do. Right. And then people just never go nowhere. Anyway.
Well, this is what I want to say too. Now, the initial conversation was about how do you where does value come from? And we went over the hills and through the woods, and now I guess we're gonna go back to it. The whole point is, man, it's just that we have had these conversations a million times over. This sounds like Edward is really good at what he do. He's, all of that. I agree with most of what he's saying, but everybody else have some good points too. But the whole point was, I wanted to really get to the bottom of this brother without him being attacked.
Brother Ray.
What is it? Brother Ray. Maybe he just did not know. You know what I'm saying? And it's okay not knowing, because everybody is not on the same.
I just think he got love
let me explain myself.
For the community that he wants it to work right. But there's so many
let me explain myself.
Go, brother Ray.
Let's say, you know what? Roger is correct. Edward is correct. Now, black women done had a kumbaya moment. Now they want to come to the table, and we're gonna make peace. And we're gonna say, well, you know what? We done made peace. Black women finally saw the light. Now what? Now when I say there's a power. When I say there's a power that thrives on the dysfunction of black people, and they're willing to kill, they're willing to take life to ensure that.
Yes.
This not.
We
I'm
went
not
back
making
to
this
that.
stuff up.
Try to let him finish.
And so I'm saying that if we're truly serious, you understand me, and I do believe, maybe just me, I do believe that we will have to believe in this so much is that we will have to defend it with our lives. So if you're willing to defend it with your life, then you have to be willing to take life.
You gotta understand,
That's all I'm saying.
the community will stand against you. The community that you seek to protect will stand against you. So you can't uplift it in that regard. You can't. You know about the Nation of Gods and Earth, right? You know about the Nation of Gods and Earth, right?
Yeah.
Majority of the black community is 85, cuz. Majority of the black community is 85, 90%, cuz. You know what I mean?
What y'all talking about?
Yeah, that's what
Well, my thing is he wants to create these hypotheticals because he understands the likelihood of what he's talking about. The first thing I want to know is, when they kumbaya. So my first question is, what do you do if your women or any entity starts to break bad again? Because until you have an enforcement mechanism, and I'm not even talking about black women, let's talk about black men. Let's talk about the hyper assimilationists. People like that. What do you do to keep people on code? See, you got, because if you don't have that, then everything you saying is just bullshit. Because in America, because here's the problem: you cannot override American culture while you're on this soil. American culture is one of the most strongest propaganda. So my point is, okay, they do. First of all, they're going to do kumbaya because it's in their best interest to do so. So when they no longer.
Let him talk. Let him talk. Because I see what he's
going with this. Let me get in, please, y'all. Let me get in, please.
Okay.
All right, because we going down a nonsense trail.
Yes.
Let's get to the kumbaya moment first. I understand what Brother Ray just saying, and I actually agree with that part. If you actually got black people to get on code, we would have to defend ourselves from people who would try to get us messed up. But we ain't got to that part yet. How about we actually get to that part instead of talking about what we gonna do if we ever get to that part, and stop being afraid to address what's gonna actually get us to that kumbaya moment?
I do.
That's what the problem is. We afraid to address what's gonna get us to the kumbaya moment, because then we'll have some other problems. Sure, but let's get there first.
So what is gonna get us to the kumbaya moment?
You shouldn't discuss it on here. That's for sure.
But can I ask one question, Black?
You're right, Gerald. You're right, because there's too many smart people here to have that kind of conversation.
You don't discuss this shit on this platform. That's for sure.
Oh my God! I see to you that you don't know, and that we're just saying that in order to, dodge it. But go ahead.
I'm saying bullshit. You don't fucking let them know what you're doing.
What I'm saying is, my only question is,
This is my whole thing. None of that matters unless we get to the kumbaya moment. Black folks will love to skip getting to the kumbaya moment when black people actually work together. Why? Because a lot of folks ain't interested in us working together. So we don't want to talk about us working. We can have every strategy in the world about what we gonna do when we work together, but nobody's gonna show up to work together. Let's get to working together first.
That only happened at funerals, family unions, and fucking class unions.
All right.
What?
All
Let's.
right.
I'm saying. We can start that today.
It's a private.
Start what?
I'm saying private.
We can start that right now.
I asked a simple question. I said, what is necessary to be done to get in the kumbaya moment? Yeah. This whole conversation is a conversation that's predicated on that. So by definition, we shouldn't even be having this conversation in general. It's not a right or wrong answer. I just want to know what somebody thinks. That's it.
I think we should have
because you're gonna come back with something else. Okay.
Well, I'm gonna tell you what I'm gonna come back. At the end of the day, the reason why a lot of dudes tell us to stop talking is because when you ask them what is that, they don't know. And they all the time in the world.
You think they're dumb. See, the thing is, I know your strategy.
No, I didn't say they're dumb. I said they don't know.
Just how you know the pattern of Brother Ray. A lot of people know your pattern. They probably know mine now. I don't give a damn. But I only talk about what I feel is important. I'm a person that's peaceful. I'm about resolving. You know what I'm saying? I've been in school. I've done heard all the history and shit. You know what I'm saying? We are trying to talk about something that's going to enlighten. I does it make me wrong because I don't agree with some things? No, you know, because I'm just like Brother Ray. I'm not like him, as in, it doesn't mean that I don't agree with any of you guys, but I'm just not that dude that has had that experience.
Absolutely. I think the issue is that a lot of people have a problem coming to terms with the reality of what's going on right now, where you have entities, not just white people, that are in your community that are actually invested in keeping things the way they are. And those entities, people are powerless to stop because they don't want to believe that those entities are like that.
Right.
And I mean, I can't you can look to what Ice Cube tried to do and how he was treated. I mean, I don't know what a lot of y'all need to see, because the stuff is, the community has not moved at all for the most part. And but people want to, if it was just it as it moved. If I wish it was, the answer was niggas just ain't shit and they need to get off their ass and do something. Because do you understand how easy it would be to just parrot that shit over and over and over and get black people on board with niggas ain't shit? They just need to do what the fuck they not doing. That's easy.
I say this: take the Roger report. Take the Roger report approach. Now, Roger had said something on his platform that I strongly agree with, meaning, you know, you have to deal. What I learned about life, about myself.
Roger says black women are bad people.
I deal more of what I want out of life with more what I want.
I don't even say that shit.
Versus what I don't want. I don't deal with what I don't want to because I am in control. You get what I'm saying?
I think that we should personally start controlling.
Roger says black women are bad people. You need to remember that when you say the Roger report approach.
Don't go away from your ice cream. Don't go. No,
that's your catchphrase.
So they're not good people. Yeah,
I don't think
Ice Cube. I want to say something about Ice Cube.
I don't think that minorities can't run anything in America. I don't think that's true at all, Eric, because in Irving, Texas, right up the street.
I didn't say that.
Well, just hear me out. In Irving, Texas, right up the street, we live in a very red state in Texas. But these Muslims were able to create their own. They push for Sharia law and they push for their own bylaws in Texas. So it's not like
Arabs or niggas. What kind of Muslims?
You're Indian. East Indians control almost 48% of the motel industry in the United States. But I'll tell you what, the Arabs don't have. The Arabs don't have females having an opinion about it.
That's true. So wait, we're getting away from this again. You asked a question, what can we do? And I said, private. Then you turn around and said it's going to be niggas and Ice Cube. You said blacks will be against blacks, and Ice Cube was the prime example. Why he got attacked? Dr. Claude Anderson said it. Everywhere in history where people like us talk like this and try to do something like this, guess who interject? It was not the white man. It was punk asses like Jesse Jackson, a.k.a. the Black Boule. Why? Gerald,
with all due respect, I've had private hangouts in Google Hangouts. Yes. I can tell you right now, it doesn't matter if it's public or private. The conversation stays the same.
Fine.
A lot of dudes don't know. A lot of dudes don't know the answer to that question because they don't want to acknowledge what the problem.
Right. So let me go with you, Brother Ray. What I'm saying, when you go to war, let's say this is a war, and we're in a room. God damn it, we keep this shit private. I'm sticking with private because that's what them old schoolers who done shit back in the days survived.
It's not a war because there's too much participation. It was never a war.
Yeah, right.
It was never a war. It was just the participation was just way too heavy.
So, Rod, does anybody listen to me? What I say is, if you really,
I hear what you're saying, but Gerald, but what you're saying, this is what you're saying. You're saying you have the answers, you just don't want to say them publicly. And we have 10 years of conversations almost in the manosphere amongst like we got PhDs. It ain't if that was that simple. I mean, shit. There's ways to pass. I got a Telegram. I literally got a Telegram of 20 people that basically rotate ideas in private away from anybody. So it's not that I don't have a thing when it comes to private. I mean, shit, I'd invite you to create a Telegram. I'll jump in your group right now, and people can jump in your group. We can have them private conversations. And yes,
community got to be built in secret. Why?
But that's what he said.
I'm just saying,
why
brother.
Why the community always got to be built in secret? What the fuck is up with this?
No, I'm saying that's a smokescreen.
I got the answer. Y'all know y'all can't see my hand, but I got the answer. Why it must be done in secret? Black Wall Street, North Carolina, a black town in Houston, Texas. Everywhere there was a black settlement and that money was transferring, these son of a bitch bombed it. Before there was Iraq, there was Tulsa, Oklahoma. Before there was Tulsa, Oklahoma.
I'm from Tulsa.
There was Gerald.
Let me just finish. Before that, it was Asheville, North Carolina. Before that, it was called Buffalo. Keep going around, and you can see.
Well, all them cities were built. All them cities are built. Even if you build them in secret, it's gonna be built, and when it's built, they're gonna see it. I mean, hell, they can do the tax. You can't keep it secret.
Yeah, you can't stop these motherfuckers from buying.
It's not meant to keep secret. It's meant to get leeway. It's meant to get your foot in the door.
Yeah,
but Black Wall Street was already built when they blew it up. So getting your foot in the door at Bill Cosby, look at it don't matter. They could just take they trying to go after Robert Smith, who was smart to put a white dude as a CEO. So they'll get you whether they look white supremacy. This is one thing about white supremacy corporations a lot of people forget about too. Even if that white man don't get your ass, that corporation is going to be taken over by another white man or a chairman if they decide to put a black face in front of it. Will get your ass. That corporation is damn near immortal. So that doesn't even matter. That's what I'm saying.
So you're saying it's not even worth it. Even though, Brother Ray, I was trying to ask you, you say, now what? I still say, and going back to what you say, Ro, why does it have to be in secret? I just think that, out of sight, out of mind.
No, the community
is it possible?
Own growth.
Yeah.
Let me finish.
And I know I bring Roger with me. Yes.
Let me finish, man.
Roger can't go with me.
The community stops its own growth. Okay, the community stops its own growth. It ain't always
that's true.
White supremacy and shit. Motherfuckers are so slave minded that they want to serve this motherfucking nation. That's just how it goes.
Do y'all honestly think that us as 3, 6, 7, 8? Y'all don't
right, Gerald. You're right about that.
Y'all don't think that if we was close in proximity, Edward, with your talking ass, Rogue, with your thinking ass,
no.
You don't think
this is magical?
What they see as success and the goal. The thing is, you got to understand something, dog. It's like heroin, right? If you put heroin directly in the body, what's going to happen to that body? It's going to die. So what do you have to do? You have to mix some of that blood in with the heroin, right? You're trying to give people you're trying to give them the pure shit. If you're giving them what they're supposed to be doing in order to enrich themselves.
But I ask you guys,
let me finish, dog. Let me finish. If you're giving them that, they're already on the program to go for the motherfucking American dream. So what you're presenting them ain't the fucking American dream, dog. And there's too many of them that want the fucking American dream. So you can't make them that shit. You want to give them
I get what you're talking about. What I'm gonna say to answer the question, the original question for this original topic, it probably was already answered. But what is the peak value of a man? Jason Black says it all the time, and it's obvious. It's production. It's production. And the reality is, black people need to start duplicating production. And so my thing is, black men need to learn how to value their seed, which we're already at 51 and climbing of black men that don't have children. And then black women need to start all this character shit they always talking about, they looking for men for, then that needs to start being reflected in the men they chose. I don't give a fuck if they choose me. I don't give a fuck who they choose, but the dudes they choose need to, I don't give a damn if they're high value men or not, but they damn sure need to be producers. I don't want to hear I'm leveling up from Dusty's, because the first thing I'm going to say is the fuck you fucking with Dusty's in the first place for. Like real fucking talk. Like, and I'm gonna say it just like Jason Black said. It's better to be with a 100% winner than a 50% loser. So I'd rather these women double up and triple up. Keep your independent woman on. Just be a side piece to a dude that's an absolute producer. Then get with a dude that ain't producing shit. Now, if you want to choose, I'll be cool with that. And I'm not. And when I say producers, understand the majority of black wealth in black manhood is amongst our blue collar workers. The majority of masculinity amongst black men is in our blue collar workers. So that starts with that bullshit. Stop fucking shaming blue collar workers. Talking about, oh, if you blue collar, you're just a worker. Like that blue collar hate, which is something that black men, quite frankly, have allowed black women to get away with for way too long. And we skated with that shit. They all want a white collar dude. The white collar dudes are lame. I don't know who they want. So my point is, because at the end of the day, if the women are not duplicating with the dudes that are producing, nothing black men does matters unless black men are going to go get other women. Now, for all of y'all that want to keep it genetically black, because I understand that, we're going to talk about intercultural dating, where you start going into diaspora and getting black women, and I mean black women, not women that Latina we say is black, and then you start getting people to fit your program. That's what the market does. That's what you do. You know, and you don't really got to go overseas to do that. There's enough of them here. So my thing is, that's the two parts to it. There's no way around that. You have to have a social contract with your women. There is no, well, black men, if we just do all this crazy shit, the black women are just going to realize the error of their ways. No, the men need to produce. If the women don't want to get on board with that, you find ones that do. I'm not saying to just breed yourself out. If I understand that. So you deal with the intercultural piece, meaning you just start nafting, getting women from other cultures that fit the black, that are black. And I mean black. I don't mean, oh, well, really, they're Latina and we're just going to call them black. No, I mean black, because remember, the minimum amount of slaves came to the United States, North America. Most of them are in South America, and you still got Africa. That is what black men need to do. That is what we need to do as a collective. That is what we need to do individually. And we'll be all right.
But I thought it was said that even us 8 could, because I think Rogue said we couldn't. I'll still ask a question with 8 of us in the same area, and I know it can happen. You 8 guys, you really think we couldn't pull together and do our own shit?
That's not a community. That's a network.
Let's talking and doing.
That's not a network. That's not a community. That's a network. And at some point, you have to have numbers. That we like even if you could say like 20% of or 25% of the black population, and you just dissipate everybody else, you still have to be focused. So that's a network. That's not in a network. It's not going to be as powerful as an actual community.
All
right, man.
Numbers. Let me give you an example, and this is just a past example. Ro, you can laugh. But
I'm not laughing. I gotta go because I gotta get up in the morning. But I appreciate it.
That's Rogue over that laugh. That's Rogue. So I'm gonna go back in the past and just show you how fucking power is. Since y'all bumpy y'all guns, I want to show you. There was 3 men, and half the dudes in Chicago are from Memphis and Mississippi. But let's go to Memphis. 3 brothers opened up a fucking grocery store. Was the bomb. Them crackers got so pissed off they lynched them.
Right.
How powerful was that? Do you understand what I'm saying? That I see something in y'all that was put into me, just like that love that Brother Ray got was put into him. That Brother Ray, you may have to drink some bleach to take some of that out, because this is almost kind of disappointing to understand in fucking numbers on the same page, thinking the same way. It's fucking powerful. That's all I'm saying, y'all.
And the thing is, everybody been fighting to be fucking right. If you have to fight to be right all your life, you're gonna continue doing this shit for the rest of your life. And that's the whole point. Right. Everybody want to be heard. I don't care about what people think, man.
Y'all powerful, and I'm just saying, I stop and listen to you guys sometimes. I got friends that say, and they say, boy, only if these motherfuckers can live in the same area and pull this shit together, boy, that would be cool to sit in the room with y'all. And I listen to y'all, and I'm telling you, the power is there, Ed and Rogish. It's there. I know it's there. That's why they so scared. That's why they attack the woman. That's why they put the woman in front of the household, because a dumbass is too dumb to understand that she's the nucleus. You ain't behind the man. Your dumbass is the nucleus. Shit rotate around you. But this is why they built malls and gave them this consumer shit. And it goes back to the kumbaya. Brother Ray, it would never happen because how do you trap a monkey? You show them something that shines. Sorry, but most women in the Western country has a monkey syndrome. Spin, spin, spin. Consume, consume. I'm not happy with the way they look. I do this. The motherfuckers, they are so stupid and we're so dumb because we should have put money on fake ass eyelashes. We all would have been fucking millionaires, but we didn't think about their insecurities. We was thinking about trying to save them. Here's a life jacket. Fuck that. We should have.
When I look at it, values, right? Remember, y'all started off talking about values.
Yes.
This comes down to values. What is the current values of the community in opposition to whatever in the value of enriching it? You know, the whole thing. Look at the values. The values are not going to line up. And which values do they create?
Or either how people individual value, because you know we know what other races think about us, and I when I hear shit,
but black people don't care.
I know, but listen, when I'm in those spaces, with other people, you know, educated people, white people, all them, you know, I sit and just listen to these motherfuckers. I'm like, damn, this is what they really think about us.
Yeah,
you know.
Well, you have to assume that. You can't be surprised. I mean, that's the thing, though.
Oh, no, I'm never surprised, bro. I didn't grow up being a weak man. Never. I'm fully aware of everything revolving like the sun in a cycle of 360 degrees. I don't think commonly. 180 is only common.
Right. Okay, but the thing is, y'all got to take into consideration when y'all talking about restoring this community and everything. On a scale of you know, percentage wise. How bad do you think it is? What how bad do you think the degradation is? Only what?
Oh, it's bad. It's 40%, bad.
42%.
Over. It's bad.
It's way more than that.
It's bad.
No, y'all saying bad more. No, give me a number.
At least 80% to 90. It's bad.
Yeah. I say.
Okay. Now let's look at that as you know, living tissue, living muscle. What are you finna do with that?
Wait, say it again. Say that question again.
It is living tissue, living muscle, 90% bad. What you finna do with that?
You got to preserve that.
What? This is the thing, because I get where you're coming from. The answer is this. You know what I'm saying? We have been in a situation where we have not controlled media, and it has hurt us over the last few decades. Yeah. It's hurt us a whole lot. But now we actually have a chance to control some media. It ain't mainstream media, but as the day go on, more and more people will be more in tune with social media and mainstream media anyway. This is where we need to take our stance. And guess what? Just like I do on my show, I'm teaching a lot of stuff about men and how they need to be on code and how women need to work with the men that's on code. At the end of the day, you have to choose to win. And a lot of people have not even been taught that they can choose to win, and they haven't been taught how to choose to win. What you think about some of the stuff I've taught on my show? I tell men, marry somebody who's 29 or down. Why? Because a lot of women ain't even preparing to be a wife until they're 35, 36. How does that help the community? It does not. Okay, what's gonna make that change that thought process? Black men gonna have a standard. Okay. Now it should be lower, but if I made it too low too fast, it'll automatically be rejected by most people. So I gotta understand the human levels of certain things too.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? That's why I do that. Why am I telling black men to be a ruthless nice guy? Because everybody wants to be around a nice guy. People do not want to be around people they feel are terrorists. They're not gonna respect them. They're gonna shy from those folks. Black men need to improve their image, so we have to embrace being a nice guy. Doesn't mean you don't cut somebody's head off when the time comes.
And nothing wrong with killing. Be up on your square.
Oh yeah,
it's not.
You can nothing wrong with killing. You can be a gentleman.
I'm saying there's nothing wrong with killing, but there is a problem with murder.
We have to,
and black people need to figure that out. You know, I would never murder anybody, but I'd kill you in a heartbeat.
You come through that.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And it's funny, Ross, that you say that too, because they changed the laws. You can't even protect yourself now.
Let me say this. What I'm saying is, you got to think about that physically and proverbial, you got to be proverbial with it and physical with it. You see what I'm saying?
I agree.
If a person ran into your home and you thought your child was in danger, you pull out a gun quickly and kill a person, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Yep.
But if they run into your home in other ways, will you pull out the gun and kill them then? Will you do it from a proverbial sense?
I plead.
You know what I'm saying?
Ain't they business?
Well, I'm just saying.
Gotta go.
Yeah, we got to start thinking in those terms. And when it comes to chastising women, if we're the leaders of the community, that's our job. And that makes a lot of black men uncomfortable because they haven't been socialized to be in charge. I understand you ain't been socialized to be in charge. I don't care. You're a man already. Once you hit 18 years old, it's on you at the end of the day. Take charge of your community, which means, guess what? You're not going to accept a bunch of BS from certain women. And if women want to be involved in that BS, cut them off. I teach all the time, there is a social contract. Men parties to be the leaders, protectors, and providers. Women have to be loyal, have good character, and be of good company. If y'all will pay attention to the theme of my show, no woman even counts until she's under our leadership.
Oh,
she don't even count.
You definitely raised the bar. You definitely raised the bar, Raj. And I don't think a lot of them can reach that bar.
But what Roger's talking about is pure sociology. It's pure sociology. That's purely how communities, neighborhoods, cities, nations were built. That's pure sociology, man.
And Roger, I would say this. I would say this. Now, I'm not. People say, "Oh, man, no." My thing, I'm just pro black man. I'm not anti black woman. I'm pro black man. And so my thing is, if we're gonna have a social contract between the men and women, let's start with having a social contract that we hold each other one to another, that we hold one to another to.
And I agree with that. It's all about, I agree with that because
I think that's nice.
You don't want nobody to feel like they that you're above them on the panel. You get what I'm saying?
Gotta go you
know, because they may not know. It's some shit I don't know. You know, when I'm quiet, that means I don't know something.
So, Brother Ray, what you said is right. Okay, Raj, go. I'm gonna hold it.
This is the thing. This is the thing. Black men already got a social contract. We understand those who are above board versus those who are the rogue members of society, and we know we're gonna have rogue members of the society. That's gonna always be the case until enough black men start to figure out certain things I'm figuring out. Just like I was talking earlier about jury. I really was talking about jury nullification. You see what I'm saying? See, if I go out and just kill some random dude that did some random wrong thing to some random woman, which would be a protective thing, I can't even trust a nigga to let me off the hook if I go to court.
But who's the judge?
You see what I'm saying?
Black females.
The whole point is if I go to a trial by jury, all I need is for one person to say he's not guilty. That's all I need, one person. But can I actually trust black people to understand that I went out and protected my community? I went out and took out somebody who was hurting our women, and them niggas be ready to send me to jail for life. That's the problem. I understand we're not socialized correctly, so I'm doing things to help us be socialized in a way that actually helps the community. But at the end of the day, like I said, men already get the deal. We know whether you're a good or bad man. Black men do not be on here promoting a bunch of bad men for the most part. Sure, you got a couple, but for the most part, black men don't come out here promoting bad black men. And what can women do about bad black men? All they gotta do is leave them alone.
Yeah, but
they
also
ain't gotta do nothing else but just
but
leave them alone.
But even up here on this panel, you know, we all have different views and everything. And to get on one accord, I think that we need to be able to teach what the other don't know, because the brothers are here for a reason. Yeah. You get what I'm saying? Like me, you know, I love the panel. I've gotten used to everybody. I like everybody up here, you know. The thing is, it's just that we all just have different views on things, you know, and it's no right or no wrong, but what can we do to make it better? That's where I'm at.
And I also realize when we saying the same thing, because I feel like me and Edward were damn near saying about the same thing, but we got caught up on terms. Well, damn near saying the same thing.
Well, it's sad because I hate the word hope, but it's like Rogue said, what's the degradation? 80%. Why is it like that? Do you know that the United States government, aka let's just say Henry Kissinger, they put $1 million into the dysfunction? Do you know, Brother Ray, all the women got to do is not attack us, but turn around and attack the black women that manipulate them, aka Sheila Jackson Lee, aka Maxine Waters. All they got to do is attack the women that mold their minds, aka Oprah Winfrey and Gayle. It can happen.
They're breaking to their American dream, though. They're not
okay. And when you dream, you sleep, right, Ro? When you dream,
it goes against their program.
Right.
You said something about Maxine Waters. What? Run that back about her.
Bro,
okay.
no, don't run that back, Gerald. Okay. Gerald, you got to be careful, man. We on a person's platform. You got to be careful about what you say and what you don't say.
That's why I listen to the show. That's why I like listening. I get too political. Okay.
No, Gerald. When you start dropping names on stuff like that, that's when it can turn it. Because I ain't saying you're wrong. I'm not even saying I disagree. You don't say I ain't gonna say. I'm not saying.
I apologize for asking the question back. I should have known better than that myself. But when I heard the name, let me apologize. Well,
you know what? I'm apologize to Miss Maxine Waters, Kamala Harris, and the rest of them. It's just that if Ray Charles can hear it with his, if he can see it with his ears, oh my God, what am I seeing with my eyes? So okay, I retract that statement. Maybe that's what got me off YouTube. Okay. So I apologize. You're right, Raj. Be careful.
This is what I'm saying. Just like I understand where Brother Ray is coming from, and my honest opinion, he's not coming from a hateful place or anything like that. I just understand socialization.
It's love. I get it.
And black women have taught black boys who turn into black men to never pull their coattail because they do not want to be led by black men. And what I'm trying to get Brother Ray to understand is no matter what you do with men, you have to lead the women. Period. You cannot get away from that. You'll never have a functional society without leading the women.
Do you think he's not doing that in his own life? I mean, we don't know.
I'm saying, okay, here's what I'm saying. Here's what I'm saying. If it's funny. It's funny. Just came to me. Everything a man do, women do. If we started, women follow us.
That's true.
Because even with this manosphere thing. Just the same. I mean, not calling by name. My bad. But the ex lady, she came out the woodwork. Why? In this manosphere space. So if we start something. Yeah,
which man? No, Brother Ray. It's all about what man are they following. Just because they look like you, just because they got your skin color, don't mean they following you.
But it would be more women following. I mean, we need some. We can't say none. If it's none, it's relatively hopeless. And I don't like.
We're not saying none. But at the end of the day, when it comes down to bettering the black community, it's almost no women. That's just reality. Because you can pull out a few good ones, but that's what you're gonna be able to put. If we all got asked to name 5 good ones right now, our 5 answers would be coincide. Some of us had about maybe like 3 of the same people. We couldn't all pull our own 5 out.
That's bad, Roger. That's bad.
I got 2 for sure. So, but
you know what? You're right about that, Roger. But I've been in some really good spaces myself, you know. And I'm not a simp. I'm not a guy that sits around and say that the woman is right. But I'm also not that guy that's going to be whining about what woman hurt me. I'm just not going to do this. So many things to talk about.
Let me step in for a second, please.
Go ahead, kid.
Like, you know, I'm not going to be that guy either, but at the same goddamn time, a conversation is a conversation. It's like, that's like a shaming talking point right there. It's like, there's plenty of guys in this manosphere that don't talk about the woman that hurt them. In fact, who talks about the woman that hurts them? Like,
nobody.
I mean, you ain't
nobody.
But you can hear it. But it's coming.
You can hear it though. Not saying not you, Kevin, not Roger. Y'all are strong men. Why the hell y'all think I'm here? I'm just saying. I've heard something on the panel.
It's coming.
Honestly, I ain't gonna lie.
It's coming.
You know, they figure like, well, let me be a little bit more tough so I can be down with them. maybe if I just say fuck these hoes, that's what they, you know what I'm saying?
But you know what though? But you know what though? That whole fuck these hoes mentality did not start in the black manosphere though. That's some shit that was made cool by mainstream, media and entertainment.
I'm just saying in general, how it sounds, and I understand that the hurt and the pain and the shit that people went through, and it also teaches us not to go down that road. Like me, I ain't gonna lie, man. I thank God I don't have no kids. I've been married. I got married when I was 19 years old, and I divorced at damn 32. You get what I'm saying?
But here's the thing. I don't want people to get into this thing where they feel like that the black manosphere is just putting out all these like whiny narratives and shit. It's like that what you're doing is not being fair, even though life isn't fair. There are plenty of guys in this manosphere that don't do that. So why are we not looking at those guys? Why are we not looking at the educated guys, the successful guys? Why are we looking at the, and I'm not even saying those guys don't exist. Some of them hurt niggas be coming from jumping from panel to panel using platforms to.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think they belong over here.
But at the same time, there are plenty of productive men in this platform. There are plenty of educated men. Well, with me, I come giving a perspective of a black father in a black community, and I see a lot that is right about it, but I see a lot that is wrong about it. And I feel like these discussions, and I feel like these discussions should be had, and it should be had by black men.
And
there is nothing that we need to cower from when it comes to this conversation. I'm getting tired of people trying to police us on this conversation.
Yes.
Period. Point blank. Any discussion. And I'm not a guy that let women control the way I do things or the way I talk, because if I most certainly let women control me and what I do, I wouldn't even be on this platform right now. But and I don't let women decide my content, even if they're saying bullshit about black men. Now, if something goes viral and I feel like it's something that I can just go ahead and debunk and set the record straight, I will do that. I don't make it my business to go out of my way to sit up there and just shit on black men and shit on black women and call it leadership. But at the same time, and it may be that black men are getting blocked from these platforms, and they had never had a chance to say anything. But I never see that energy toward bitter ass females with platforms. I never see that fucking I never see the energy. No. Despite who controls those platforms, what about the choices that we are making as individuals as to how we react to those platforms? I don't ever, and I will say this. I never ever see long-winded campaigns against black women saying it that are anti-black man. I never ever see it. The only people that I really see saying stuff about this on a consistent basis is some of the guys in the black manosphere, and we get really castigated for that shit.
Well, I don't say nothing because I
understand, and I understand what you're saying, Coffee. Yeah, there are some hurt guys in this space.
I don't.
There are.
I just listen. Now, I like Roger's approach. I got him down to a T. I like what you have to say. I think y'all just let people run the panel, and that way, because it wouldn't be fun if we didn't have different opinions and different things going on. A couple of moments there. But at the same time, I look at the titles, how we just get completely off topic with, it go over the hill.
But see, here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. Who's responsible for that? You look at these titles. Do you choose to stay on topic, or you say what the fuck you want to say? And it's people on panels do that shit. We go off in a tangent, and the conversation becomes about something else. Also,
I come on according to your topics,
brother. Let me finish one. Brother, it's like this. Also, you also have to take into account that these conversations are long as fuck. So there are different topics that are going to be circulated throughout these conversations. Honestly, to me, it's up to the host to bring the shit back. And I'm going to go ahead and admit in front of everybody, I do let things kind of get carried away. It does get to the point. I'm trying to be polite to you guys, but hey, you gotta let each other get, your shit in.
I feel you, man.
Like seriously. And yes, you have to be considerate toward the host. Stay on topic sometimes. Yeah, we were talking about Ruthless nice guys, and guess what? Yeah, I mean, even though it does need to be addressed, we're on this conversation again. I don't, and I don't go in anybody's platform and tell them what to talk about.
Yeah, man, that high value thing.
I do not believe in that.
That high value thing been a conversation for a couple of days. I like it though.
Yeah. I mean, that conversation needs to be had though. That conversation need to be had because as black men, we do need to hold ourselves to a standard. I do agree with that, and I do agree that the female problem does need to be addressed.
It's going to be addressed. And remember that statement you just made that they always say, and I heard it: "Who hurt you? Let me bring out the hangman's rope."
Okay, whatever that means. Okay. I mean, but please let me finish talking, man, because I'll lose my thought and then I'll be.
Go ahead.
But I mean, it's like this. It's like this. If you are going to ask not even ask, you're just saying it. Black men's supposed to lead. Black men's supposed to lead. Black men's supposed to lead. But you're not giving a clear definition of what that leadership is. If you're not clarifying yourself, then I'm not going to bother to sit up here and decipher what you want me to believe. You're going to have to be more specific. You're going to have to stop being vague about it. This whole black men need to build. What the fuck have black men not built?
Oh,
like seriously, what have we not built in this country?
Go ahead, preach.
Like seriously, like no one can answer that question. We have literally built everything, even if a lot of it was against our will. We have literally built every fucking thing. What is this not building shit that keep coming from?
There's no argument. Keep going, Kev.
Where's that shit keep coming from? That's just some hate shit. Okay, what it boils down to simply is this: it's just a goddamn conversation. It's a conversation. Stop telling black men we can't have these conversations because guess what? Like last night, everybody saw that title last night, right? Coffee was talking about, we look at some of the titles and blah, blah, blah and everything. That title did exactly what it was supposed to do last night. You know why? Because black people are so bothered by stupidity. They're so bothered by it. And we claim we're not bothered. And it worked. Hell, I got like 40 subs off that shit. Like, damn. They're like, Kev's a great guy. Let me sub this motherfucker.
Wow.
Shoot, like, let me put it like this. Once you get their attention, then you can start saying all this stuff. Once you get their attention, you get their attention first. You disarm them, and then you go in and you tell them what you need to tell them. And maybe they'll listen. If they don't listen, they still give you a fuck you. Fuck them too. Shit. But this whole policing black men thing, that shit's getting old. And you know what? 2021 is going to be an interesting year because of it. I really don't say too much about all these dudes bitching about what black men say all the time. I do advocate against it. But the way some of y'all motherfuckers moving around here, especially in this space, somebody going to have to say something. Somebody going to have to answer for something. Period. It's bullshit. Stop trying to promote this bullshit where black men can't have free thought. I mean, it's not my duty to force it on you. It really isn't. People are deciding to listen to us. Don't get mad because people are making their own decisions. Period. Don't get mad at that shit. I'm sorry, because I'm sorry. If they're choosing to listen to us and not listen to you, then hey, tough titty. Sorry. People watching triple digits right now because they're choosing to. To say that to police our conversations is to insult their intelligence. They're obviously interested in what we have to say.
Facts.
So why
may I
demonize
jump
that?
in?
Why demonize that? Why demonize that? Why demonize that? If they're watching it, hell, maybe you need to ask them why they watch. Okay, chat. All of you watching right now, why do you watch the Black Manosphere?
You know what? I don't think that people are against, like all the brothers on the panel, I don't think they're against the commentary at all, because we all know that some women ain't shit. We know that. You get what I'm saying?
I mean, but see, the thing is, though, you're still narrowing it down to women ain't shit.
You're marginalizing it.
Okay, now let's use this channel as an example. Every conversation ain't women ain't shit.
I said some.
I know, I understand that. But like I said, let's use this channel. For discussion purposes, let's use this channel as an example. I'm going to use one video as an example. I had this video where the white man punched a 12-year-old girl in the face.
At the mall?
Yeah. Remember that?
When they was attacking the white man. But go ahead.
Yeah. I gave it a clickbait title. Grown ass pale devil. Attacks a girl under 12.
Damn.
You know how many angry white people showed up? Over 100. Really? Over 100. Do you know how you know how many black people answer the call of duty? Oh, racism is here.
Wow.
Maybe 2 or 3.
Wow. Yep.
Don't police me on what the fuck to talk about.
I get that. Not
racism and white supremacy shows up. Where are you guys then? Huh? And I'm not talking about guys like Rogish. Rogish is going to be there. Not like guys like Roger. Roger's going to be there. I'm talking about most of you. Always talking shit about black men. Always got all this energy for black men. But when racism shows up and those black men are fighting racism, y'all asses are sitting the fuck down in the corner somewhere.
Not me.
Not me, brother.
You
like you in the corner somewhere. When black men this talking about this. When black men talking about that. When black men.
I'm all about brothers.
And no. I don't like all the bitch sessions about the Black Manosphere from these broadcasts I've been seeing. It's like, goddamn. It's like sometimes my YouTube feed is full of great stuff. Sometimes my YouTube feed had garbage on it. You know why? Because I subscribe to a lot of people that I don't agree with.
And that's
because
good.
I want to support different viewpoints. I want to support different thoughts. I want to support black men. I want to support black men and black women coming up to this platform. I want to support all of that.
You know, the best one I saw was when y'all really encouraged the young brothers. See that right there?
Yeah, you have some
cool. See, that's what I'm about.
They like Roger too.
But when they narrow it down to all these brothers is doing is talking shit about black women, or the biggest dig and the biggest insult as of late. Oh, black women are leading the Black Manosphere.
That's by design.
Black women are leading the Black Manosphere because they have accepted Sister George and Jessica X. I said the name. Oh no.
Nah.
It's like when people say stuff like that, the whole intent is just to insult the thought processes of these brothers in this space.
Right.
It is not saying anything good about Sister George or Jessica X. And Sister George and Jessica X should be insulted by that shit. I mean, what kind of bitch is going to say a woman leads the Black Manosphere? Yeah, I said it. What kind of bitch, B-I-T-C-H, says a woman leads the Black Manosphere? You niggas are stupid.
Well, listen.
You niggas are fucking stupid. The last thing on your mind is getting this shit together. Like, let me tell you why niggas say that shit. Because they want to be the big dog. They want to be the lead guy in charge. They want to be the guy that everybody admires. They want to be that shit. But guess what, brother? You're not good enough. That's why you're on here bitching about the Black Manosphere. Shit.
That's control too. That's control.
Whoa! Damn. You on fire tonight, Kevin?
I'm getting sick of this bullshit.
You can't help it. It was before you, Kev, and
I mean, and they can say, "Oh, you haven't really been in the Black Manosphere long enough to advocate for it." I was like, man, if you don't get your fucking ass in my fucking face,
Somebody actually said this to you, man.
It's like people have all these big channels say this big shit. Hey, you know what? One person runs each one of those channels. One goddamn human being.
Really, dude? They come at you like that, bro?
No, a lot of people, man, dude. I've been hearing all kinds of shit.
Wow.
Dude, like, dude, I've had, dude, you know, being part of that Facebook group, I always face all kinds of I see this shit all the time, and when you try to explain some like it's some bullshit like that, I can't accept it. I see it too much. Nobody has said a talking point against black men that I have not heard 1,000 fucking times.
Programming is that good, huh?
Yeah, I haven't heard like that. I haven't heard 1,000 fucking times. All you motherfuckers say is the same fucking thing all the fucking time.
Kev, you started that group on Facebook, Black Men Being Brutally Honest?
Black men being brutally honest with everyone.
Wow, there's a lot of simps and women in that chat, boy. That's how I went to jail in that group.
Yeah, wow. I mean, we say this stuff because we care. I could be an asshole, like seriously.
Be that.
No, yeah, well, you know, whatever. But it's like I could be. I try to say it out of love. I try to say it, but you got these whole you got these bitter ass females, you know, that have built entire followings into 6 digits, and hey, that's their hustle. You got entire followings of that shit. You got niggas up here that, you know, they think they're king player, and they think that they could just, hey, you know what, and I know that they're saying they're giving slights at Roger. I've seen this shit in chats everywhere. They're giving slights to Roger. And I'm not speaking for Roger because Roger's a grown-ass man, but Roger doesn't really give a shit about all of that. Roger's on task.
Right.
Y'all niggas in chats crying.
Well,
y'all niggas in chats are absolutely just crying y'all fucking asses off. For what? Any black man that comes and offers you a devil's advocate of tropes is bitch nigga shit.
Facts.
Like, I'm supposed to sit up there and just agree with all of you. Hey, you know what? You got a penis. I got a penis too. Let's agree with each other. Let's rub elbows, guy.
You know, I've seen you being neutral though, mostly, man. I've seen him being neutral. I'm not, you know, I know. I agree with everybody. I just put it away. Not the females that come in here wanting, because we already know what they're gonna do. They're gonna get up here. They're gonna be
divide and conquer.
Yeah.
I mean, I know how to deal with them bitches too. I've been dealing with bitches for years in my real life.
Don't call them that.
No. I've been dealing with that in my real life. And I mean, when I say bitches, I'm making a distinguishment. There are lovely, very well-to-do, agreeable, and feminine black women out there, and I'm sure that 95% of the guys, not some of them little whiny motherfuckers that go and crying in goddamn chats and stuff. Like, yeah, we love those women. We love those Amara Negras. Them types.
Ooh, say that name.
He dug deep on that one, bro. You went with the shovel, like, okay, you got to a new shovel.
We love them. Like I don't want no woman that knows how to. All she knows how to do is bitch about black men, and then the first thing she does at 4:00 in the morning to make her a damn double-decker bacon sandwich with like extra cheese and shit with potato chips and soda. Like, damn, don't fucking talk to me about the damn community and what black men are not doing when you can't even take care of your goddamn self.
Facts.
Shit. Like, I mean, shit. I can hide behind an avatar all day. I can cam up. It's dark in this room. I mean, shit, that doesn't really count, but you know what I'm saying?
But you are on fire, but you did say something that you could have just shut down the whole net when you quote and said, they say black men don't build. And I'm still sticking on it through your rant. And when I was like, wow, I never thought about it. Even the fart. Wait, the fart, the locomotive engine, air condition, traffic light. I think you guys can help me. Cotton gin, most of this shit that black men build. Iron. You can go on and on and on. And when you said that, that's my mind is still there. I'm like, on that alone, you can shut people down. Like, if y'all get out of our way, we'll continue to build, but they won't get out of our way.
They're not talking about infrastructure. They're talking about building their comfort level.
I'm just talking about building. When he say build, I'm talking about building, period. We build everything.
But
we build regardless.
Let me ask you something.
I just want to clear this because I don't like that part. We build regardless of who's in the way. Black men have been building since before this country was a country. We've been building.
Yep.
Point blank. Period. So even in the way, you just get built on top of. So my thing is, don't ever let them have a narrative that we ain't building, because that's what we do. That's why they got homes now. You wouldn't have a home if it wasn't for black men building.
Hey. And if like if your baby daddy got more than one baby mama, including you, you don't need to go around here on 5 and 10 hour rants talking about black men are defeated. You don't. I'm sorry. You are not in that. You are not in that goddamn conversation. You should be in the conversation of raising that black son.
They saying
because the odds are that he's going to turn out to be a productive human being with a bitch mother. No, wait a minute. Don't say that, kid.
Don't say that.
Because like I do get mad about that sometimes. But seriously though, if you are somebody's mother on here, if you are a mother of a black male, and you're sitting up here trashing black men on any platform, you are a fucking embarrassment. Period. You are a fucking embarrassment. You know. And shit. Hey, can you imagine your son going to school and then they playing your mom's YouTube videos? Talking about black men ain't shit. Can you imagine that? You know, that's almost as bad as your mama thoughting it up in a sex tape.
Hey, yo, I done seen something where as a little kid, he sounded like he was about 3, and his mom was on the phone, you know, he was starting it up, and he asked her, "Are you gonna be tricking tonight? Because I want to go to this place." "You gonna be tricking tonight?" And little kid about 3, 4, something like that. "I want to go over so house, play video games." "You gonna be tricking tonight?" So it's an actual thing. You know what I mean? It's an actual thing. So again, look at that community.
It wasn't sad. You know, it's sad.
Look, fellas. Like, I'm just gonna go ahead and say this. I'm gonna put out this disclaimer: my thoughts and my feelings do not reflect the people in the chat or the people on this panel. They may agree with some things that I've said, but if you want to ask anything about anything, if you want to ask someone about anything that was said on any of these panels and any of these chats, or about any of these panelists, any of them, and that includes the guys that pretty much can vouch for themselves, like I would say like an Edward Anderson or Rogish the Buildmonger. If you have a problem with anything any of these guys said on this platform, I have an open door policy.
Please.
I have an open door policy. I have no problem chopping it up. And you can give me all the bullshit you want to give me. But at the end of it, I will tell you whether I care or not. And more than likely, you're probably going to get a no, I don't give a fuck. Like, shit. I mean, like, no, because like I said, I believe in our solidarity. If you've been cool with me, I'm cool with you, period. You know, I'll look out for you. I'll help you build your channel. If at all, if I'm the person, if I'm the right person to help you build your channel, I will help you build your channel. Period. I know how to look out for my people, but you ain't gonna fuck with my people. Period.
See, one thing about me, I'm able to blend anywhere I go. It doesn't matter to me, you know, because being a man come natural for some of us. You know what I'm saying? With no announcement needed at all. But like I said, I'm just neutral, man. I'm here to listen.
Oh yeah. Let me touch on it
because I don't have.
I get it, coffee. Let me put it like this: this rant I just did, the energy didn't come from you. So.
No, I know it didn't. I know.
Okay, but let me touch on something, Punani Brat. Yeah, that's a really like. Yeah,
you serious? People out there taking shots. Taking shots
Black
at me.
King, most white men bash their white. But they don't put it in the media. I'm good with that. They don't put that in the media. We under attack. Punani Brat. They don't put. We in the media. 48 hours is us. It makes them look like the hero. I get their programming. That's what it's called. Their programming. They want to make sure they emasculate us. If you look at TV, when you look at it, always putting us in the dress. I'm like, man, this is bullshit. But I get what they're doing. I get what they're doing.
You know what? I want to say something because Kev said it's people out there taking shots at Roger.
Really,
and you know
y'all?
what? I'm glad. No. It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing because I already know what I do with my stuff. So if anybody's out there taking shots at me, I like to congratulate you because you've recognized you're a loser, but you're doing something about it because you're listening,
No,
and that can help you out.
So
let me offer some clarity real quick. Let me offer some clarity.
Please.
Let me offer some clarity. The timing of these kinds of rants that I keep seeing is the fact that some people are having an upsurge on their channels, and some people aren't. You know, and if only those people could control who gets the who gets the clout and who doesn't. You know what I'm saying? So it's always
okay.
Yeah, because it's like this. Because it's like that. Yeah. They've said you by name, Roger. Let's go ahead and say it. You got a lot of respect around, like, some key figures in this space. So let me just go ahead and call that out. They from what I've observed, I feel like you got some respect around here. But let me be perfectly clear. The main reason why I feel like a lot of those people are saying that stuff right now is because of the dissatisfaction of the progress they have made, comparing themselves to the progress that other people have made.
Really? The jealousy. So you're saying it's jealousy?
Yeah, some jealousy. I mean,
wow.
Let me put it like this. Let me put it like this. Let me use this channel that receives a lot of vitriol. And shout out to Sister George, who was in the chat earlier. She's myself, Roger Dunny, and Dark Skater 7's habitual line stepper sister. Yeah. And no, she's not the leader of the habitual line steppers for the jackasses out there. I remember watching a broadcast of theirs. They had about.
I want to say so bad. We probably gonna vote in next week as the president just to piss him off.
Yeah, Susan George, president of the. I knew it. I knew they were going to be in control by women. God damn it.
Go ahead though. My bad.
But the breakdown, they had like 70 subs, like 60, 70 subs. But they had like 150 people watching their broadcast. I remember that. And I remember that as something that was an amazing thing, because you didn't have because that channel really showed me you didn't have to have a triple digit subscriber base to have a triple digit view count.
Right.
And I mean, I was like, well, they must be on some fire shit. So, and then with that, when the more popular they became, the more vitriol they started to face. So I understand why all these videos for different content creators are coming out, taking digs, swiping at the manosphere. Like they had one dude that said that, the manosphere is not trying to help young black boys. When you got people like Rogish that said that he was going to gear his content toward helping young black males in their formative years, if I'm not mistaken, correct?
Right.
Yes.
And I think that a lot of young guys come here who don't have fathers too, and they listen to Kevin, they listen to Roger, and I really they listen to you too, Gerald. I don't know Rogish as well just yet, but I think that some people, man, they have something to say. They really do.
But it seems like most people just have a criticism of the space. But what are they critique? Like, that's the thing. Like, what can they hate on Raj for? You look at the stats of his platform.
Let me tell you something.
Roger, straight to the point. Straight to the point.
Let me tell you something. Roger has explained over and over again in thorough explanations, and he has broken it down why he says black women aren't good people.
Yep.
Right.
He said that before his first channel got sniped. And when that's their reasoning right there. That's their reasoning. But
prove them wrong then. Shit, if that's the case.
Okay, Rogue, they coming after you, Rogue. They can't stand that heat. Come on, man.
You know what? I got put in Facebook jail for just mentioning Filipinos and Asians. Racist. You know what I'm saying? They took me down for a whole fucking week. You know, so I mean, it goes to show you the value of who we are.
Roger, you're on the mic. Let me hear what Roger got to say.
Hey, I'm not gonna say that's just the only reason people coming to me. It might. I'm sure that's part of it. I'm sure that's part of it.
Well, Roger, let me offer clarity. I said you said that, and I said that with the timing of that. When you saying that, you said that before your first channel got sniped. The implication was that your first channel got sniped by a hater just because you were saying stuff like that. Now, as far as people, and they come to you for your consistency and your great messages. That's why people come to you.
Oh, absolutely.
They can absolutely rely on you to be there. Now, as far as someone who was kind of inconsistent until recently, you know, speaking of someone,
I must have missed out on something, boy. Y'all keep saying something that happened, man.
No, we ain't saying nothing that happened. But I am gonna say that Roger ain't got nothing to do with black women not being good people. Roger's not a black woman. Roger has taught no black woman not to be a good person. Matter of fact, Roger has literally had a hand in helping black women become better people. So,
I mean, I just don't. But here's what I don't get. I just don't get like the bitch sessions about black men saying these kinds of things. It's like, I understand that you have people that are saying that we're going to leave black women, that we're going to go overseas, but that's their prerogative.
Right.
I mean, if they want to go overseas and find some old Italian sack chaser that's going to drain their wallet and, jerk them into a 2-minute nut, then that's on them.
This man has some sayings, don't he?
Yeah, he do, man. It's like, whoa.
Hey,
that's what they said. That's what they selling now, y'all. What you just said, that's what they selling. He's selling it. They're here. So that's why men go over there.
Well, you know what? I don't want to say black men. I don't want to give the impression black men ain't gonna be able to go somewhere else and find love. The only thing I'm gonna say about that is
no. I wasn't even saying that though. I wasn't even saying.
No, I know you're not care. But all I want to say is, at the end of the day, black women do have a certain level of control over their image, and if black men are unsatisfied, just go fix your image. Don't worry about what black men are saying. Just
simple as that. But I think they should also fix their attitude. Didn't mean to interject, Kev, but they really should. There's some good-looking women out there, but one thing they hadn't changed that plantation mentality. They hadn't changed that, man. Nope.
Man, I get to the point now where I only open up the door for a woman, because if I open up for her, she won't even acknowledge me.
Yep.
I'm like I'm supposed to do this, bitch. I'm not.
I feel like I'm supposed to I feel like I'm supposed to maintain a certain level of integrity, though. I don't try to let like the evil shit in the world change me too much. If you show me who you are, I just know how to react to you. So
cordiality is a part of character.
Yeah. So I do still try to open doors for people that are behind me, whether they are men or women.
I opened up the door for her, and
what happened?
She didn't say nothing. I said, "Well, thank you." She just she rolled her eyes, big old booty. She rolled her eyes, big old booty. Well, I guess you thought I was wanting her, man.
That's kind of payment. That's kind of payment right there. You know what I'm saying? Did she check that motherfucker to the left and right? You know what I'm talking?
But you know how you say, you try to speak to a woman or something, hey, Miss Lady, how you doing? She look at you like, psh. Ass attitude, angry black woman.
Yep. Yeah, but I mean, like, if she gonna show you that attitude like that, I mean, I would probably thank her for directing me to what I need to be focused on, that big old booty.
Yeah. Already.
Well, you know what?
Thanks for taking the guesswork out of it.
Hey, can I say something to Rogus real quick? Because I said it off air and he didn't hear it. So let me say it to him now. Well, two things. One thing, I'm going to say it, but I'm not really going to say it. And I don't want you to really say it neither. But I peeped that you caught what I caught about Kev's newscast. You know what I'm saying? Because you made a comment about it. I'm glad you peeped what I peeped too. And I told him that's cold the way he do it. But I want to say, man, I'm so glad to hear. Well, I ain't gonna say that on there, but I am so glad to hear that you are going to be in a position to help some of the younger Black kids, man. You have no idea how much joy that I have knowing that those kids is going to be at least a person like you out there really touching their lives at those young ages. So, man, I appreciate you for that and congratulate you on that move. And man, just keep up the good work, Rose. Keep up the good work, brother.
Definitely.
Appreciate
You know,
you.
we all here got our own platform, you know, for something. You know, we all here, we're good for something, you know. And one thing we can't agree on is that, you know, we've had some bad relationships with women. We've had bad marriages. We've had illegitimate children. We've, you know, all kind of shit, you know. So I listen to everything, man. But the men that are married, I don't really hear them say a whole lot bad, you know, or complain. But they acknowledge that there are, you know, those type women that, you know, they speak of on here all the time.
How many brothers do you think percentage of married brothers actually got quality wives?
Say it again. Ask that question again.
What percentage of married brothers do you think actually got quality wives?
25%.
25.
And that's among both cultures. Yeah, I'm being kind. That's among both cultures. 25. I think 75% of the men are in trouble simply because what's going on and how the court system has switched everything and made them powerful. One of you guys, either role, you're going to have to read this Willie Lynch letter to some of these young guys so they can know the plan that was put in front of them. And if these young women understand that they're being used, if they ever wake up from that spell, it is over for the rest.
Hey, I want to say something to Sir Anthony out there. What's up, Frat?
Somebody, when you frats out there listening.
Okay, also,
yeah, Sir Anthony.
Also, shout out to Donnie. Donnie asked me to drop the link.
Oh shit!
If he comes up while I'm playing this video, because I want to show them. I want to show them exactly what Roger and Rogish was talking about. As far
Come on, let's roll.
Yeah, my news reports. I do news reports here too. I don't just do broadcasts like this. I do pre-recorded.
Oh man, I like your stuff, bro. It'd be like 3 minutes long and you throwing jabs. I'll be like, wow, I like them, bro. I like your little things, man.
Yeah, so I just, for the viewing audience who is not aware of this, I just want to show you my most recent news story. So go ahead.
Hey, you know what, Kev? Before you play that story, I'm just gonna say for the general, whether you see what we talking about or not, I'm gonna ask that y'all just don't say it on air, and even folks in the chat, if you see what we see, don't even say it in the chat. Just let it be. Just let it be.
Let's go.
Go ahead.
All right, let me go share. All right, so I guess I'll just play the whole video. So just want to do this viewing. So like I said, we got a triple digit viewership, and I want y'all to just when y'all hit the notification bell, hit the all on the notification, so you'll know when I upload these stories. But YouTube been doing some funny things anyway, so so let me see. There we go. BBH News with Kev. News without the WS. Okay, everyone, thank you for your support in watching this channel, and all my new subscribers and my existing subscribers. But if you haven't, go below the screen, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, hit that notification bell, and you can watch news stories such as these. Now, it's unfortunate that every child's Christmas can't be merry. And for the son, the 8-year-old son of the woman in the female mugshot in the top left-hand corner, his Christmas certainly would be the most life-changing one. So let me tell you the story out of Houston, Texas. This happened on Friday, December 18th, 2020. Now, the BW in the female mugshot is Antoinette Gina Corder. According to news sources, Corder and her husband were arguing, like couples do. But this one was about him moving out. So moving out is to say that he was leaving her, I guess. And I guess, speaking from a black man's perspective, he just couldn't take it no more.
Hey, bitch, I'm going to the moon. I'll be back
So
in a couple of days.
the argument ensues, and for some reason, Mrs. Carter brandishes a firearm in the heat of the moment. So, in an attempt to do a
"if I can't have you, then nobody can,"
she shoots at her husband, no doubt, with an intent to kill him, but she misses him and shoots her 8-year-old son instead. Okay, fortunately, the injury was non-life-threatening, and the son was rushed to the hospital to be treated for his injuries, and he is in stable condition. But aside from that, we got to think about the psychological damages that are on that little boy. I mean, his mother shot him. Although the bullet was intended for the husband. And this is also in the process of watching his mom be a crazy bitch. One could properly assess that the husband leaving in the first goddamn place was the absolute right call, especially after that.
Facts.
Sometimes he thought shooting him would solve the problem without giving any thought to the lives she was endangering, including her own child. She hit him in his upper left chest, which is pretty much too close to the heart. On top of shooting the child in the first place, what if she hit the child in the head? What if she hit the child something vital? But, here's one thing that no one is going to think about, like literally no one. What about the father? Having to watch his son take a bullet intended for himself. That has to be a sinking feeling. Like you should be the one laying there in that hospital bed instead of your little boy. The child's going to be okay. But the child, like I said, is trauma that's going to be involved with this. Could create a disposition in him. That the perception that black W's just aren't good people when they want to hurt everything they can't control. I'm really sorry that the father and the 8-year-old boy, who is no doubt hurt by all of this, have to go through all of this in the first place. But you know what? Just another day in the life of black males. Period. But I do want to say, I don't know. Is this, to me, what will prompt the person to pull a gun? Like, what if she had killed him? Did she want to kill him? These women are hyper emotional. They're hyper insecure, and I mean, and when that happens, they spaz out. Their feelings and emotions take over, and all of a sudden, it's just this killer rage, and it affects the people who they're partnered up with. I mean, and it unfortunately affects their children. So you just need to watch out for this stuff. But this right here is dumb as fuck right now. Like, seriously. I asked myself a question. It's like, why do women like this feel like that it's okay for them to bring physical harm upon men, and then their children can be affected, in such a harmful way, such as in this story? And I think that a lot of it has to do with the fact that these female movements are not really focusing on, checking other females, for their behavior. And when behaviors get out of control and they get like they have real horrible attitudes, they think they can get away with shooting people, obviously. So, I'm just saying this because I don't want to see any more kids get shot for Christmas. I mean, that's ridiculous. I mean,
Just deal with your anger, deal with your violent outrage. Go seek some therapy first before more kids get hurt on Christmas. This one right here is ridiculous. This one right here is the mother of all fuck ups. I mean, when you shoot somebody, there are no accidents. It's just I got this headline right here from a news source, and look how they framed it. Mom, 31, accidentally shoots her son, 8, while aiming at her husband during argument over him moving out.
Yeah. Shit, man.
I don't know. It's like it feels like they're just trying to, somehow just make it seem like that it wasn't all her fault that she shot her son. So I hope she's prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. They charge her with aggravated assault on a family member, but honestly, it should be attempted murder. So we shall see. This is Kev. This is Black Men Being Brutally Honest. Please tune in again when I bring you other news stories and my live broadcast as well. Like, share, subscribe, and Kev, we trust.
Wow, man. Wow.
And just for the record, for the viewing audience, that's not an anomaly. I don't do that every now and again. I do like maybe 1 or 2 stories every week, and I do admit I need to do them as frequent as I used to. So just go back into the little archives of my channel. What I'll start doing is I'll start in my community tab posting some of my older news stories, just so you can see kind of the evolution of how I used to do it versus how I do it now. And I mean, for me to be able to do that, these news stories is, I feel like I'm offering up something a bit more for, my channel. And I will always say this: it was my original intention, one of my original intentions for the Facebook group, that I wanted news stories to be discussed without that perspective, without that, that indoctrinating perspective. So, yeah, what up, Donnie?
Oh boy,
the Borg. Roger.
Engage.
Roger. Donnie.
Yeah.
Donnie.
Number 1, the Borg got Donnie.
Yeah. Like, it's because Rogish got like Locutus in his avatar.
I'm half Autobot.
Okay.
I'm half Autobot. I'm a diesel
I got
truck.
you. Okay, cool. We can hear you now, though. What's up, guy? Long live the habitual line steppers.
What's going on? Long live the line steppers.
Shoot.
Yeah,
So,
but man, I've been listening. Listening to the show. I've been a little occupied, but I've been listening to the show. The show is fire per usual. Long live the habitual line steppers. I told you a long time ago, you got a voice that needs to be heard. You are the black man.
Ah, damn. Yeah, they must have wanted to hear you say it. Like,
yep.
They
cut them off that quick. Cut them off that quick.
They're like, hell no, Daddy. Don't speak this truth. Okay, well, he's back.
That was fucked up what you just put up, Kev. I didn't see that one. And did you see the expression of her face? There was no remorse. Yo, Rogue, did y'all really see her expression? It was pure hate. No remorse. None. Whoa.
I don't judge people off their mugshot, because that mugshot, it's a bitch. When you get sitting in the back of that police car and you get carted off to the station, they treat you like you're not a human being. So I don't judge people off that mugshot. That mugshot look crazy. So I don't expect for people to be in the mugshot looking like, oh shit, it's when they get to that cell when shit really hit them.
How do you feel about people who worked in the field?
That working with that do what now?
That worked in the field of law enforcement, like through intake and all that, like where they, I worked in that field.
So I feel like a lot of times they're just doing their job. But the problem is with just doing your job is you see a lot of the bad and the good starts to fade out. So you see some people that may not deserve to be there, that may be in a fucked up situation, and your empathy kind of gets lost on that because you see the monsters so often. So it's a hard dynamic, just like any job. If you work in customer service long enough, you know, you have some great, phenomenal customer service people, and then you have some people that get jaded because they have dickheads that come in all the time.
Oh man, it's crazy because I'm gonna tell you, I had motherfuckers was like, "You sell out, motherfucker! I'm gonna beat your ass when I see you. When I see you on the street, I'm gonna fuck you up." Yeah, look, I'm a little young ass nigga, you know, with a uniform on, and you know, but I was just cool because I see my buddies come through there, you know, and everything, you know. I'm not changing because I got a motherfucking uniform. I'm not going to jeopardize my job either, you know. But I've had that a whole lot, you know.
So I've been in the criminal justice system based on a lot that was told on me, right? A false accusation. I've talked about this before, and I was young. I think I was 19 years old, 18, 19 years old. And I was falsely accused of rape. And this was a crime I did not commit, right? This was a crime that I was eventually vindicated of. And when I got there, I was treated with all the sweetness in the world by, it was some black women in there, and they felt bad for me, which they should have, right? And then they looked at the charges and immediately went to, oh, well, he ain't shit mode, right? And that's one of the things that I'll never forget as a young black male, being treated as a pariah in society. I didn't do shit wrong. I was falsely charged, and it happens so often with black men, right? So now that I've been falsely charged with this crime, I sit in the cell. Instead of you giving me the due process of innocent until proven guilty, I've automatically become guilty because of the
proven innocent.
Guilty. So were they federal or state charges?
They were state charges.
Okay, yeah, you know, because motherfuckers, man, as soon as they see you up in there, you know, that's just the way they do. They can see everything. When I worked there, I could see everything. You know, the whole rap sheet, you know, medical records. You know, we ain't supposed to see that shit, but we see it.
Right. So if you run back to my shit, I hadn't done anything to really be charged with that shit, but they saw the records, and I remember sitting in the cell being fucked up because they quote unquote lost me in the system. And I remember a black woman being like, listen, I just want to talk to my mama. You know, I like, listen, hey, this is fucked up. And the chick looked at my little charges and gave me and strode the fuck off on me, right? So there was no empathy there for me. But, you know, 9, 8, 9, 10 months later, I was vindicated. But she didn't know that. So
but you know what though, but if you had made it to prison, you know, the women that work in the prison system, it's totally different. You know, they niggas be using them straight up for everything. You know, it's the brothers that you kind of got to worry about because they be brainwashed. They brainwash a whole lot up in there.
The fact that any of them is judging cats based off the system, the whole load of them is brainwashed. All of them is brainwashed, but they judging motherfucker based off of an unbalanced system.
Right. The system is fucked up. And I'll tell you, because of these charges, I've had like a feeling of pariah ever since then. And it was an issue that I really had to work on and work through in order to kind of get my mental state back to where it was before that, right? And one of the things I never forget is the sister. And it was some dudes in there too. The dudes was more middle across the line, like they didn't like, hi nigga. But the women, that's what really killed me. They gave me that look of, and that shit really fucking hurt because at a certain point, even though I knew I was innocent, I felt like I was guilty.
Did you get your record sealed?
You cannot seal a record in the state that I live in. That's kind of just forever there, and I've tried to.
Ain't that a bitch? Ain't
right.
That a bitch?
So it's kind of one of those things to where. Like I had a crime that was put on me after the fact because just the city that I live in, they was just really hunting on me for some other shit because I was wilding in the street.
So it was more like you had you was vindicated, you know, and then they turned around and because an arrest record never go, even if you're not
right.
A conviction is different from a arrest record because you know even if you show up on a job where they check your record and you've been arrested 10, 15 times and plead no what is it nolo contende what is it
no contest.
yeah no
You have
yeah
no contest, guilty,
yeah
and innocent.
or either just
Yeah.
no even first time offender it still shows an arrest record.
So I did catch a felony after the fact, right? It was really some shit that I just got hit on. I just didn't have the money to fight it, and the prosecutor wasn't trying to help me. So I ended up getting that set aside, and it ended up getting knocked down to a misdemeanor, because it went from a felony to a misdemeanor, and then the misdemeanor got set aside. So you know they see that shit, right? Which is crazy to me. And you know, so like I live in Arizona, so Arizona. I ended up getting into a case where I called the NAACP. This is the craziest shit ever to me. I had video cameras. I had several witness statements from motherfuckers I didn't even know. A fight broke out. They arrested my homeboy. And I remember being like 10, 15 feet away from the cop being like, yo, with my hands up, like, hey, listen, he didn't do anything. He wasn't the one that was fighting in this situation. I remember a cop coming over and swinging on me and trying to like really fuck me up. And I'm a trained fighter. So at the time, I was probably a year or two in. So he tried to take me down. And I remember like moving and grabbing his hands and doing shit. And this motherfucker threw an elbow at me and was like, stop arresting. So I let go. And when I got to the cell, this motherfucker came in the cell with his homeboy. And his homeboy was trying to talk for him. Like, where'd you learn these moves? How'd you do this? I'm like, yo, listen, you can't do this. This is you violate my rights, everything else. So the next day we see the judge, and the judge see my rap sheet from the false arrest, the fake sexual assault charge. Well, I wouldn't say fake, but the lie that was a sexual assault charge. And I remember being like, he saw it. He was like, yeah, you're a menace to society. Whoa, 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 whoa. Listen, those charges were thrown out. That was false. And I remember that motherfucker it was a black dude too, Judge Udall. I'll never forget.
Brother.
Yeah. A brother. He was a super Carlton Banks. And I remember going, listen, it was a charge. I know, but I got witness statements. And mind you, I've been in jail for like probably 18 hours, but I already had my little phone call. So I knew what was like, let me get this shit and so we can go. And this motherfucker was not trying to hear it. So I ended up paying about $3,000-$4,000 for
and
this is motherfucker.
Yep, they don't want them to talk about it. Yeah, we got you, but the important part, they made sure they blocked that.
So did they block you from getting a bond, or did they try to? Because this is what they'll do. They'll give you a charge, and then they'll try to bring more charges up before you bond out. And when you get ready to bond out, you have two bonds.
We can't keep playing this shit, man, with these motherfuckers, bro. Just can't.
You have to. It's their game.
Motherfuckers hit me. Ended up bonding out. It was like 15,000, and I remember getting the lawyer, and the lawyer was like, listen, I went in there and I talked to him. They want to hit you with these charges. What? And I remember bringing the lawyer after talking to Jared Moppet with the NAACP, this punk motherfucker. I sent him the 7 witness statements, and I told him I had the video clip. All he had to do was contact me so I can come and bring it up there, right? Because I think this was the time of maybe the VHS tape, or the little regular tape. So I'm like, listen,
right?
They got him again.
Yo, Donnie, you're not.
Yeah, that's a case of entrapment, man. It's just so fucked up that they do black men like that. And the thing is, if the state decided, or the county decided that they didn't want to pick it up, they'll turn right around and do some federal shit. And I think that every brother should know the federal and state law. And some little towns have their laws.
They don't teach it. They don't.
Very much should. Because I remember being fucked up in there. So I remember talking to them, and it was a Mexican cat who was my lawyer. We paid him I think we paid him about 5 racks for it. And this motherfucker went in there and he was like, I told him, he said, you just got to take a class. I was like, but I ain't do nothing. Yeah, just take the class and get it over with. Huh?
Money.
Yeah, just take
money.
Take
behavior.
Class.
What was it? Behavior management. Behavior management. Something like that.
It was
money, man.
So I had to sit in there and take that 8-hour class, and I'm sitting in that 8-hour class going like, I ain't do nothing wrong. And the lady's telling me, well, you here, so doesn't matter because you're guilty. What, bitch? Huh? Come again?
Wow. So I was gonna say this, and I'm gonna let you talk. Notice who he said was teaching them, y'all. Been through the same shit. A she. All right. I just want to say that. Go ahead, Don.
Right. And it was crazy because I remember taking this class and being like, this, I should not fucking be here. It was a dude in here in that class that he got kicked out of his homeowners association. Actually, it was pretty funny, but he got kicked out of his homeowners association because he was in his backyard, butt ass naked, riding around in his lawnmower, naked, playing rock music.
Yeah, so you was on next spectrum with it.
So I remember being in there like, bitch, what? Why I'm in here? It was a motherfucker who was back in the day Walmart. This motherfucker used to go into Walmart and pick up the computers and walk out of Walmart, and he was doing it on a big scale to where they caught his ass at like on a corporate level, and the next time they popped him, and he was in the class with me. So I'm going, why the fuck am I here? and I got all the evidence in the world to prove me wrong, because they're not interested in proving who's guilty and who's not. They're interested in getting that money.
That attorney didn't want to fight for you. Did you pay him?
I did, but he told me he was like, we can fight this, we can go to trial, and they could probably hit you with some shit. But realistically, you're already on, because I was on probation at the time for the bullshit they hit me with before. And I was like, yeah. He was like, do you really want to put this? I was like, not really. He said, so take this and then you get in and get the fuck out. And I was like, fuck, all right, I'll take it.
But you didn't get no jail time on that one, right?
No.
Okay, well, you got off on that, but still, that's a hit on your record. And the problem is, man, when you get an attorney that come back with all these, it's just like a fucking Rudy Poot ass car salesperson that keep coming back to you. Well, let me go talk to my boss about this price and blah, blah, blah. It's like a negotiation thing. You know, knowing these motherfuckers be eating donuts and drinking coffee with the prosecutors. They all friends.
Yeah.
So they already know what time it is. But I know a brother that did that, and he paid this motherfucker $50,000 to get him off. And he come out and he said, well, this is the best I could get you. 30 years to life. He beat the shit out that attorney with that shit.
I salute him. Whoever's listening, I salute you from way over here. I got to. It's a money racket, Donnie. I said that. Rogue, you heard me. Nino, you said that. Take a step back. Look at the money. There is a salute. I don't like saying this. I said it on Donnie's show. Said it on Kev and Roger. There's a solution for the way they treat us. This is why these women, these sisters, get in this treatment, because even Willie Lynch said it. We can go to sleep. They will watch over them for us. They have transferred so much wealth from us, man. I mean, wealth from us that is crazy. And Shakespeare said it about the lawyers and the attorneys. He said, when the revolution started, y'all know who the first to go, because the lawyers are for the bench. The bench in Latin means bank. I hope I wasn't saying too much.
Ain't finna be no revolution, man. Ain't no revolution coming.
Niggas at this point, I fully believe. So I had a big disillusionment, because one of my favorite shows before I ever got in any trouble with, especially with like the false rape allegation, right, was Law and Order SVU.
Right.
And when you watch that show, they do their due diligence, right? They go through, they find the information, they start tracking down the leads, they get the truth. And I'm going, nah, I didn't do shit. They gonna figure out I didn't do shit. And it was real fucking easy to figure out I didn't do shit, right?
Yeah.
It was a dyke white woman. I was falsely accused by a white woman. This dyke lawyer went and didn't even give a fuck about none of that shit. She violated my rights in the pretrial, was it the pretrial conference? And basically she went and told them some real funny shit and tried to make it out into this big situation. They denied it. They was like, listen, yeah, we don't feel like this was we don't feel like this was true, so we're gonna let this shit go. So she brought the shit right back in front of the grand jury, and then told them some goofy shit and let that shit go, and then tried to hide it. My lawyer found it.
She wanted to be a fucking hero, man, and that's what they do. You know, you have some cops when the state drop charges on you, they'll go back and try to, go back in your rep sheet, and, to try to prove a point to bring it back to the jury.
That's exactly what the fuck they did, and what kills me is we didn't find this out until like a couple months after the fact, which we should have found out early on. When you say somebody sexually assaulted you as a woman, they file what's known as, or they do what's known as a rape kit. Okay, so a rape kit basically is them checking the woman to get for DNA evidence to see if she was sexually assaulted. There's tearing, there's all kind of stuff. I'm not sure of the term. I think it's petechiae. They can tell if you've had sex or not. This woman had not had sex that night. So they saw this. Right.
How you ain't on no Frank Castle Punisher shit, cuz?
I was angry for a couple of years.
But you know what, man? Thank God for this kind of platform. Now you able to tell this story, and they can go back and open up those files and put these motherfuckers on blast because you popular now. If I were you, I would put it out there.
Donnie, finish. What you saying, Donnie?
So basically, they figured this shit out. They kept pushing without that. Right, so they've already figured out she wasn't raped. She didn't have sex that night. They kept pushing beyond that. All right, cool. So then, the little motherfucker kept talking and doing all this shit, and her friends eventually was like, "All right, bitch, this is what it is." Because what actually ended up happening that night was I fucked a friend, and then I went back for the second round with her homegirl. And the friend figured it out and somebody told her that I was in a room with her friend and went and basically knocked the door down, which is a blessing for me, right? Because before anything went down, the bitch knocked the door down and they got into a fist fight and altercation. So we're all kids underage. So I left.
Hold up, what the fuck's the rape charge? You underage?
Well, it's not a there's difference between rape and what's the charge when you're underage? What is that?
Age sex with a minor.
Yeah, whatever that is. It's not sex with a minor, but it's something. It's the same thing with a different name.
Some Arizona shit.
No, it's the same name. It's sex with a minor, but they call it something else. But statutory rape. There you go.
Whoa, they was
statutory.
But it wasn't a statutory charge. That's what I'm saying. They're just saying it was just a plain old rape charge.
Them motherfuckers get you, boy. God damn, that's funny.
No shit, man.
So ultimately, what ended up happening is her homegirls told on her. Her homegirls was like, they folded. We got them on statement. We got them telling because, oh man, my story's crazy shit. I really should write a book. So they told it, and they was like, this is some bullshit. Because the girl had a black eye and like maybe a busted lip, and I was like, whoa, I didn't do that shit. But I didn't know what happened. So her homegirl, the one that I messed with earlier, had walked upstairs and seen that shit. So when I left, they was fighting. They got into the bathroom and they got in a scuffle. And the homegirl beat the fuck out of her friend. So when the police raided the house, because we was having a party, it was a bunch of kids drinking and getting fucked up. They seen the girl with a busted lip, and she was like, "Yeah, he beat me up and dragged me to the room and did this, that, and the third." Right. So it was all fucking insane. But the highlight of the case, the one that just tore everything the fuck down, was I had mind you, I'm on house arrest. So I got bailed out. I'm on house arrest. I'm sitting at the house. Right. We had a house party for a friend. Guess who showed up?
Whoa.
Who? The cops?
The chick who claimed that she was raped. So I had never seen her before that night. The second time I seen her was when she came to my house for a house party. She was kicking it at the house party.
Oh, hell no.
You ain't lying, man. God
so
damn.
it's party going on, and I'm in the background. Everybody taking pictures. I'm in the background cheesing like, hey, you see me? Listen, this is after the fact. Like, hey, and they brought this shit to the prosecutor. The prosecutor was like, yeah, I'm over this shit. Guess who didn't want to let it go?
Who? The judge.
The detective. The detective didn't want to let the shit go. She didn't want to let the shit go. She was making up all kind of excuses. She was talking about victims do this, do strange things, yada yada yada. The detective was rolling for it. So my lawyer had to hit her was like, listen, bitch, we already caught that you did some foul shit in the grand jury indictment. Do you really want to keep this rolling?
Wow.
Case over with.
They all want to be the star of a case, man, and that's what happened. You know, like I mentioned in the chat over there, you know, that the regular attorneys on the street ain't shit. Them brothers that be in the law library and the prisons, who
they good.
Oh yeah, they will definitely get your case, get your record. They got life, but they can get your shit heard.
Right. So when it all went down, we basically went to the court. The prosecutor apologized to me, was commenting on how cute my sister was saying you have your whole life going forward, yada, yada, yada. And then I find out a couple of years ago, she went out and opened her own little firm and wrote on it because these motherfuckers is in for themselves. And the shit is crazy to me that I was put through all this because basically motherfuckers trying to hit numbers. They put numbers on the scoreboard.
Right.
Wow.
They hand out years like lunch, cause some motherfuckers. I didn't actually sat on someone's case, and it's always like 5 or 6, 7 cases before them and shit, and then you just see how many years they just throwing out, and then the type of cavalier attitude they have of speaking to one another, but they all know one another. They're like, oh yeah, 15 years here. And 8 years here and 40. It's like, God damn, I saw him give out like 120 years to like 6 motherfuckers within 32 minutes.
Are you an attorney, Rogish?
Nah. I had some kinfolk that got caught up in the kick though. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, I feel you.
But
yeah, I feel you.
I'll never.
Where you go, man? Where you go?
I'm here. I dropped my phone. But yeah, I'll never.
You say you sat on somebody's case. I thought you was an attorney.
I'll never forget sitting in my lawyer's office and him being like, "Listen, we got the rape kit. The rape kit shows. I think it was the petechiae. Don't quote me on this. This is a decade ago. He was like, yeah, the petechiae. It shows one or two things. Either you got the world's smallest dick, or she's got the world's hugest vagina." But it doesn't look like there was any sex going on that night. So like. I told you at the beginning of this case, we was just gonna chip away at that lie, chip, and that's what we did. And we got to that motherfucker, and I'll never forget this shit. Because I remember being in that courtroom crying, like tears, like a big blubbering fucking baby. And the lawyer came over to me. He was like, "I brought scissors for this. See, they golden, right? Boom!" And he snipped the little thing off the thing off my foot, and he was like, "Yeah. You free. You owe me. So now I get your firstborn." He was like, "No, I'm just kidding." He said, "But go out here, do something with your life, and don't fuck it up." I was like, "Shit.
Damn.
Say no more."
It's money. But I say it to you again, bro.
What you just shared was a screenplay. I'm talking about. Let's get it cracking.
Hey.
Man, no, it's funny because motherfuckers told me it's it's daddy's little girl.
Hey.
I was like, it's daddy's little girls. Oh, okay. The Tyler Perry film.
Yeah, motherfucker. But you do know that happened to Nixon, the running back for the Cincinnati Bengals. Some shit happened to him. Hey, Rogue, I say it again. I know the solution. Hey, Donnie, that shit happened to me. I mean, not like that. But they tried to call me a terrorist before the fucking word even came out in Houston, Texas. But they put me on probation. But the white bitch, she was stealing the rent money, and she deflected that shit to me. She ran to Florida. They found her. They wouldn't even expedite this trash looking motherfucker back. But
it's crazy because I know for a fact that Texas has a U.S. Marshal that'll come and snatch you the fuck up no matter where you are and make you pay for it. If you were in Alaska, they will come get you.
And guess who else is like that? Alabama, man. There's a guy that I know. The guy's father's rich, was on like a Fortune 500 book. They went to Atlanta, pulled him out of class at Morehouse. He went down to Alabama. He had to get his dad. They said, we need $55,000 right now. Homeboy said, listen, that's not my child, but here's the $55,000. Black judge. He said, okay, well, if this not your child, we just gonna hold this check. They got him a hotel room. They put him in a hotel, put a monitor on his legs. They went and got this chick from Florida, bought her and the child back. He's a little dude, about 5'6", light-skinned brother. The dude, his son, 6'4", wears size 11 shoe by in the 10th grade. The judge just looked at him. Once they took the test, found out it wasn't his kid. They didn't even guess what they didn't do though? They didn't give him the money back. Say, oh, we're sorry, and let it go at that.
No, they got them under the IED, the Interstate Agreement Detainer Act.
Yeah. So they've been playing games with us, and again, they expect us to be step and fetch it and not talk. And this is why this is a platform. We talk. We know what they have done to us. But as a white lady said, my homie said, this white lady came out. She said, what they have done to black people. Say this, and said Angela Davis was with her. She said she's so disappointed, Angela Davis, she's pathetic and weak. But this white lady said, there's going to be hell to pay for what they have done to us. And she said it. This day is coming. I said to the sisters too, what y'all have done, it's coming, man. I know Rogue said ain't no revolution. Something's coming, man. Something's coming, bro.
No, nothing's coming, dog. Nothing's coming.
Okay.
You know why? The whole world and yield to the way that these pilgrims operate. So the thing is, it ain't just them. You know what I'm saying? That's why I say, you know what I'm saying, this niggas against the world, nigga, the 5A tribes, Anglos, Americans, Africans, Asians, and whatever the other ones is. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
All the motherfuckers got a problem with niggas being enriched in a group amongst themselves. You know, all of them got a problem with that. So it's not just something that's going to happen to switch that. You know, nothing is going to happen because everyone is buying into the system. Those who are so-called oppressed, they are investing and buying into the system. So if they buy into the system, it is what it is. It's not the thing is, it's not that these things are wrong or these things are bad or whatever. It's more along the line that for most black folk is that it's happening to them. That's mainly black folks' issue. It's like, oh, shit, when it happens to them, they don't think it's supposed to be happening to them. Ain't no problem with the system being fucked up, evil, whatever you want to call it or whatever. Nobody got a problem with that until that shit happens to them.
And that's true. That's the truth because you got a lot of motherfuckers that were guards, the detention officers and correction officers and police officers that got caught up in some shit, and they didn't care about the motherfuckers who were coming through the intake until it started happening to them, and they was bringing them through there.
Yeah, son. It's like they say, the system can only last for so long. Rome fell too, so if Rome fell, y'all know this system is gonna fall. It's just a matter of time. And
right, but the thing is the mentality of the people going to correct? Because it ain't really the system. Look, the system ain't the issue. The system. Look, we think the system is the issue. Think white man, white experience, all that shit. Nah. It's the fact that no matter what happens to the people usually gonna yield to it. So you got to start questioning if the humanity of the people is intact in an adequate manner. Perhaps maybe being in, you know what I'm saying, in tertiary citizen class levels forever done eroded a specific level of humanity. Maybe you're not just working with those who understand their humanity on their level. They're more opting to flow into their citizenry or whatever they believe their perceived citizenry to be. You know what I'm saying? So that the whole thing is you see something as something that need to be fixed, right? Well, what if the people who are also still suffering from it still don't think it need to be fixed? They just think, they need better access to it.
Okay.
Yeah, but no, my thing is this. I've been in this space for what, maybe a year and some change, and you know, I've been around people like Kev. I've been around people like Raj, and these niggas held me down, right? Because I remember it was a bunch of niggas with their own platform that had heard me talk about my story, and they tried to use my story as a weapon against me.
Yo, you boring hard.
Realistically,
you boring hard.
they was hurt. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
How about
in
now?
and out.
Now, you good?
That's, okay. That's better.
Okay, but yeah, no, I've seen this platform be for men and about men, and then I've also seen the same men who say that they're for men and about men try to use that same plateau as a ability piece to try and make you look bad. That's the shit that kills me. So now I look at a lot of people in this sideways. You see motherfuckers who. All right,
you got to
hold on. Let me see if we can fix it. You know, I'm trying to hop on the wife.
But yeah, so I think that all the talk.
Anybody?
The thing is, yeah, we can hear you better. We hear you better now.
All right, but yeah, no. So my thing is I've been in this space for like a year and a half, and I've seen motherfuckers who are in this space talk about men for men. They talk about people like Brian Banks, shit like that, and then the moment you get on their nerves, or you say some shit they don't like, that's the shit that they try to attack you with. So I think it's kind of funny, and it just really goes to show me that even though these motherfuckers get in this space and they start talking about shit, are they really about it, or are they about themselves and trying to promote, you know, some hurt aspect? I've seen a lot of niggas get in here and promote a hurt aspect of their life. Now you can see me get on these platforms and I will talk about the wrongdoings, but you'll never hear me say some shit that's just really out of line or untrue. Like you never see me get on here and just be like, bitches ain't shit because it's Tuesday, right? I will talk about some injustices that are going on in our community. And it's funny because I did a video talking about that. It's niggas who get on here talking about some shit because they need therapy. So they start superimposing every woman that they talk about or hear about their baby mama onto that woman.
Right. As if they don't need quality chicks. And it's like, come on now, everybody
right.
Quality chicks. And it's like, all right.
Like I did a video talking about going abroad. A lot of these niggas talk about going abroad as if the women, when they get abroad, are just waiting for them with their vaginas open, right? Nope. They got their legs open, panties down. No. You a weird nigga here, you a weird nigga there. The difference is you have little money, so they more willing to put up with your bullshit.
Yo,
I understand. What'd you say now?
She ain't got that fatty face no more. Press play, Kev. Let's see this bitch shake it. You know what I'm saying? Look what tassels around the knees. Go ahead, bitch. Make it tribal.
Ain't no press play on this one. Ain't no press play on this one, y'all. This is the
oh shit.
That's an Instagram.
Oh, go ahead. So she lost about what, 40 pounds, man, huh?
I don't know what that is, obviously, but you know, it's kind of she one of the ones that, like, I don't know, I guess when she kind of curved like that, it seemed like she have a shape. I bet she staying straight up, it'd be like pancakes.
Flat as a
pancake. What I've noticed from women,
and chicks heavy set who like, you know, they lose that shit the right way and they cut the right way. Nah, they usually got the motherfucking curves like that. You know what I'm saying? She was a little chunky, you know what I'm saying? The words of Corey Holman. Fatty face for show in the face. You know what I'm talking about?
She's cute than a motherfucker. She in the face, she cute than a motherfucker. She got green eyes, so she's real super attractive. The rest of her body is for trash. She's like Alicia Keys. If you look at Alicia Keys, you see her from the front, you like, damn, bitch, we working with something, right? And then she turn around, it hit like an ironing board. Bitch, what happened?
You know what, man? A lot of women.
Hold up, Alicia Keys ain't got no ass. I never looked at her.
No, that's the shit that kills me.
It's a difference from having a nice ass and really having a real big fat ass booty, you know. And that's the issue. You got a lot of chicks, they bend over, like they send you a picture, they bend over in the goddamn camera to make that motherfucker look fat, but when she stand up, like Kevin say, she flat as a pancake.
All right, but ain't nobody worried about her standing up as long as she right when she bend over. Get the
Man,
hey,
listen,
Nino. So we know what he's gonna be when the revolution starts. How'd you gonna be able to fight?
We in the digital age. These bitches is motherfucking beasts at taking these pictures. I discovered the way that they take the angles, right? So my wife don't have to do all that shit. She just got to dunk. Wow. It just hits you in the face. You stand straight up, both legs together. It's dunk. Wow. I figured out that chicks will do some shit where they have one leg straight and then they have a leg in front of them forward that is angled, or it's at like a little, like a L shape, right? Like a little crook in the leg, and it make it look like their ass is bigger. And I'm going, whoa, she thick. And then you see her in person, bitch, what happened?
But see, that's the thing that shows you how important ass is to them, but ain't none of them really fucking like that. You know what I'm saying? So you know what I'm saying. So again, I asked the question: are they battling with whole energy, or excuse me, strumpet? You know what I'm saying? You know, you can hold on.
Isn't that Curry's wife?
The question is, does it give them attention? And the reason she took this photo is because she was the wholesome woman before that everybody respected and looked at and held her in a high regard. And then all of a sudden she started doing interviews talking about she wishes niggas would come and treat her like a whore.
Yes, she was jealous of her husband, Donnie. She's jealous of her husband.
But she just want to come behind the metallic yoga pants and put a hole in them motherfuckers right in the kitchen. Yeah, already.
This is the shit I be talking about. And it's funny because I've seen this behavior. Like I've so I've gone abroad, right? I've seen black women go abroad, and it really trips me out when I see them go abroad because they keep that same little bullshit art attitude when you start talking to them, because they figure out you're American real fucking quick. So they're like, "Oh, you from America?" Yeah. And one of the worst things that had ever fucked me up abroad, and I've said this on the show before, was when I was in Italy. And the first time I was in Italy, I didn't see no black women. And I saw we was in Rome, and I saw a lot of these they're like 35, 36, 38, 39, 40-year-old Italian men. Motherfuckers be having ball spots. They live with their mama. They be out waiting for these bitches to come, and they hit them with the boopity bapa, boppity boopy, yeah, and they romance these white women, right? They romance these white women because this is what they come to Italy for. They expect an Italian man to hit them with the boopity bapa, boppity boopy, and they hit. So I was like, holy shit, okay, these motherfuckers putting game in this shit, right? Because I got an Italian friend, he was like, yeah, they do that. It's embarrassing. Because it's embarrassing to him. He was like, yeah, they do that shit. So right. I'm out and I'm out and about. Maybe this is the second, I think it was the third time I was there. And it was a black woman. And it was 3 of them. They was walking up the street. And these same motherfuckers who come up with the boopity papa, hey, boopity belly, boopity papa.
He's too tickled, man.
They run up on the black woman with zero regard, absolute disrespect. So imagine running up to a black woman in the mall here, grabbing your dick and being like, "Oh, Bella, hey, beautiful. Oh shit, yeah." That bitch call the police on you, nigga. You finna get raided, nigga. That motherfucker's finna come, throw you down, tackle you, do everything else. In Italy, he's so silly. Bitch, what? You went for that? Yeah, Italian men are just so different. Yeah, bitch.
Wow.
And I'm thinking like, okay, yeah, like, so I'm walking past that bitch. I see that motherfucker about an hour later at the cafe with this nigga. And I'm going, oh, bitch, you sitting at the cafe with the nigga who grabbed his dick and told you was, what? Huh?
Yeah, so they turn into foreign hoes, like foreign hoes turn into, you know what I'm saying, for us, right?
It was some of the most embarrassing shit I've ever fucking seen. And it's crazy to me because every time I've been to a foreign country and I see black women on vacation, they turn into slave play.
hey,
Did someone say slave play?
Yeah,
Turn into
yeah,
slave play.
he said it, Donnie. Hey, say, Donnie, I hear that they doing the same thing in Dubai, man.
Nigga, so in Dubai, so the thing with Dubai is it's like the richest or one of the richest emirates, right?
Uh-huh.
So if you put the Middle East in, there's several different places, but Dubai is one of the richest part of the Emirates. So it's to where like the police have like Lamborghinis, like you, because rich motherfuckers is running around in fucking Ferraris, Lamborghinis, expensive shit. So the police come around them in a Ford or some other shit, you getting lost. Like, bye, homie. It's a wrap for you.
Right.
So the whole Emirates is rich as a fucking whole. These motherfuckers are treating these bitches like it's like they've almost walked up to them and put some dirt in their face. Like, here, bitch, pow, throw some dirt in their face. Yeah, you fucking right. Yeah, I want to be like Janet Jackson. and they'll go off with these motherfuckers and do some strange shit for a piece of change. And maybe they got a good dinner out of it. They got a great photo op. And then that motherfucker sends on about their wife away and then goes back to his emirate wife. And it like I've lost all hope in black women when I see them abroad, just seeing this shit. Like, bitch, is this really what the game is? The moment they know, and it's the funniest shit ever. All foreign black women, when they go backpacking or they really go traveling for like a long period of time, they get these braids in their hair. So you can spot them a mile. I kid you not. You go traveling, like I go backpacking, so I go for like 2-3 months at a time. You see them traveling, you see a chick with braids in her hair. Oh yeah, she's from America. She's definitely from America. She got the full Bo Derek shit, and I say Bo Derek is an insult, but she's got the full Bo Derek shit in her head.
So these are white chicks with braids in their hair?
No, these are black women. And I say the Bo Derek shit as an insult because, you know, it's famous Bo Derek put that shit in her hair. But they run around and I'm going.
Because some white girls, you know, they be at Burning Man with them braids in their hair like that.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that one too. But like they go for any fucking thing. And I'm going, what has the bar dropped? Why are you here? Because it's an experience. And when you try to talk to them as a black man from Black America, they're a black woman from Black Woman America. It's a no-go because they want the blonde hair, blue eye. They think they're gonna meet some dude who's gonna take them home, and really all they do is he dusts their drawers off and be like, "I got my black card." High five his people and keep it fucking rolling.
Wow.
I worked at a bar in Cambodia in Sihanoukville, right? And it was a white dude there, and he was telling me, he was like, "Black American chicks are the easiest. No offense, huh?" And I felt some type of way at the time. And then I actually saw it put into practice and I was like, damn, it's nothing I can even fucking say. But and mind you, this is it's the same dynamic in reverse because I'm foreign as fuck to all these white women. So when I got to Cambodia, I worked there for a month, so I could have fucked all the local bitches I stayed away from. But yeah, coming down from the Nords. From Amsterdam, from like all the blonde hair, blue eyed Furian, the Aryan race bitches. They all come in and they see a nigga and they like, oh shit, hey, what's going on? And they start talking to you and shit, and they play their little reggaeton hip hop from their little region and shit. And I'm like, oh yeah, okay, bitch, and we can smash and I keep it moving. But when you get there, these black women just base themselves at all costs, and it's so fucking sad. It's so sad. Now, don't get me wrong. I've seen maybe 5 black women who ain't with the bullshit. They're just really legitimately there for a vacation to see the sights. Right. I salute you. But the majority of black women I've seen out there is so pathetic, and it makes you sick.
Wow. Well, it's like that here in Banff. Banff is actually the place for leading Canada in STDs, and ain't no brothers up there. But when I go up there, it's like aphrodisiac. Or even up in Canada, it's like they ain't never seen a brother. And it's like, you're right. I'm like, this really doesn't feel comfortable. It's like, you know, native guys get pissed off, white guys get pissed off. you know what? Fuck this. Let me just go to my room and get ready to go to work in the morning. Shit on it.
Yeah, they get pissed off because your ass showed up being who they acting like.
Hey,
Yeah, damn shame.
but
Shame.
Rogue, I'm not trying nothing though. I mean, you know, some people say, "Man, I wish I had game." What the fuck you mean game? Like a conversation?
No,
Like,
what they say, they wish they was black, because when you go around the world, when you see how majority of the cats are behaving socially, they're doing some form of mimicry of us over here. Always.
Yeah. You get to the clubs. They're not playing. They do play the EDM that they play that shit tough and happy, right? But when you're not hearing that, what do you hear? You hear hip hop.
Yep.
So you'll be in the spot. I remember when the Smurder dance came out at and you could do the same dance to every fucking song, right? I remember being in Hong Kong and that shit came on and everybody swiveled their head around to my black ass.
We was one time in Thailand, and you would have swore it was the motherfucking Bay Area, the motherfucking real.
At what beach?
Patong Beach. You know where Shark Bar, Pussy Cafe is over there, and all that.
I love Patong Beach. That's in Phuket, right?
Yeah.
Patong Beach was a killer. I don't like Patong Beach so much because they got rid of the Sizzler.
Nigga was on the bird, 40,000 and shit.
But yeah, that shit fucked me up. Like some of the it's crazy when you travel these places. It's a different dynamic. The hardest chick I've ever hit on was a Italian chick.
Okay. You say the hardest as far as hard.
They failed. And what happened?
And I realized, okay, this makes a lot of sense. This is why a lot of these 35-year-old motherfuckers with ball spots living with their mama are hitting on the foreign bitches. Because it's hard to knock an Italian broad, right?
Oh, really?
Yeah, shit, it was hard as fuck. Now, I not say that I didn't do it, but I realized there was a level of difficulty with the Italian women, like the legit if you're in Italy. If you're in Italy and you're trying to just meet a chick at the bar, it's not fucking happening. However, if you are abroad and you meet an Italian chick, boom, it's a wrap. The other two are like the easiest is probably a chick from Amsterdam and a chick from Israel. I don't know what it is about Israel. They just basically like, hey, you want the pussy here? Listen, even if you don't want the pussy, it's here available for you. Did you?
I would think Israel would be easier too, because I mean, think about it, any place where they restrict it. You know what I'm saying? So the thing is, we're already walking aphrodisiacs, right? So, and then you go to a place where they're restricted from, you know, participating in, I guess, I don't want to say loose, but just regular, you know what I'm saying, human sexual activities. Like so, and then here we are walking around with the essence that we have of just being ourselves. Like the rest of the world shows you the fear that America has for you. The reverence that they have for you is amazing. It's like, God damn, I didn't even know I was all that. You know what I'm saying? When they come into you, they love talking to you. They love listening to you. In an aspect of like your skin tone. Nigga ain't never been called beautiful in America. Nigga, I was called beautiful.
Yeah, I heard
like, oh, you beautiful. I'm like, God damn, wait a minute.
The one that tripped me out the most was Mexico. Mexico had me fucked up because I did not expect for it to be in Mexico and to be hit on by a motherfucker. I had a dude, we got picked up in a cab. The dude had his little sister in the cab. Now he claimed it was his sister. It could have been his friend, but he was like, listen, my sister want to get with you. What?
Yeah.
I'm looking around like, this is a camera? Like, who the fuck you finna set up? No, I'm cool.
They do that in Australia too, certain parts of Australia.
Yeah, Australia.
Oh, bro, I heard Australia, they love us. Some guys never
Australian
came back,
and New Zealand is two fucking places. I've been to Christchurch in New Zealand. Nigga. Bar with a bitch, and the bitch came over on.
Oh man, just cut you off. He getting into the mat tails now. Now I want to cut him off.
She said I think she said the toilet, and I was like, toilet, bitch, that's kind of crass. Ugh. And and she was on some like, yeah, yeah, is it just you? Are you with her? And I was like, yeah, yeah, we kind of together. She was like, was she up for threesomes? What? Huh? Bitch, what?
Look, they with it. And you gotta understand, in certain parts in Australia, it's like 8-2 and shit.
Really?
So, yeah. And the thing is, most of they bitches out there are super mixed. So
really,
so you got you're gonna have at least 6 baddies out of 8.
I've talked to like
how we measure and gauge over here.
The Aborigines get a whole lot of pussy down there, but the Aborigines fuck it off. So I've seen the Aborigines be looked at when they get in the bar, and then they see me, and it's a whole different game plan because I guess the Aborigines are trying to like fake the funk. And it's just already there. Like I'm telling you, this shit's crazy to me. Like I've been all over the world, and that shit blew my mind. Like no fucking other. Like it was just insane to me. Hong Kong is probably one of my favorite spots, but Hong Kong is super duper racist in that dynamic of if you don't have the money, if you ain't really spending, they don't give a fuck to see what you got going on or anything else.
Right.
Really?
Yeah, Hong Kong is not a fun place. So the first time I went there, it was on a layover, and we had 24 or 48 hours to sit in Hong Kong. So we fucked off in Hong Kong. I went to a place called we found it on like hotel.com or booking.com, and it was Chungking Mansions. But the way the motherfuckers make the pictures look, they look like it's a little resort low key. So we took the bus, and I'm like, this is the slums. What the fuck is going on around here? And I remember going out to a club with my homeboy Callum because he's from there, so he took me out, and the brother being like, "Oh shit, hey, what's going on? I'm party with you." And I remember bringing the chick back to the little spot, and we smashed and did everything else. And then I know the next day I got up and went to the mall, and motherfuckers was looking at me like I was finna rob them every 2 seconds, like, what's he got in his hand?
Yeah, Hong Kong. Do you think it's overpopulated?
Hong Kong?
Yeah.
From Chungking Mansions, yes. But if you just roll around the city, it's more like New York. So I feel like New York is overpopulated, but that's where they kind of get away with it.
That's true.
I did hear that you better protect yourself because they said they got shit over there you don't want to catch. You never get rid of it for the rest of your life.
You talking about an STD?
Yeah, they got
that shit. Yeah, they got that shit that eat your dick up.
Yeah, they got some shit over there. They say you do not want to catch.
Well, I've never like fucked without a condom prior to like to marriage and shit. Really, like it was here and there, but it wasn't.
Phone bug got him again.
Man, you know what I'm saying?
So I don't really know.
Yeah,
we ain't get none of that, dog. We ain't get none of that.
we did. We didn't get none of that.
You off, dog. The good parts of the tale, man.
Yeah.
So I want to, in an aspect of the ruthless nice guy, right? And utilizing that character, we're just speaking in an aspect of relationships, or we're talking about that becoming the actual, new social character of Black men, or an added factor or an added facet, to our overall jewel of character.
Okay.
What you looking for me to answer?
Probably.
Whoever's speaking about the ruthless nice guy, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, you should always be a nice guy. That's just normal. It's just not about being a hoe. I think a lot of niggas get a nice guy confused with being a hoe nigga. And that's part of the problem.
Right.
Yeah, well, when I was talking about nice guy earlier, I said that that usually they talk about nice guys as if they're calling themselves nice guys, and that's simply not true. Because all the times that I've been called a nice guy, other people had always called me that. And it's always, for some reason, was to my social detriment. How can such a positive attitude be to your social detriment? You
Right.
know, so they associate nice with being weak. I mean, you should always be nice, but you should also be kind of assertive with that. There's nice people have this misconception that being nice means that you're a pushover,
Yeah.
and that is not. It's not. That's just ignorance to try to sit up there and demoralize you any possible way that they can just by being a person of good character. And we all know that's BS. But here's what I want to say, fellas. It's been well over 5 hours. Usually I try to make this my shortest broadcast. It's been the longest broadcast this weekend. So let's go ahead and wrap it up. Let's get some final statements in. Donnie, thank you for coming by and dropping, some of your stories. And but when you was talking about your, the unfortunate incident when you were, I think you were 18 when it happened. One thing that jumped out at me was the lack of empathy that you got. They just wanted to throw you away as soon as they heard something happened.
Thanks.
And that is something that we as black men we go through quite every day. And Donnie, his detractors to this day who they don't know shit for real, they still call him a rapist. And that's on some white supremacy shit. It's like, how many black men have in the history of this country have been falsely accused of rape by,
lynched because of
lynched for it, whole towns burned down because over a lie.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, you've seen it. You've seen the blowback I got when motherfuckers found out about a decade after, and I talk about it. You see motherfuckers on this platform. It's a motherfucker running around who's pretending he's we'll go with a 5-star general who try to throw the shit in my face as if we haven't talked about it on the platform, as if he hasn't run around and talked about Brian Banks and everything else. But he did the shit because he was mad, so that became his only little weapon, right? I think this is something that needs to be talked about. But we're a community that has famously been accused falsely for sexual assault, right? There's whole campaigns about black men being predators for no fucking reason, other than the fact that we're black. So it's some bullshit that's going on out here, and it really needs to be talked about. And I don't have no problem talking about it because I come from the aspect of it happened to me, nigga. The shit's real.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you for sharing, and most certainly your Mac Tails.
No, there is no registry with my name on it. Period. Point blank. But
yeah, absolutely. I mean, like Donnie, Donnie is like many black men in this country who get falsely accused of something, but people who are, unfortunately, we have people out there that are petty and immature. So I mean, but Donnie has no problem setting the record straight whenever he can. So it just like I said, just try to take into account that this kind of thing not only happens to men like Donnie, but it happens to it happens a lot more than we are willing to discuss. Period. And this is
a young man. He was a young man at that age.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was very young, and they tried to screw him over horribly. But
you got to understand, I was 18, 19. This shit did, like, I had my whole life in front of me. Like, that shit could have ruined me for the rest of my whole fucking life.
You the one that got away, brother. You got away. Some guys' lives are totally screwed up because of lies.
Yeah, but shout out to Sir Anthony for the Cash App. I appreciate it. But yeah, this is final statement time. Who wants to go first?
Should I mash out your respect to the habitual line stoppers? Long live y'all. Thanks for the hospitality, Cash. Y'all be safe. Hair peace, hair grease.
All right, Rogue.
Holla.
Peace.
All right, Roguish. Thank you. Guess I'll go ahead and let Gerald.
Okay. just to comment on what Donnie said, it's sad that a lot of brothers, there's brothers, if they even had the internet, they're doing time in prison right now. And hey, old brothers, we may not know your name, but we ain't forgot about y'all. So long live everyone. Just keep fighting the good fight. And hey, hopefully we wake up and things get better the next day. Peace.
Mm-hmm. Let me just shoot mine out. You know, check me out. You ain't shit for watch. I'm gonna drop a video. I'm still looking for the visual, but I'm gonna drop a visual. And it's basically based on she'll have a roommate, but or she won't have a roommate, should I say? But she'll settle for a baby daddy. So I think that's a stupid ass situation that these chicks get caught up in. But they all want to. I don't want a roommate. So I kind of dive into it, but you know, again, Kev, beautiful show tonight. I think I hit you a message. I said this is one of the better shows. It's always getting better, but this is one of the better shows. Y'all got to check out this man Kev and his videos where he be reporting the news without the WS. That's white supremacy. My habitual line stepper brother Roger, Darth Skater 7, and last but not least, my habitual line stepper sister George, the breakdown. We all come bring you good content, good conversations. Follow us up, come run us down. We here, we doing it. And you know, I appreciate y'all. But yeah, I'm here for the shit. And shout out to Sir Anthony. I see you had the same situation, so shout out to you, bruh. But yeah, check me out. I'm Donnie. You ain't shit for watching. I'm sure I said some crazy shit tonight, but guess what? I ain't shitting. You ain't shit for watching.
All right, Roger, you over there?
Sleep.
He sleep, but he off mute. but he sleep though. So I mean, let me just go ahead and close it out then. You know, just cause. Yeah, let me close it out because yeah, it's got to start somewhere. Um, you know, it's nothing wrong with being a ruthless nice guy because it and I know this is gonna sound kind of strange. It keeps you safe. I mean, it keeps you safe. It keeps you free from harm, and it protects you. It protects you. And how can being ruthless protect you? Um, it gives you a resolve that helps you continue despite the difficulties that you may face in your everyday life as a black man. Roger, is that you? Are you stirring? Okay, that's Donnie playing. So, but anyway, anyway, that's gonna be it. The ruthless nice guy cometh. I did that title to serve as more of a message of caution, I would say. And it's not gonna be anything that you have to be physically threatened by. The fact of the matter is that we see how a lot of you carry on with your emotions by the things that we say, so we don't have to touch you. We can just say it, and you know that is okay. That is okay. And you know, I think I pretty much said it earlier in my rant. I mean, it's like sooner or later you're gonna have to come around that corner and explain yourself. I mean, you can take all the little sneak disses, all the little jabs you want, but reality is gonna hit you one way or another, and it doesn't have a damn thing to do with anything that I have said or have stated on this platform or any of the men in the manosphere who are of critical thought. And just to deny the smart ones and to focus on the negative ones, then that to me that means that you are inadvertently, whether you know it or not, you are participating in an agenda against black men. And that's probably where most of what I say is going to come in as far as that. So anyway, I'm tired. It's late. This has been another great weekend for the Weekend Warrior. Tune in next week. Friday is always going to be a topic of the week unless nothing pops off. And then I'll just think, I'll just use my brilliance to come up with an interesting topic once again. But yeah, join me next Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. I'm really looking forward to it. Thanks, everyone. It's been great. Greatest chat on media and the various panelists. So once again, like, share, subscribe. Long live the habitual line steppers. I will see you guys next weekend. Peace.